The sensory replay triggered by remembrance forced a full physiological recurrence of the initial neural feedback. I experienced the exact spatial perspective recorded 3 seconds prior to my physical collapse, feeling the familiar, violent pressure behind my eyes as the diagnostic spell failed to register the gray anomaly inside the count's core. If the diagnostic fails to register the target, then the pathogen isn't inside the core matrix. Opening my eyes, I found myself drenched in cold sweat, my breathing shallow and erratic. Stabilizing my respiration, I allowed the lingering phantom pain to dissipate. Repeatedly subjecting myself to extreme neural strain was objectively irrational. Yet the trial had yielded the critical diagnostic breakthrough required to proceed. Because body diagnosis had returned 0 structural data from within the core envelope, the curse was not physically residing inside the target's mana vessel. It was an external construct, positioned in close physical proximity to the count, siphoning pristine mana from his core while projecting corrupted waste back into his system. The localized interference obscured its signal, making it invisible to standard core scans. Moving the count away from the premises would be insufficient, as the construct had already established a persistent resonant imprint on his mana signature. Healing the noble required locating and destroying the primary physical focal object housing the curse. The theoretical diagnosis was complete, and the remaining objective shifted from medical intervention to counterintelligence. Locating the physical anchor presented a distinct set of logistical hurdles. Had the object been easily identifiable, the Count's resident arcanists would have neutralized it weeks ago. The path forward required cross-referencing the personnel registry to track physical access patterns relative to the Count's private quarters. While I possessed localized tracking arcanums capable of identifying foreign curse matrices, the spell required direct proximity to the source, an object that could be anything from a piece of jewelry to a structural fixture. Isolating the culprit or their movements would necessitate interviewing every individual with high-tier access, using a dedicated arcanum to evaluate truth value in real time. Time, however, was severely constrained. My contractual leave granted by Revel spanned 4 to 5 days, 4 of which had already been consumed by travel, recovery, and my initial unconscious state. While my current task directly served her house's broader political interests, delaying my return beyond a single grace day risked operational friction. Resolving the investigation and executing the curse destruction had to be completed within a strict 48-hour window, particularly since the Count would require a recovery period post-treatment. Exiting the rear garden, I returned to the primary residence. As expected, the Count's head butler was descending the main steps, holding a neatly folded document. Waving him over, I received the registry directly into my palm. The butler offered a crisp bow, stating that Lord Edward had assigned him to assist my investigation directly and requesting my operational requirements. Recognizing an immediate opportunity to secure critical consumables, I maintained a firm demeanor and requested a supply of mana potions. The butler nodded, asking for a precise count without breaking his rigid, impeccable posture. I specified a total of 7 high-tier mana vials, to which he agreed without hesitation. Unfolding the registry, I was immediately confronted with several hundred entries detailing names, primary duties, tenure of service, and prior background histories. The sheer density of information was exceptional, though analyzing several hundred potential suspects individually within my 48-hour deadline was mathematically impossible. Filtering the data required immediate criteria reduction. First, recent hires could be safely eliminated from the primary suspect pool. A high-tier curse deployment of this sophistication indicated a long-term, professional operation rather than a last-minute infiltration by a newly placed agent. Second, individuals who had served the estate continuously for decades were low-probability targets, as embedding an asset over such a time frame was tactically inefficient. Applying these 2 parameters reduced the registry by over a third, yet over 50 high-access candidates remained. Turning to the butler, I requested that he leverage his internal knowledge to narrow the remaining list to individuals with direct physical access to the Count's private chambers. Taking back the document and adjusting his monocle, the butler began reviewing the entries aloud. He methodically crossed off gate sentries, barracks personnel, and perimeter guards whose duties restricted them from entering the main residence. He then proceeded through the domestic staff, eliminating low-tier maids and kitchen attendants while explaining his rationale for each exclusion. Within minutes, over half the remaining entries were struck through. I pointed to a dozen specific names where he had placed secondary marks against the margins, inquiring about the distinction. The butler adjusted his monocle once more, explaining each mark in precise detail, noting that Lady Luna, the head maid, had taken an unscheduled 1-year leave of absence 3 years prior, while another marked guard had previously served a minor regional baron before joining the Count's personal detail. His comprehensive knowledge of estate personnel was exceptionally thorough, leaving fewer than 20 high-probability suspects on the entire list. The primary suspect at the top of the refined list was Lady Luna. As head maid, she held unrestricted access to the Count's private quarters and directly supervised the domestic staff operating within the main building. Selecting her as the initial target for interrogation, I instructed the butler to lead the way. He passed instructions to an adjacent servant regarding the requested mana potions, then turned to navigate the corridor, while I followed closely behind, evaluating the tactical utility of acquiring a butler of his caliber for my own future operations. The initial sweep through the auxiliary residence brought us to the administrative wing, a white marble structure decorated internally with solid black timber furnishings. The dark wood offered a clean, grounded visual contrast against the pale stone walls. The scent of baked bread and simmering stew drifted from the lower domestic levels, triggering an immediate spike in my appetite. While requesting a meal was well within my authority, I maintained my focus. Operational priorities took precedence over non-essential breaks. Halting outside the head administrator's office near the main entrance, Nicholas delivered a crisp knock and opened the door. Inside sat Lady Luna, a middle-aged woman buried behind high stacks of administrative parchment. Her unkempt hair and deep facial shadows revealed severe, prolonged sleep deprivation. Recognizing the butler and myself, she offered a weary sigh and a formal bow of greeting. Nicholas immediately inquired about her management of the expanding personnel logistics. Luna seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations, detailing an unmitigated nightmare of weekly arriving retinues, failing supply lines, broken cleaning rotations, and an influx of undisciplined guards packing every residential quarter on the estate. She caught herself briefly to apologize for her unprompted outburst, only to immediately resume detailing the breakdown of domestic order. Observing her lack of emotional composure, I evaluated her profile. Maintaining a long-term, undetected curse matrix required extreme discipline, a trait completely absent in her current state. However, relying purely on psychological impressions was unreliable, as professional covert assets often adopted chaotic covers to deflect suspicion. Formulating a direct line of questioning carried its own risks. Phrasing a blunt interrogation about the Count's condition risked exposing the investigation. If word leaked that an internal audit was underway, the culprit would either destroy the physical curse anchor or flee the estate entirely, permanently severing the tracking thread. As Luna finally concluded her complaints regarding estate hygiene, Nicholas stepped in and informed her that a series of mandatory security questions was required for the official record. Luna straightened her posture and agreed to cooperate. Without wasting motion, I silently invoked trust, a specialized truth discernment arcanum passed down by my former mentor. Unlike standard diagnostic artifacts or basic truth-seeking spells that required baseline calibration against factual control statements, trust evaluated the target's internal intent and truth value directly. It was a complex, absolute spell structure, immune to standard countermeasures unless the target actively maintained its precise inverse counterpart. Faith, an arcanum crafted by the very same historical spellsmith. Focusing the spell matrix onto Luna, I prepared to monitor her responses as Nicholas initiated the questioning. The butler opened with startling, unvarnished bluntness, directly asking if she harbored any ill will toward the Count. I inwardly winced at his lack of subtlety. Nicholas had operated with exceptional precision up to this point, making his aggressive opening surprisingly clumsy. Luna's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out a sharp demand for clarification. Nicholas maintained a completely flat demeanor, repeating the statement and instructing her to answer for the record. She issued a firm, indignant denial. Nicholas immediately followed up by asking if she harbored any malicious intent toward the estate or its broader leadership. Luna threw her hands up in visible anger, declaring her total innocence and demanding to know the nature of such accusations. Her emotional volatility was entirely genuine, and the trust spell confirmed zero structural deviation from absolute truth. She possessed no malicious intent toward the Count or the household. Nicholas adjusted his monocle and clarified that the inquiry was strictly tied to the ongoing investigation into the Count's condition, instructing her to maintain absolute discretion regarding the conversation. Luna's anger subsided into immediate concern, and she agreed to keep the matter confidential, offering her full assistance to the cause. Turning to me, Nicholas declared that Lady Luna was completely cleared of suspicion, offering his personal word on her innocence and asking if I required any specific follow-up inquiries. Being put on the spot after such an aggressive opening was awkward, yet failing to ask a follow-up would appear suspicious. I prompted her to report any highly irregular or suspicious behavior among the staff recently. That single query immediately opened the floodgates. Luna launched into an exhaustive 15-minute breakdown of estate gossip, detailing nighttime breaches of staff etiquette by minor guards, suspicious movements by visiting scholars in blue robes, and minor personal feuds between kitchen workers. The sheer volume of trivial domestic complaints offered zero actionable intelligence regarding the curse anchor. Once she concluded her report, visibly relieved to have cleared her mind, we offered a brief acknowledgement and exited the building. Even Nicholas accelerated his pace, slightly to escape the influx of non-essential information. Halting outside on the walkway, I evaluated the interaction and questioned how Nicholas had been so certain of her innocence prior to my spell confirmation. The butler adjusted his mustache and attributed his judgment to an acute, persistent capacity for detecting deception, a passive sensory gift he had possessed for years. Innate sensory gifts were relatively common across different worlds. My own innate ability to perceive the mana spark within living targets had directed my early training toward high-tier restoration arts, before my operational trajectory shifted toward offensive combat arcanums. I requested our next primary target, and Nicholas identified Guardsman Cole, who was currently stationed on perimeter patrol in the rear gardens. As we pivoted back toward the garden sectors, I questioned his reliance on Luna's discretion, noting that a verbal promise did not guarantee she wouldn't accidentally leak the nature of our inquiry. Nicholas dismissed the concern with absolute certainty, assuring me she would maintain silence. The butler's unwavering confidence was almost absurd, yet his operational efficiency was undeniable. I briefly considered the logistics of forcibly recruiting him away from Edouard once this contract concluded, a practical solution to offset Edouard's initial coercive recruitment of my own services. Probing further, I asked why Edouard granted me such unrestricted access to the estate grounds, inquiring about what had prompted his baseline trust, given that surveillance details were still actively shadowing us from the Treeline. Nicholas explained without breaking stride that he had personally advised Edouard to trust my actions, relying entirely on his innate gift to verify my intentions. His stoic efficiency was becoming slightly grating. Re-entering the rear gardens, Nicholas halted and gestured toward two guards engaged in a quiet, heated argument near the boundary wall, identifying one of them as Guardsman Cole. Stepping into the shade of a wide tree along the garden perimeter, Nicholas and I observed Guardsman Cole engaged in a heated argument with another sentry. Silently invoking an eavesdropping arcanum, I monitored their conversation. The conflict revolved entirely around competing attempts to court a local housemaid, a completely trivial domestic dispute. Conducting a manual investigation was rapidly proving to be an exceptionally tedious exercise, functioning less like tactical intelligence work and more like a tedious civil survey. My diagnostic spells rendered the guesswork obsolete, making the step-by-step questioning feel fundamentally inefficient. The butler relied on a similar methodology, operating via an innate sensory gift that functioned as a biological lie detector. Whether his ability represented a high-tier passive anomaly or simply an acute psychological talent remained unconfirmed. Unique gifts existed outside standard arcanum frameworks and could not be analyzed or replicated by standard spell matrices. Before the argument between the sentries could escalate into drawn steel, Nicholas stepped forward. Operating with his usual calm authority, he instructed both men to cease their dispute and report directly to their unit captain. The guards paled instantly, lowering their eyes and offering immediate compliance before hurrying off the grounds. The butler possessed an undeniable psychological leverage over the estate staff. Under the scrutiny of an individual capable of instantly detecting falsehoods, fabricate excuses was impossible. As the second guard retreated, Nicholas commanded Cole to remain behind. Cole's shoulders slumped as he turned to face us, his eyes fixed nervously on the turf. He glanced repeatedly in my direction with clear apprehension. I recognized him immediately. He had been among the personal guard detail present in the Count's bedchamber during my initial, violent display of mana forced by sensory overload. Silently casting trust to establish a real-time truth value field, I allowed Nicholas to manage the verbal interrogation. Nicholas informed the guard that answering a brief series of queries truthfully would result in his immediate dismissal. Cole gave a tense nod of agreement. The butler opened the line of inquiry, asking if Baron Minius, Cole's former employer prior to joining the Count's service, harbored any hostility toward the estate. Cole hesitated, shaking his head uncertainly while explaining that his service under the Baron had ended a decade ago. He stated that during his brief tenure, he had observed no ill will toward the Count, though he admitted his assessment might lack complete accuracy due to the passage of time. Nicholas adjusted his approach, asking directly if Cole himself harbored any malicious intent toward the Count. The guard offered an immediate, emphatic denial, stating that the Count had provided extensive support for his family and that committing treason was unthinkable. The trust spell confirmed absolute structural integrity behind every statement. Cole's slight initial hesitation regarding the Baron stemmed entirely from genuine uncertainty rather than covert intent. Nicholas issued a few secondary structural questions, all of which returned true, before granting the sentry full clearance and dismissing him from the area. With the perimeter guard cleared, I requested our next target. Nicholas identified the head gardener, and we resumed our sweep across the estate grounds. During the walk, Nicholas casually inquired whether I harbored any ill will toward the Count. I gave a dry chuckle, confirming that I certainly did. The butler maintained his pace without turning, fully aware of the distinction. His passive gift easily verified that my mild hostility was directed strictly at Edouard's coercive recruitment methods and the subpar lodging arrangements forced upon me upon entering the capital, rather than any political malice toward the incapacitated Count. We proceeded to spend the remaining hours of the afternoon interviewing candidate after candidate across the property, yielding zero actionable intelligence. The methodology was fundamentally flawed. Identifying a covert asset through direct, blunt questioning relied entirely on luck or the exhaustive interrogation of hundreds of individuals, a process that would consume weeks and inevitably alert the culprit. Neither Nicholas nor myself possessed specialized training in counterintelligence work. We merely maintained high-tier verification tools without the strategic framework to deploy them efficiently. Observing our repetitive sweeps through the garden sectors, I noted that we were simply moving in circles. Nicholas maintained his stoic demeanor, stating that only 2 names remained on the prioritized suspect list. Upon completing the final pair of interrogations near the primary gates, both sentries were cleared of suspicion as well. Halting in an isolated section near the outer wall, the butler's rigid posture slumped slightly, his expression reflecting rare frustration. Acknowledging the total failure of the primary sweep, Nicholas admitted that his sensory gift was structurally useless without a pre-filtered pool of legitimate suspects. I prompted him for our next immediate objective. He suggested gathering the entire estate population into a single courtyard to execute a mass interrogation, before offering a rare, dry chuckle to signal the statement was sarcastic. Returning to a serious tone, he stated that we needed to consult Lord Edouard directly and request access to a professional investigator who had previously executed high-level intelligence work for the House. Leveraging a trained asset to narrow the suspect matrix would allow us to utilize our truth discernment capabilities with absolute precision. By the time we returned to the primary residence, night had fallen across the capital. Guard details escorted us into the main dining hall, where Edouard sat at the head of a table laden with fresh provisions. He appeared thoroughly drained, the dark circles beneath his eyes significantly pronounced. Looking up, Edouard requested a status report. Nicholas reported that while the primary suspect list had been fully cleared, further progress required specialized intelligence support. Edouard agreed immediately, dispatching a maid to summon an investigator named Blanzen back to the estate grounds without delay. Once the messenger departed, Edouard placed a wooden case containing 7 high-tier mana restoration potions onto the table, sliding them forward while asking if I had perceived the impending atmospheric shift across the region. Taking a seat and pouring a glass of wine, I acknowledged the assessment, stowing the potions into my spatial inventory one by one. The signs of impending conflict were unmistakable. The elevated security posture, the silent assembly of armed details, and the oppressive sense of environmental danger that had persisted since my arrival at the estate. Edouard was operating under the explicit assumption of an imminent, high-scale engagement. Edouard instructed me to keep the potions and urged me to execute a rapid extraction from the property if active hostilities erupted while I was on site. Continuing to clear the table of the potions, I pressed him directly regarding the exact nature of the threat. Edouard took a slow sip of wine, explaining that their baseline intelligence indicated the faction responsible for cursing his father was preparing to execute a final, direct assault to complete the assassination. He noted that higher noble houses had long suspected an organized cabal was actively collaborating with corrupted entities, though absolute proof had remained elusive. Storing the final potion into my spatial matrix, I noted dryly that the entire estate had essentially been configured as defensive bait to force the enemy's hand. Analyzing the butler's silent compliance, I probed further regarding the staff's operational awareness. Edouard confirmed that the station combat personnel were fully aware of the tactical posture, whereas the domestic support staff would be evacuated prior to any direct engagement, supported by established defensive measures. The strategic logic was clear, even if relying on stationary defensive bait remained a crude tactic. It explained the quiet assembly of armed combatants near the capital. Regardless of the risks, withdrawing from the premises was not a viable option. Having committed to breaking the Count's curse, executing the contract remained a fixed objective. I reached for a 4th mana potion from the table, stowing it directly into my spatial inventory to offset the rising operational difficulty. I questioned whether alternative tracking methods had been exhausted. Edouard indicated that months of counterintelligence efforts had yielded 0 actionable leads. Inquiries among neighboring noble houses were ignored due to ongoing political friction with the church, and specialized traps had failed to draw out the target. He admitted to complete uncertainty regarding whether they were facing a small covert cell or an ancient, entrenched cabal. Probing for the root cause of his initial counter-investigation, I asked what had prompted the search. Edouard explained that tracking the entity was among the final explicit directives issued by his father prior to his collapse. However, the Count had been stricken before he could transmit the specific diagnostic clues he had uncovered, leaving him comatose ever since. I pointed out the inherent contradiction. If the enemy had evaded detection for months, expecting them to initiate a direct assault now was mathematically improbable unless a new variable was introduced. Edouard countered with quiet certainty, stating that the Count had uncovered a critical vulnerability prior to his incapacitation, making his permanent elimination an absolute necessity for the opposing faction. The implication was clear. I advised against releasing any public indications of an ongoing internal audit. Spooking a high-tier covert asset would inevitably force drastic countermeasures, resulting in high civilian collateral or the immediate destruction of the curse's physical anchor. Edouard confirmed that total operational security had been maintained, inquiring as to the probable enemy response should the audit be compromised. I noted that an exposed asset would either execute a scorched earth strike against the main building to eliminate the Count immediately or abandon the premises entirely, while leaving the curse anchor hidden beyond recovery. Edouard expressed hope that containment would hold long enough to identify the asset. While high-tier spells backed by my restored potion inventory provided a reliable contingency for extreme scenarios, Operating without absolute environmental control remained a severe liability. Resolving a complex curse matrix had inevitably dragged me into a broader factional war, connecting the local nobility to the corrupted anomalies plaguing the Northern Front. Reaching for a fifth potion, I stowed it away while pressing for details regarding the adversary's known profile. Edouard stated that their confirmed intelligence was limited to a single tactical reality. 3 frontline military commanders had been assassinated through coordinated means, confirming that human elements were actively collaborating with the corrupted forces in the north. The profile aligned with the traditional covert syndicate, raising the immediate question of ecclesiastical involvement. Given the Church's aggressive stance toward external healers and their refusal to treat the Count, their alignment appeared highly suspicious. I asked directly if the Church was orchestrating the plot. Edouard dismissed the idea, attributing the Church's behavior to standard institutional corruption and financial greed rather than active treason against the realm. He explained that while their high-ranking leadership exercised significant leverage over domestic healing services, their actual political authority remained strictly bounded by imperial oversight. I noted that their refusal to treat the Count represented a substantial exercise of power. Edouard clarified that their authority was restricted to individual discretion. While they could refuse personal service to high-ranking nobles, they remained legally bound to provide basic healing to lower-tier military components upon formal request. Nicholas added operational context, noting that the Empire was currently navigating a severe multi-front crisis. With northern corruption advancing and internal noble factions fracturing, the Emperor permitted the capital Church branch a degree of latitude to avoid triggering a domestic conflict during an active foreign war. Furthermore, forcing a total fracture with the Church would instantly sever the supply of field priests deployed to the front lines. He noted that while the central church in the capital maintained high levels of systemic corruption, numerous regional chapters and independent field priests continued to operate strictly in accordance with original restorative doctrines, servicing frontline units by choice. The political dynamic of the realm was considerably more intricate than initial regional reports had suggested. While the imperial hierarchy maintained a delicate balance with the Church, my individual status as an unregistered restoration caster meant institutional friction remained inevitable once I began training local mages. The discussion continued for another hour, detailing regional logistics without uncovering direct intelligence regarding the curse anchor. Observing Edouard's visible physical deterioration, it was evident he was pushing his endurance limits without relying on restorative arcanums. I refrained from raising the formal political alliance proposed by Revel, recognizing that introducing secondary negotiations in his current state was ill-advised. Stowing the final 2 mana potions into my spatial matrix, I concluded the meeting. Navigating the corridors toward my assigned quarters, I encountered Maya carrying the black kitten balanced precariously on her shoulder. She offered a quick bow, explaining that her family had requested the creature be returned to my care. Upon seeing me, the kitten immediately leaped from her shoulder, scaling my tunic to establish its position on my shoulder while vocalizing softly. Confirming the animal had not caused major disruptions, I dismissed the girl and entered the room. With the specialized investigator scheduled to arrive at dawn, the upcoming operational window would require maximum efficiency. The kitten settled onto my chest and immediately fell asleep, and I closed my eyes to allow my physiological baseline to reset for the morning. An agitated hiss near my head forced me awake. The domestic maid sent to retrieve me was hovering near the foot of the frame, visibly hesitant to advance. The black kitten was perched squarely on my chest, its spine arched and claws lightly catching the fabric of my tunic as it issued a persistent warning toward the intruder. I stretched my arms, letting out a long yawn before patting the creature's head to relax its stance. The maid offered a quick, embarrassed bow, explaining that the specialized investigator had arrived several hours prior and that Nicholas requested my presence at the main residence. Acknowledging the update, I requested that a full breakfast be brought to the room before I departed, a command she accepted before leaving the quarters. Checking the accommodations, the bed was noticeably superior to the standard frame at the local inn. The mattress provided proper structural support without being excessively rigid. Pausing for a second, I transferred the entire mattress directly into my spatial inventory. Maintaining optimal physical rest was a non-negotiable prerequisite for executing high-tier Arcanum procedures. Breakfast arrived shortly after. Fresh eggs, cured meats, raw vegetables, and a dedicated plate of sliced fish for the kitten, who devoured the meal on the floor beside the table. Once finished, I exited the quarters. A staff member guided me toward the main manor while the kitten settled back onto my shoulder, its attention fixed on the birds circling the courtyard. Reaching the primary residence, I found the front plaza heavily reinforced by armed sentries. Over a dozen individuals sat on the ground surrounded by guards, while Nicholas moved systematically from suspect to suspect, conducting brief interrogations before granting clearance. The butler dismissed a guard just as I arrived. The sentry looked visibly rattled and pale as he hurried away from the line. Nicholas noted that the investigators' initial audit had yielded immediate results, producing a primary suspect matrix within 3 hours. He added that Edward had bypassed further preliminary filtering, ordering every listed individual to be brought in for immediate truth verification under guardsman escort. 3 additional groups were currently being processed across the estate. The operational choice was severely flawed. Edward's lack of patience introduced extreme, unnecessary volatility to the field. If the primary culprit had been omitted from the investigators' initial list, forcing a mass roundup gave the asset clear warning to initiate a scorched earth contingency, execute a distraction strike, or take their own life to sever the intelligence chain. High-risk operations of this nature routinely collapsed when command structures panicked. I questioned whether countermeasures had been deployed to lock down potential escape vectors. Nicholas assured me that every station knight was actively monitoring the outer wall and perimeter grounds for anomalous movement. The total count of active knights across the estate was surprisingly high. In my home world, ascending to the rank of knight required exceptional martial power and a substantial record of high-tier combat achievements, limiting their numbers across major kingdoms to fewer than 50. Here, over 50 elite combatants were assigned to a single regional manor. Disagreeing with their chaotic sweep, I requested a dedicated detachment of sentries to execute a targeted search across the unverified sectors. Nicholas directed me to Captain Dane, the commanding knight overseeing the perimeter detail. A brief conversation yielded a small task force: 12 infantry guards, 2 elite knights, and a battle mage. While the numbers were low for a full sweep, it provided a functional baseline. Before beginning the search, I determined to re-evaluate the Count's core condition to verify if the external interference had escalated. If the culprit realized their position was compromised, accelerating the curse's fatal cycle was the most probable course of action. Striding toward the primary manor, I motioned for the assigned knight to fall in behind me. As we reached the main corridor, a guard burst from the bedchamber, shouting that the Count's condition had precipitously degraded. Within seconds, over 30 guards and house staff flooded the hallway, creating a chaotic bottleneck. "Move," I commanded, but my voice was completely lost in the panic. Invoking a vocal amplification arcanum, I repeated the command. The resonant sonic pulse echoed violently through the stone hall, forcing the crowd to scramble backward in alarm. Several guards instinctively reached for their sidearms before recognizing me and backing away. Entering the bedchamber with the knight following closely behind, I found the interior packed with panicking attendants. "Clear the room," I instructed the knight. The knight stepped forward, issuing a loud, authoritative command for non-essential staff to evacuate immediately. The room cleared quickly, leaving only the primary medical attendants and the resident alchemist beside the bed. Approaching the cot, the target's physiological baseline was collapsing at a terrifying rate. The curse matrix was aggressively siphoning his remaining vitality. The core spark was fading rapidly, devoid of its previous passive fluctuations. The external construct was actively consuming his life force, draining an hour of lifespan every second. At this rate, total core cessation would occur in under 2 minutes. Edward's premature mass roundup had triggered the exact worst-case scenario. Handing the kitten over to the head nurse, I ordered her to evacuate the building immediately alongside the remaining medical staff. The sharp authority in my tone forced them to comply without debate. Activating Mana Vision paired with a directional tracking spell, I forced a rapid trace along the high-density mana drain feeding the curse. The primary vector led toward the rear boundary wall behind the main residence, leaning toward the right garden sector. Opening my eyes, I relayed the precise coordinates to the knight, instructing him to deploy all available forces to that location to locate the operative. I ordered a perimeter squad to lock down the exterior of the main building, prohibiting entry to all personnel. Inform Edouard that his tactical impatience has doubled my fee. He owes me 20 mana restoration potions, I added coldly, gesturing for the knight to move out immediately. The knight offered no pushback and sprinted from the room. The curse matrix operating on the count was at least Archmage tier. Had an active Archmage been present on site to execute the spell directly, core collapse would have been instantaneous. The current rapid drain signature indicated the hidden asset was deliberately burning their own life force to force the curse into an active overdrive. To counter the external drain, I needed to completely isolate the bedchamber from external mana vectors, holding the barrier until the asset either consumed their own vitality or was eliminated by the search detail. Pulling the 7 mana potions from my spatial inventory, I uncorked 3 and set them on the frame. Isolate space. A massive, dense sphere of absolute mana expanded outward, enclosing the room and a section of the building within an impenetrable barrier. The isolation field severed all external mana signals, instantly cutting off the active drain being exerted by the cursed object. The spell's maintenance cost was astronomical, immediately draining my internal mana pool to critical levels. I downed the first potion, followed instantly by the second, third, fourth, and fifth as the atmospheric barrier fought against external interference. Seating myself on the stone floor in a meditative posture, I locked my focus into an intense restoration cycle, holding the final 2 uncorked potions ready in my hands while my internal reserves fluctuated wildly. Just as my sensory awareness reached its absolute limit, a massive spike of raw mana detonated into the upper sky outside like a distress flare. Got it? You want the entire section rewritten from Adeline's, the protagonist's, direct first-person POV, rather than Nicholas's perspective. Here is the section completely reframed through Adeline's eyes, matching his cold, analytical internal monologue. The dining room door swung shut behind me, leaving Nicholas alone with Lord Edouard. I didn't need my active detection spells running to know what they were doing. They were evaluating me, calculating vectors, and trying to read a threat they couldn't possibly measure. To them, I looked like a 15-year-old kid, but my operational demeanor was built on years of lethal engagements, and the transformation back in the Count's bedchamber had made my priorities explicit. Faced with sensory overload and political interference, I didn't hesitate. Had Edouard pushed a fraction further, I would have drawn blood without a second thought. I was a killer, and Nicholas's passive sensory gifts were undoubtedly screaming at him right now. He knew better than to cross my path. Whatever innate danger perception he possessed had to be warning him to abandon the estate grounds and never look back. While they finalized their defensive preparations for the morning, Edouard drained his 7th glass of wine. He was gambling on my tactical involvement, banking everything on using me as a meat shield against the Syndicate. He knew that even if I neutralized the core curse, the opposing faction would simply send a secondary assassination unit to finish the count, a strike their depleted guard force couldn't hope to repel. What Edouard didn't realize was that I wasn't bound to his suicidal double gamble. The Count's sole resident Archmage had been killed a week before the initial curse deployment, right when the Count started compiling intelligence on the Syndicate. Their top 5 commanders had been systematically wiped out, 2 on the northern front, 3 in their private territories. The estate was completely stripped of high-tier combatants, leaving only 2 individuals capable of operating anywhere near Archmage-level parameters, with only Nicholas currently on site. They were terrified, trapped, and desperate to force the Emperor's hand by inciting an open, high-tier assault this close to myth. But none of their strategic outcomes mattered if they couldn't survive the initial clash. Hours later, as dawn broke, I stood near the front plaza watching Nicholas execute mass interrogations. He was intentionally panicking the hidden asset to force a premature strike before my contractual leave expired. I maintained a visible expression of disapproval, observing the chaos from a slight distance. Then my sensory network pinged. I stiffened, breaking my posture as a massive surge of hostile mana registered near the rear perimeter. The asset had taken the bait. The crisis had officially initiated. Without waiting for Nicholas or his guards, I sprinted toward the main manor. Behind me, staff and guards came pouring out the front doors in a wave of blind panic. I caught sight of the knight who had been accompanying me, shouting at him to inform Nicholas that the Count's physiological baseline was collapsing rapidly and ordering an immediate, total evacuation of the building. I locked onto the asset's specific coordinates near the rear garden walls. The sheer audacity of Edouard's setup irritated me. I wasn't about to be manipulated for free. I demanded 20 mana restoration potions as compensation from Lord Edouard just to clean up their operational mess, leaving the knight to relay the command. I didn't wait for the potions to arrive. Channeling my mana, I detonated a massive, dense sphere of absolute force inside the Count's bedchamber, instantly isolating the structure from external interference and stabilizing the room's environment. Outside, Nicholas was mobilizing his strike force, over 100 elite combatants and battle mages forming up behind him as he advanced toward the rear grounds. He was trying to delay the local asset's capture just long enough to draw out the broader syndicate force, taking a razor-thin risk with the Count's core stability. Up ahead at the primary estate stables, the horses were snorting and stomping in violent panic. A massive surge of hostile mana was fluctuating inside at Archmage tier intensity. I watched from the flank as Nicholas unsheathed his heavy steel halberd from spatial inventory and stepped toward the timber structure. If a bloodbath was about to unfold, I was going to handle it on my own terms. A dense flare of blue light tore through the timber roof of the stables, launching high into the upper atmosphere before locking into a stationary hover. Farther back near the main residence, I watched the blue beacon ignite the sky. As the illumination stabilized, the surrounding air saturated with the sharp, metallic scent of ionized ozone, the unmistakable signature of pure mana being rapidly burned to anchor a long-range beacon. Whomever was setting this off had just broadcast the estate's precise strategic location across vast distances. Tactical restraint was officially off the table. Standing before the perimeter line, Nicholas issued the signal for an uninhibited engagement. The strike detail's battle mages initiated synchronized incantations, engulfing the lone wooden structure in low-tier incendiary spells within seconds. I noted Nicholas's cold, methodical handling of the field. He had already directed a wind mage to execute a swift mercy kill on the horses inside, eliminating unnecessary chaos. Releasing panicked animals into an active engagement zone would have introduced far too many unpredictable variables for his infantry. From my position, I scanned the mana signature radiating from within the burning building. The target was emitting fluctuations matching Archmage level density. While my own sensory perception confirmed the operative was not a genuine Archmage, the precise nature of the artifact or ritual granting that sudden surge of power remained unverified. The burning stable doors exploded outward, shattered by a kinetic spell from within. A figure stepped through the debris, holding a dense, dark stone brick radiating a volatile, corrupt signature. Dense flames hovered over his skin like a secondary protective mantle, while pale green veins pulsed visibly across every inch of his exposed flesh. A crazed, manic smile stretched across his features as his eyes locked onto Nicholas. I recognized the item immediately, a localized curse anchor. 8 identical secondary brick outbuildings were scattered across the estate grounds, which explained why their primary sweeps had failed to isolate the core mechanism until now. Beside Nicholas, a knight identified the suspect as Vissen, a lower-tier staff member on the estate. Nicholas gave a short nod, his grip tightening around the shaft of his halberd. Dragging out the containment phase was no longer viable. If they wanted me unburdened for the secondary wave that would inevitably follow, they needed to clear this local asset fast. When the operative erupted into manic laughter, Nicholas moved. Initiating a short-range spatial step, he vanished from his position and reappeared directly behind the target. His halberd's heavy axe head descended in a brutal arc, shattering the operative's defensive mana barrier. The kinetic transfer launched the man forward, sending him crashing through the reinforced timber of the stable wall. Nicholas stepped through the breach without pausing, releasing his full, concentrated killing intent into the immediate area. The sheer pressure instantly extinguished the lingering flames and pinned the target to the earth, leaving him unable to even raise his head. Nicholas demanded a reason for the betrayal, his tone cold and unyielding. The operative offered only continuous, bloody laughter, straining to raise the arm gripping the cursed brick. Nicholas brought the halberd down in a clean diagonal stroke, severing the limb at the forearm before crushing the stone brick under his heavy boot. The corrupt anchor collapsed in a fine powder, the underlying earth offering zero resistance as his foot drove through the stone into the collapsing dirt below. The oppressive mana signature dissipated instantly. I felt the active siphon link stretching from the rear grounds back to the Count's bedchamber snap clean. The curse that had systematically brought the entire county to its knees was destroyed. The artificial archmage-level aura surrounding Vissen began evaporating harmlessly into the open air. Nicholas relaxed his spiritual pressure just enough to allow the man's vocal cords to function, keeping his halberd anchored inches from his neck as he repeated his demand for an explanation. The operative spat a mouthful of dark blood, which slid uselessly off Nicholas's active kinetic shield. The man's chest heaved as fresh hemorrhaging poured from his nose and mouth. His physical body was accelerating into rapid structural decay, his tissues withering in real time as the underlying ritual consumed every fraction of his remaining life force. Within seconds, the laughter ceased. The target collapsed into a withered, decades-old husk, completely drained of vital energy before he could speak a single word. Nicholas immediately commanded his men to burn the corpse and scrub the entire perimeter surrounding the stables, ensuring zero trace of the cursed item remained. Glancing back toward the main manor, the spatial isolation field I had set up dissolved. The Count's condition was stabilized, removing the immediate core threat, but if Edouard's target had expired earlier, their entire strategic gamble would have been void before the primary engagement even initiated. Nicholas called forward a senior knight named Victor, ordering him to prepare the estate for immediate non-combatant evacuation and place the standing infantry on maximum battle readiness. Once the knight departed, Nicholas took a long, steady breath. I could read his tactical shift instantly. He was moving in a total concealment, holding his position until an optimal window opened to strike during the primary engagement. As the Count's sole surviving Archmage tier combatant, revealing his presence prematurely would compromise their entire trap. He was hoping against probability that the covert syndicate lacked complete intelligence regarding his existence. Vissen had taken the bait from the brute force interrogation sweep, panicking into premature action. But while Nicholas recognized the name from domestic rosters, the man's underlying background remained a complete blank. Speculating on compromised personnel was useless now. Nicholas navigated to the far west side of the estate grounds and entered the primary supply depot. Pushing aside a floor crate, he unlatched a heavy iron trapdoor and descended into the subterranean command bunker. His explicit orders from Lord Edouard were absolute. Remain hidden in total dark concealment until formally summoned into the fight, regardless of exterior developments. He seated himself in a wooden chair within the stone chamber and closed his eyes, maintaining absolute stillness while waiting for the surface battle to erupt above. 15 miles south of the estate grounds, positioned along one of the 5 primary approach vectors leading toward the capital, the outer defense web began to collapse. A scout named Liam was stationed in an elevated observation post high in an ancient oak tree, monitoring a sealed brass and glass life tracker artifact attached to his forearm. Inside, dozens of small blue flames flickered steadily, each one tied directly to a sliver of vitality drawn from the forward scout details assigned to his sector. He climbed the rope ladder to the upper lookout platform, scanning the northern horizon. The landscape presented only an unbroken sea of dark canopy stretching toward the horizon line. Seeing no visible movement, he sat down at the wooden desk housing his primary long-range communications orb, a dark, palm-sized sphere designed to transmit short mana pulses across elevated relay stations. When he retrieved the orb from his tunic, its surface was pulsing with rapid blue light. The scenario the Count's forces had monitored for months was initiating. Liam focused on the pulse sequence, transcribing the quick and long flashes onto the wooden slate before him, an explicit alert indicating immediate trouble. He stepped to the rail, raising an optical lens artifact to scan the primary access trail below. The pass was completely clear. Only barren rock and undisturbed dense forest filled the lens. Then he checked the life tracker on his wrist. One flame vanished. A forward scout was dead. Before he could process it, a second flame extinguished. Then a third. Liam sprinted back to the communications desk. The dying flames were geographically separated by hundreds of meters across dense terrain. Every hidden scout team across the sector was being systematically identified and eliminated in rapid succession. Standard protocol required sending an immediate distress signal back to the estate main desk. He reached frantically for the transmission orb. His eyes locked on the wrist casing as more flames vanished. The flame representing his secondary lookout at the auxiliary station went out. Liam's hand hovered over the device as a faint, cold itch touched the back of his neck. Before he could initiate the transmission sequence, total darkness consumed his sight. The final flame on the artifact extinguished. The continuous, violent strain of the curse attempting to breach my spatial containment field vanished, instantly releasing the primary pressure on my isolation spell. The external threat had ceased. Despite the sudden drop in resistance, maintaining the barrier remained my only prudent tactical choice. Retaining sufficient internal reserves to sustain the arcanum for several additional minutes, I held the perimeter until the curse proved fully terminated or my internal mana reached absolute depletion. Casting an Archmage tier spell under these conditions had proven far less physically taxing than past high-order incantations, entirely due to consuming multiple restoration potions to stabilize the matrix at its lowest functional threshold. The underlying curse construct had operated just below Archmage density, a violent, artificial anomaly, yet volatile enough to ensure core cessation for the Count had it completed its cycle. Mental fatigue was rapidly setting in, demanding immediate rest, yet my own operational protocol required maintaining full awareness until the site was cleared. Following 3 uninterrupted minutes of total atmospheric stability, I released the barrier. The isolation sphere collapsed cleanly into nothingness, leaving the ambient environment undisturbed. The asset had been neutralized. Spending another minute re-establishing my internal equilibrium, I turned my attention to a physical assessment of my target. The Count's physiological status had stabilized. Faint color had returned to his face, and his core spark burned steadily without fluctuations. While the structural drain had inflicted severe long-term vital damage that standard restoration spells could not fully repair, his survival was secured. Elevating his vitality baseline further to facilitate natural recovery would require another high-tier cast once my internal mana stores were fully replenished. Determining the operational outcome outside, specifically whether the operative was taken alive or secondary strike vectors remained active, required me to step out into the primary corridor. Complete recovery for the Count would demand another 48 hours of continuous monitoring on-site, a tight window before the strategic situation collapsed entirely. Suppressing my rising agitation regarding Edouard's covert manipulation was paramount. Being leveraged as a disposable tactical piece echoed the exact dynamics of my previous life. Meeting the young lord before regaining complete emotional composure carried an unacceptable risk of lethal escalation. Exiting the bedchamber, I found the assigned knight still posted directly outside the heavy doors. The sentry bowed slightly, announcing he had retrieved the requested supplies. When I asked what supplies he was referencing, the knight accessed his spatial inventory and produced a single mana restoration potion. He explained these were the exact items I had demanded prior to clearing the bedchamber. The memory recalled the sharp irritation I had felt during the chaotic sweep. Taking the potion into my spatial storage, I watched as the knight systematically withdrew another, and another, until the entire quantity of 20 restoration potions was safely transferred to me. The individual manual handoff was glaringly inefficient, highlighting the need for a direct inventory-to-inventory transfer protocol. Still, the spatial storage skill remained an invaluable operational asset, particularly with a high-grade mattress currently resting within its dimensions. Edouard's prompt delivery of the full 20 potion payment indicated he was banking heavily on my active combat support during the impending clash. Unless high-tier restoration potions held far less economic value in this realm than I initially calculated. Motioning for the knight to fall in behind me, I set off toward the primary entrance of the manor. I asked him directly whether Nicholas had successfully secured the asset. The knight confirmed the culprit had been located and neutralized. When I pressed for the operative's specific identity, the sentry admitted to lacking high-level intelligence, noting his explicit orders were restricted to providing direct tactical support and following field commands. Stepping into the daylight, I accepted his statement without further debate. The exterior plaza was heavily fortified. An elite knight, a battle mage, and 12 infantrymen stood at attention before the steps. The assigned detachment was awaiting operational orders, presenting an immediate opportunity for me to utilize the local command structure. I dispatched 2 soldiers to gather a complete situational report from command regarding the neutralization of the curse anchor. Dozens of surrounding guards kept their eyes fixed on the manor entrance, clearly anxious regarding the Count's condition, though none dared break rank to ask me directly. Waiting in silence beside the strike team rapidly became tedious, raising brief regret over not actively tracking down Nicholas myself to bypass the downtime. Realizing the immediate tactical advantage of having dedicated personnel, I issued a request for a full meal. A soldier immediately broke formation and sprinted toward the kitchens. Operating with a disciplined military detail eliminated any need for a private butler. Shortly after, my deployed scouts returned, handing me a dense sheet of official parchment detailing the neutralization of the asset, the destruction of the cursed anchor, and the post-engagement perimeter status. The document bore the official seal and signature of Sir Victor, an officer operating directly under Nicholas. Scanning the text, the identified name of the operative prompted a brief pause. The name carried faint familiarity from background chatter around the estate, though specific details were absent. Regardless, the culprit was dead and the anchor reduced to ash. Recent continuous casting, escalating from high-tier combat spells in the dungeon to maintaining an Archmage spatial isolation barrier, had accelerated my internal progression. System metrics indicated an imminent level threshold, likely granting access to a primary class skill designed around foundational efficiency blessings. Lady Luna approached rapidly from the courtyard path, her posture tense with anxiety. Stopping before my bench, she panted heavily, urgently demanding an immediate update on the Count's status following the sudden evacuation. When I confirmed clearly that the Count had survived and stabilized, a collective wave of relief swept through the surrounding plaza. Infantrymen and knights visibly relaxed their postures. Only the personal knight standing behind me remained stoic, having already witnessed the resolution inside the room. Luna clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in brief, silent devotion before offering a warm smile and attributing the recovery directly to the goddess's divine intervention. A faint, familiar trace of bitterness surfaced inside me at the statement. Attributing a complex, resource-intensive arcanum procedure to divine intervention while ignoring the caster who had just burned through massive mana reserves was an exhausting recurring pattern. Yet dwelling on ecclesiastical ignorance was a waste of my mental focus. Luna reached into her travel satchel, pulling out a slim, black metallic cylinder roughly the length of her forearm. Maintaining her cheerful smile, she aimed the device directly toward the open sky, happily announcing the positive outcome. The device hummed to life as dense, concentrated mana surged into its core ignition chamber. A blinding beam of pure mana launched upward, locking into a high-altitude hover above the central estate grounds before detonating into an intense, persistent flare. The sharp, overwhelming scent of ionized ozone flooded the open air. I observed the military beacon in silent, cold realization. I stared down at Luna in cold disbelief. She had just deployed the exact same type of high-altitude signal flare as the asset holding the cursed anchor. Despite passing initial counterintelligence screening with zero indicators of treason, she had just broadcast a long-range confirmation of the Count's survival directly to the surrounding countryside. The assigned infantry detail reacted instantaneously, sweeping forward to pin Luna to the flagstones and confiscate the metallic signal device from her grip. Behind them, the two elite knights drew their long swords, aggressively scanning the perimeter for secondary covert assets. The battle mage retreated toward the exterior masonry, securing his rear profile while monitoring the crowd for movement. The defensive baseline was rapidly destabilizing. Watching guardsmen turn on one another would destroy the estate's combat effectiveness long before an exterior strike materialized. Retaining critical mana and avoiding unnecessary tactical risks, I took several steps back toward the structure. I commanded the detail to secure Lady Luna, transfer her directly inside the primary residence, and lock down every perimeter entry point immediately. A nearby guard hovered a hand over his hilt, voicing immediate protests regarding transferring a compromised asset into the exact building housing the comatose count. The elite knights ignored the soldier's hesitation, forcefully taking custody of Luna and issuing rapid structural commands. The surrounding detail fell into formation, clearing the plaza. The administrative efficiency of the military units under my command was undeniably effective, particularly the lead knight. The battle mage hesitated briefly before relinquishing his position near the stone wall, taking up a defensive posture directly before the main manor doors while keeping his back anchored against the masonry. Securing a protected angle while executing orders was sound tactical execution. The outer crowd pushed toward the manor steps, shouting conflicting accusations regarding the Count's safety, Luna's betrayal, and hidden conspirators within the ranks. The guards holding the perimeter struggled against the pressure until the lead knight stepped forward, restoring order through loud, unyielding military commands until the noise subsided. Conducting a targeted interrogation was necessary to determine the vector of compromise. Standard screening could easily miss a compromised asset if they were operating under deep-level cognitive compulsion, delayed memory suppression, or complex sensory illusion. I entered the residence, stepping past the lingering protests echoing outside. Inside, one elite knight stood posted before a secondary chamber, while the second secured the Count's primary door. Only 3 infantrymen and the battle mage held the main hall, confirming the remaining force had been distributed across the lower entryways. Approaching the knight securing the secondary room, I requested his formal designation. The sentry bowed slightly, identifying himself as Sir Tristan. I instructed Sir Tristan to maintain a strict perimeter lock on the chamber and the surrounding hallway, barring access to all personnel without explicit authorization. Utilizing disciplined subordinates was the most efficient method to control field variables. Determining absolute loyalty among the estate staff remained impossible. Anyone could be operating under cognitive interference. Formulating precise diagnostic queries was essential to detect mind magic without triggering internal traps. The complete absence of both Edouard and Nicholas was increasingly conspicuous. The execution of a secondary atmospheric signal flare should have drawn immediate command oversight, yet neither had appeared, leaving local containment entirely in my hands. Entering the designated room, a large storage depot stacked with raw food crates adjacent to the main kitchen, I found Luna bound to a wooden chair in the center of the space. Her gaze was fixed on the stone floor, her posture slumped in absolute gloom. As I approached, she raised her head, her voice trembling as she asked why she had been forcefully restrained and arrested. Activating a passive trust diagnostic arcanum, the spell verified her statement. She possessed zero conscious awareness of why she was being detained. The baseline result confirmed she was not an active, willing traitor, though it failed to isolate the precise mechanism used to manipulate her actions. Stopping 2 paces away, I recognized the need to carefully structure my questions. With internal mana reserves heavily depleted from maintaining the spatial isolation field, burning a restoration potion on an interrogation was out of the question. I informed her that I required immediate, precise answers. Luna nodded slowly, agreeing to cooperate. I opened by asking who had instructed her to ignite the atmospheric flare. Luna looked genuinely bewildered, asking what flare I was referring to. Clarifying that I meant the metallic device she had activated immediately upon hearing the Count had stabilized, Luna stared at the floor in deep concentration for a full minute before shaking her head. She admitted to feeling an absolute, unyielding imperative to execute the action, despite retaining zero memory of who had issued the directive or why. Pressing further, I asked why the action felt mandatory. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and fell completely silent, unable to process the underlying logic. Pacing the perimeter of the room, I recognized the heavy signatures of targeted cognitive manipulation. Her memory regarding the operational handlers was completely sealed, yet the behavioral directive remained active. She could discuss the physical device itself, but any query attempting to identify the recipient of the signal triggered immediate cognitive blockages. I asked where she had initially retrieved the metallic artifact. Luna remained completely silent. Reframing the query to bypass the primary restriction, I asked if secondary items had been packaged alongside the device. Without raising her head, she confirmed there were additional items. The reframed structure had successfully bypassed the memory seal. I asked for the exact quantity of the extra items. She stated there were 3 items in total. One was the atmospheric beacon she had just deployed, leaving 2 unidentified objects. I pressed for details on the remaining items. Luna went entirely silent once more. An explicit linguistic rule had been anchored into her subconscious, preventing her from describing the objects directly. Detecting the structural parameters of mind magic was exceptionally difficult, and executing a full memory disruption purge carried an extreme risk of inflicting permanent brain damage. I asked if one of the 3 items was identical to the signal flare she had just used. Luna offered a slow nod. Referencing the detailed report provided by Sir Victor, which identified the cursed anchor as a dense stone brick, I asked if the final item shared that exact physical description. Luna nodded again. The baseline vector was now clear. Luna had been utilized as an unwitting courier to smuggle the cursed anchor and 2 long-range signal flares past the estate's spatial wards. Her conscious memory regarding the syndicate had been wiped, replaced with absolute subconscious imperatives she could not resist. She was an unknowing vector rather than a malicious operative. I asked if anything else had been transported alongside the 3 artifacts. Luna confirmed there was something else, her expression instantly twisting into a sharp, uncomfortable grimace. I pressed her to identify what else was brought into the estate. She stammered, her facial muscles contracting violently as the internal compulsion fought against the forced disclosure. The question was actively straining the mental seals anchored to her mind. Asking directly if the additional transport involved living personnel. Luna gritted her teeth, her bound hands twitching violently against the frame as a sharp spike of physical pain registered across her features. Recognizing that pushing through a high-tier cognitive lock could trigger complete neural collapse, I paused. Still, verifying whether secondary hostile assets had been successfully infiltrated past the perimeter guard was critical. I demanded to know how many individuals had been brought inside. Luna let out a sharp, agonized scream, her entire frame convulsing against the wooden bindings. Straining through the intense mental pressure, she managed to gasp out that there were 2 individuals, before a final violent spasm knocked the chair sideways, sending her crashing hard onto the stone floor. I observed Luna where she lay unconscious on the flagstones. The cognitive manipulation applied to her mind was formidable, yet it fell short of Archmage-tier complexity. Otherwise, the neurological strain would have proven fatal. A brief pang of guilt surfaced. Had I waited for my mana reserves to regenerate, I might have attempted a counter-arcanum to shield her mind. A quick assessment confirmed her vital spark remained completely stable. The interrogation outcome established a key tactical reality. Isolating secondary compromised assets across the estate would be significantly easier than anticipated. If all mind-controlled operatives operated under identical cognitive restrictions, they would betray themselves through visible physical distress when pressed with targeted queries. The diagnostic process required no specialized arcanum, meaning any regular guardsman could execute the sweeps. To maximize efficiency, the diagnostic queries needed to be broadly applicable to uncover hidden directives regardless of their specific parameters. Pondering whether to devise the precise linguistic structure myself, I determined the task was better delegated to experienced field officers. My immediate priority was verifying the baseline reliability of the local command detail, starting with Sir Tristan outside the threshold. "Sir Tristan," I called out, elevating my volume slightly. The door unlatched, and the elite knight stepped into the chamber, glancing briefly toward the unconscious form of Lady Luna. Confirming she was completely unharmed, I shifted directly to counterintelligence. I asked the knight what he knew regarding the covert syndicate. Sir Tristan paused, seeking clarification on the reference to the organization. Recognizing the query was too broad, I adjusted my approach, asking what specific questions he would utilize to identify compromised soldiers within the estate ranks, excluding basic loyalty pledges to the Count. Sir Tristan fell silent, weighing the problem. I provided the structural parameters, explaining that compromised assets operated under mandatory directives they were cognitively barred from disclosing. When pressed on those topics, the underlying compulsion would trigger severe, visible physical distress and involuntary pain responses. Sir Tristan offered a short nod, noting that simply asking guardsmen if they held orders they were prohibited from disclosing would produce immediate indicators. While many legitimate soldiers held classified directives, a compromised asset would exhibit the physical trauma response described. The analytical simplicity was glaring. Field interrogation required far less complexity than I had initially calculated. I maintained a neutral expression, asking what secondary diagnostic queries the knight would employ. Sir Tristan systematically outlined a series of practical operational questions, over half of which offered high diagnostic utility for isolating compromised personnel. Relying on experienced military staff simplified complex field problems exponentially. I turned the diagnostic directly onto the knight, asking if Sir Tristan currently held directives he was prohibited from disclosing to me. Sir Tristan let out a low chuckle, confirming he did. The response was entirely expected. As an elite knight bound to the Count's house, his primary chain of command did not belong to an external caster. Crucially, his physical baseline remained completely stable, displaying zero indicators of cognitive compulsion or mental distress. A series of secondary cross-examination queries yielded identical, clean results. Satisfied with the knight's baseline, I instructed Sir Tristan to execute the diagnostic queries across every member of their assigned detail, ordering any individual exhibiting physical distress to be detained and brought forward immediately. Once the immediate unit was cleared, the sweep would be expanded across the entire estate garrison. First, however, establishing a brief recovery window was non-negotiable. I needed to initiate a basic meditation cycle to settle my internal mana flow and prepare a high-density vitality infusion for the Count. Rapidly stabilizing the target would allow me to finalize my contractual obligations and extract myself from the escalating conflict. Returning to the primary bedchamber, I assumed a cross-legged meditative posture on the stone floor. While meditation did not accelerate mana regeneration, it restored mental focus. The violent nausea stemming from over-consuming high-tier restoration potions lingered in my digestive tract, but I suppressed the physical discomfort through a low-order stabilization spell. As the quiet stretch drawn out, suppressing my rising frustration with Edouard proved increasingly difficult. Being maneuvered into an active combat zone mirrored the exact manipulative dynamics of my past life. Though my instincts urged me to execute a force projection strike against the young lord's authority, I checked the impulse. Edouard had deliberately provided tactical exit options, preventing the situation from escalating into an immediate physical breach. Focusing on the immediate counterintelligence sweep helped push thoughts of Edouard into the background, ensuring my current mana deficit did not lead to a premature confrontation. Shortly after, Sir Tristan knocked and entered the bedchamber, reporting that every member of the immediate detail had passed the diagnostic screening without indicator. I instructed the knight to commandeer additional cleared guardsmen and expand the sweep across the entire estate perimeter to isolate any secondary compromised assets before further sabotage occurred. Sir Tristan acknowledged the command with a crisp salute and departed to execute the order. His absolute adherence to operational directives was exceptionally reliable. Once internal mana levels recovered to 50% capacity, I stood up from the flagstones. Neither Edouard nor Nicholas had entered the residence, remaining entirely consumed by their broader tactical preparations. I resolved to clear the non-combatants and execute my secondary objective, broaching the formal house alliance requested by Revel, before extracting myself from the estate grounds. Accelerating the Count's physical recovery required flooding his system with targeted restorative arcanums. Approaching the cot, I placed my hand over the Count's forearm and cast life force, channeling a dense wave of raw vital energy directly into the man's cellular structure. The sudden influx provided the underlying biological resources necessary for organic repair. Though left unassisted, the natural recovery cycle would still require 2 weeks in a comatose state. To bypass the delay, I followed the vitality transfer with a high-tier targeted restoration arcanum designed to scrub systemic internal trauma. The Count's body had suffered months of structural decay under the curse matrix, leaving extensive internal scarring. The initial restoration spell expended its energy neutralizing the residual curse signatures lingering in the tissue before it could address basic cellular repair. To force a complete revival, the restorative arcanum had to be cast repeatedly alongside continuous vitality injections. I cast the restorative spell a second time, then a third. The Count groaned as his nervous system reactivated, his limbs trembling violently under the rapid tissue regeneration. As the final spell completed its cycle, the Count let out a long, heavy exhale, raising his trembling hands to rub his eyes. Opening his eyes, his unfocused gaze locked directly onto me. "Who are you?" the Count asked, his voice rough and strained. The Count's hoarse query resonated through the silent bedchamber as his unfocused gaze remained fixed on me. Merely providing my name was unlikely to register with a high noble who had spent weeks in a spell-induced coma. Failing to summon someone familiar to handle the briefing was an obvious operational oversight on my part. The Count's eyes scanned the room while his head remained completely stationary. The residual physical strain was obvious, a systemic burnout originating from his internal mana core or neural pathways. Any standard physical trauma would have been completely purged by my successive restoration arcanums. When he asked if my identifier carried any tactical weight, I clarified my role as the external specialist contracted by Edouard to neutralize the curse. The Count observed me with intense scrutiny, questioning how someone so young could command high-order restoration magic. Attributing the capability to simple good fortune, I maintained a mild expression under the old noble's heavy gaze. The Count let out a sharp, mocking chuckle at my clear deflection, which immediately devolved into a violent, racking cough. Upon regaining his breath, the Count demanded the whereabouts of his son. I disclosed without hesitation that Edouard was currently configuring the estate to act as tactical bait for an incoming strike force. Broadcasting Edouard's operational indiscretions carried a surprisingly satisfying edge. The Count remained silent, processing the information, before breaking into explicit cursing that triggered another fit of coughing. He openly berated his son's foolishness for executing such a reckless maneuver. I offered no defense, silently agreeing with every insult directed at Edouard. Leveraging the entire estate garrison as target practice was absurd, risking dozens of lives for tactical leverage that could easily backfire. The Count issued a direct command to bring his son forward. Calling out to the corridor, I summoned Sir Tristan. The elite knight stepped into the chamber, bowed low to the awakened Count, and immediately departed to execute the summons. Silently weighing whether to remain or step out, I leaned toward exiting. Standing under the analytical gaze of the old noble offered zero tactical utility. Breaking the silence, the Count inquired about the precise vector of his incapacitation. I explained that a targeted curse matrix had been deployed against him, operating on behalf of the Syndicate if Edouard's intelligence held true. The Count grunted, noting that the involvement of such an organization explained his systemic collapse. I added that the lingering physical pain was tied directly to his damaged core, noting the instability would take several days to fully dissipate. The Count questioned how his son had managed to secure an unaligned caster without drawing the intervention of the Church. I grimaced slightly, confirming I held zero affiliation with the priesthood. The Count categorized me as a rogue practitioner, offering his full political protection against any future ecclesiastical sanctions in exchange for saving his life. The term was likely the local nobility's label for unsanctioned casters operating outside church oversight. While the Count was mistaken regarding my actual class, correcting him served no immediate purpose. The offer of political backing was useful, though establishing the true parameters of my capabilities would be necessary when broaching the formal alliance requested by Revel. Letting Edouard handle the diplomatic friction in the interim was my preferred path. Seeking to extract actionable data before the primary conflict escalated, I prompted the Count regarding the operational intelligence Edouard claimed he possessed about the syndicate. The Count questioned the claim, his expression unreadable, before falling completely silent on the matter. When he turned it back on me to declare my own baseline knowledge of the group, I admitted to knowing minimal details beyond what Edouard had disclosed. The Count offered a single pained nod, sinking back into the pillows without providing further details. With the Count lost in thought, I pulled a heavy wooden chair to the bedside. Raising the diplomatic proposal for the House Alliance was ill-timed, pushing political negotiations onto a noble suffering from severe core degradation would yield zero meaningful commitments until he had assessed the estate's status himself. Expecting Edouard's arrival, I initiated a targeted breathing cycle to maintain absolute composure. Controlling my internal flow while seated was less effective than a full meditative stance, but it successfully checked my rising agitation. A firm knock echoed from the corridor. The Count called for the visitor to enter, though his voice failed to carry past the heavy timbre. I repeated the command at full volume. Sir Tristan entered, reporting that Lord Edouard was currently consumed by perimeter preparations and deferred his visit until later. The Count noted his son's defiance with dangerous calm, declaring that he would attend to Edouard personally. I watched as the old noble swung his legs over the edge of the cot. He was in no condition to navigate the compound on foot, but attempting to restrain him was pointless. The Count was clearly unbothered by physical discomfort. Witnessing Edouard face direct military discipline from his father was an event I had no intention of missing. Sir Tristan began to protest, but the Count dismissed the concern, forcing himself upright while the knight moved in to provide physical support. Joining them in the hall, I signaled the second elite knight and the remaining guardsmen to fall into escort formation. 4 heavy infantrymen took the lead, 6 covered the flanks, and the remainder brought up the rear, with the battle mage maintaining a strict rearguard angle behind me. Incorporating a dedicated military detail was undeniably practical, even if the hot meal I had requisitioned earlier had been completely forgotten in the defensive chaos. Sir Tristan led our contingent toward Edouard's primary command suite. Across the central grounds, estate staff and non-combatants were lined up along the garden paths, undergoing systematic interrogation by cleared guardsmen. Remembering the compromised courier, I inquired about Lady Luna's status. Sir Tristan confirmed she remained secured within the food storage depot under a 2-man cleared guard detail. Reaching the primary dining hall, the space smelled strongly of fresh bread and roasted meats. Edouard sat at the far end of the long table, holding a glass of wine. Ignoring his son completely, the Count navigated to the head of the table with Sir Tristan's assistance and sat down. Accepting a glass of wine from a servant, he began filling a plate with food, eating with methodical focus. I took a seat opposite the Count, my fingers twitching with the urge to cast a high-density gravity spell directly onto Edouard's chair, crushing the furniture and dropping the young lord to the flagstones. Perhaps paired with a low-tier mental disruption spell to induce a violent migraine, would offer significant personal satisfaction. Suppressing the impulse, I turned my attention to the spread before me. Having expended massive energy reserves during the isolation spell, I ate steadily while monitoring the head of the table. The Count continued eating in silence, his expression completely guarded. Wiping my hands and mouth with a linen napkin, I placed the cloth onto the wood and turned my gaze directly onto Edouard, demanding an explanation for the operational parameters he had withheld. Edouard's calm smile faltered slightly, though he remained silent. The Count brought his hand down onto the table with a dull thud, demanding to know whose tactical brilliance had authorized the deployment, and whether his son had any comprehension of what he had just initiated. The stifling silence returned to the dining hall. I continued working through my meal in complete silence, systematically clearing my plate and sipping my wine with absolute indifference. The impending verbal execution was directed entirely at Edouard, leaving me zero reason to volunteer a departure. My gaze flicked briefly between the two high nobles, who remained locked in a rigid, unyielding stare. Minutes dragged on before Edouard shifted his focus toward me, his expression hardening with unspoken irritation. I ignored the glare entirely, continuing to eat well past the point of satiety. I deliberately slowed my pace, extending every single bite. While I typically avoided tedious social friction, ensuring Edouard's profound discomfort made remaining at the table entirely worthwhile. Only when my stomach began actively protesting the excess volume did the Count break the silence, requesting that I vacate the room so he could address his son in private. The old noble's face carried a sharp, serious edge, counterbalanced by a faint, imperceptible smirk. Recognizing the polite tone of the request, I nodded, pushed back my chair, and navigated toward the main exit. Passing Edouard's seat, I offered a low, dry parting remark, "Have fun." While observing the confrontation directly held undeniable entertainment value. Invading the Count's privacy through physical presence or eavesdropping arcanums was an unnecessary breach of etiquette. Furthermore, if I intended to negotiate the house alliance with the Count later, the old noble needed to be fully briefed by his son first. Outside the heavy timber doors, Sir Tristan stood posted alongside 3 senior knights assigned to Edouard's personal security detail. The interior corridors of the main residence were heavily fortified, dense with elite infantry, heavy knights, and combat mages. Stepping out onto the primary steps, I noted the plaza was virtually overflowing with military personnel. News of the Count's stabilization had circulated rapidly across the estate, drawing every guard detail that had successfully cleared counterintelligence screening toward the central structure. My assigned command detail was regrouped near the edge of the gardens. The battle mage, the secondary knight, and 6 infantrymen were present, while 6 guardsmen were missing from the Count. As I approached, the soldiers immediately straightened, bowing their heads in unison. The absolute deference shown by the local troops remained unusual, likely stemming from my initial violent mana projection against Edouard upon arriving at the compound. While I had despised such rigid hierarchy in my previous life, its practical utility in commanding instant field compliance was undeniable. Inquiring as to the location of the 6 missing soldiers, the secondary knight stepped forward, confirming he had dispatched them across the estate perimeter to gather live intelligence reports. The initiative was undeniably sound. With an imminent strike vector expected against the compound, maintaining continuous situational awareness was critical, particularly in the absolute absence of a dedicated coordinator like Nicholas. I initiated a brief round of introductions to establish baseline familiarity with my detail. The secondary knight introduced himself as Sir Elliot. The battle mage stepped up next, identifying himself as Saar, and stating his operational specialization was high-tier fire magic. Saar's internal mana density ranked noticeably above local casters like Revel, though evaluating his actual combat utility would require observing his matrix control under field conditions. The remaining infantrymen, Taff, Brahm, and Avrit, briefly declared their names in turn. Physical exhaustion setting in rapidly, I dismissed the unit, instructing them to route incoming intelligence directly to my quarters. Before I could turn back toward my assigned rooms, a sharp shift in the surrounding guards' attention caught my focus. A winded military courier sprinted down the primary garden path, holding an urgent dispatch bearing high-priority seals. The sentries at the residence doors granted immediate entry without hesitation. Signaling Sir Tristan with a quick glance, the elite knight immediately broke into a stride, pursuing the messenger inside to monitor the intake. As whispers regarding the dispatch began rippling through the surrounding infantrymen, I walked back into the main hallway. The escalation was moving far too fast. If a major engagement initiated before I could conclude negotiations with the Count, my window for an orderly extraction alongside the non-combatants would slam shut. Inside, Sir Tristan stood blocked outside the dining hall doors, where Edouard's personal sentries maintained a strict barrier. The guards offered apologetic glances, signaling that the high-level briefing remained strictly private. Leaning against the masonry in an empty alcove, I decided to utilize the brief delay to process my internal progression metrics. Maintaining high-density casting, including the continuous isolation arcanum, had clearly pushed my operational threshold. Accessing my system status, the interface materialized before my vision. New skill detected. Mind cleansing, Tier 9. Level increased. X4. New skill detected. Teleport, Tier 10+. Level increased. X2. New skill detected. Isolate space, Tier 11. Level increased. X4. The raw progression yield was massive. Maintaining the Tier 11 isolate space matrix had granted 4 full levels independently, matched by the complex diagnostic application of mind cleansing. The system interface, however, offered zero documentation explaining why teleport carried a unique modifier tag, emphasizing the urgent need to locate an advanced archive to study local arcanum mechanics. Opening the primary status summary to allocate my newly acquired attribute pool, the metrics resolved clearly. Name: Dareth Wood. Race: human. Mana: 1,127 of 1,680. Level: 47. Class: Convenience Mage. Attributes: Strength: 58. Agility: 59. Endurance: 60. Intelligence: 168. Constitution: 58. Available attribute points: 20. I stood just 3 levels shy of unlocking my foundational class skill. My recent aggressive usage of high-tier casting was shedding the lingering mental constraints inherited from my past life on the Demon Continent, gradually restoring my operational flexibility. Dumping all 20 available attribute points directly into intelligence, I closed the interface just as Sir Tristan exited the dining hall corridor, his posture rigid. Meeting the knight halfway, I demanded an immediate breakdown of the courier's dispatch. Sir Tristan reported cold news. Every single forward scout detail stationed along the outer perimeter corridors had been completely wiped out without transmitting an operational warning. Inquiring directly as to the Count's immediate directive following the intelligence summary, the knight delivered the final order: prepare the estate for an immediate, full-scale siege. I stared at the map spread across the polished wood, my eyes locking onto the massive, solid black expanse bordering the northern frontier of the Empire. The scale was staggering. The corrupted footprint was at least twice the geographic size of the entire Empire itself. Time was running out to safely extract myself from the estate before the defensive lockdown became absolute. If an exit window existed, it required my immediate action. Moving past Sir Tristan, I approached the heavy dining hall doors. The posted guards raised their arms to bar my way, but a targeted kinetic air burst shoved them aside. Stepping inside, I sealed the entrance behind me with an arcanum lock, ensuring privacy until my business concluded. Both Edouard and the Count turned sharply toward the intrusion. Edouard snapped, demanding to know the purpose of the disruption. I walked toward the table with deliberate slowness, resuming my seat opposite the Count. Maintaining a mild, detached smile aimed at Edouard, I stated I had returned to conduct direct business with the housemaster. Edouard gritted his teeth, forced into silence. His initial composure had fractured over the past 48 hours. After all, executing a covert kidnapping was hardly the mark of a principled operative. The Count shifted in his seat, commanding me to speak. Tapping a finger against the polished timber, I asked if Edouard had properly briefed his father regarding my true baseline as an unaligned caster. The Count confirmed he had been fully informed. I noted that House Morkant, represented by Revel, sought to formalize a direct strategic alliance between their territories. The Count let out a low chuckle, asking if Revel was seeking military hardware or troop deployments. Receiving my vague affirmative, the Count countered coldly, noting House Morkant had suffered a steep decline over the preceding 5 years. With corrupted forces systematically eroding their borders, whatever leverage she offered was likely insufficient. The old noble's expression remained completely unreadable. Applying a diagnostic mind spell like Trust could instantly verify his internal position, but I checked the impulse. Relying on intrusive cognitive magic was an unpleasant resort reserved strictly for active hostiles. Leaning back, I pointed out that hearing the precise terms carried zero risk. My personal agreement to train northern casters in low-tier restorative magic formed the absolute core of the proposal. Teaching mages high-efficiency healing spells that functioned at minimal mana thresholds was an immense strategic asset, particularly when paired with the Count's standing ecclesiastical influence. The Count rested his hands on the table, agreeing to review the proposal. Edouard attempted to interject, but a sharp glance from his father cut him off completely. Retrieving a restoration potion from spatial storage, I turned it over in my hands, tapping the glass. I explained that House Morkant had contracted a specialized caster who had agreed to train their internal mages in advanced recovery arcanums. The Count maintained an absolute poker face, while Edouard's expression cracked briefly before he recovered his posture. Inquiring as to the physical output of these spells, the Count pressed for specifics. I noted the efficiency was entirely scalable, originating from foundational restorative arts learned during my early academic studies. I added that the spells could be operationalized as early as level 25, provided the casters held a standard mage class. A heavy silence settled over the room. Establishing low-level restorative capacity across standard caster ranks was a game-changing strategic asset. Capitalizing on the moment, I aimed to squeeze maximum resources, specifically gold and high-grade mana restoration potions, from Edouard's reserves as compensation for being dragged into local noble disputes. Edouard shifted uncomfortably, but the Count held him under a firm gaze before prompting me for House Morkant's required terms. I outlined access to the newly trained healing units, pausing to let the weight of the offer settle before adding that the Count could dispatch a select group of his own house mages to join the training program. Edouard immediately pressed to know how many mages would be permitted, to which I replied that the exact allocation remained subject to ongoing negotiation. The Count interlocked his fingers, displaying a tactical posture nearly identical to his son's, and asked what House Morkant demanded in return. I withdrew Revel's official sealed missive from spatial storage and slid it across the wood. The Count inspected the wax seal, broke it cleanly, and reviewed the contents for nearly a minute. Without an incantation or physical gesture, he ignited the parchment with a localized heat spell, reducing it to ash instantly. The silent, instant cast was impressive, reinforcing my intent to locate a comprehensive archive to study local spellcasting mechanics. The Count stated he could agree to the terms outlined in the letter. Surprised by his immediate acceptance, I asked if he was agreeing to the conditions in their entirety without counterterms. The Count acknowledged that while certain logistics would prove difficult, the parameters were acceptable. Deciding to leverage the momentum to extract personal compensation, I stated my independent fee for brokering the agreement. 20 standard mana potions, 200 gold coins, and 5 dungeon-grade vitality potions. Edouard paused briefly before agreeing to the terms, a response the Count implicitly sanctioned through silence. The Count let out a long exhale, stating that formalizing any agreement was contingent on surviving the imminent siege. Recognizing the tactical setup, I asked for clarification regarding the siege. The Count glanced toward his son, noting with obvious exhaustion that Edouard's reckless maneuvers had provoked a high-level covert organization, and those choices were about to trigger a violent retaliation against the estate. I confirmed if he was referring to the covert syndicate. The Count confirmed the group was an anti-imperial network actively attempting to collapse the empire and surrounding realms, utilizing corrupted elements to destabilize the region. When I questioned the origin of the corrupted, the Count noted historical archives maintained by his ancestors, and the Emperor yielded zero records of their existence prior to the current era, strongly indicating they originated from an external realm. Inquiring as to the syndicate's ultimate objective, I watched as the Count signaled for fresh wine. A maid entered, refilled our glasses silently, and exited. The Count admitted their true motives remained unconfirmed, buried under noble apathy and imperial denial. Speculative theories range from ancient blood feuds to direct pacts with external entities aimed at absolute eradication. Processing the intelligence, I noted the presence of secondary off-world factors. While it did not alter my immediate goals, understanding the broader operational environment was vital. The Count rose stiffly, his movements betraying deep physical pain, and retrieved a massive parchment map from a wall cabinet. Spreading it across the table, he pointed to a central region marked as the Empire, bordered to the north by that massive, solid black territory. Identifying the blacked-out zone as land fully consumed by the corrupted, the map laid bare the true scale of the threat looming just beyond their borders. I studied the map spread across the wood, which detailed a single continent shaped like an hourglass, featuring massive northern and southern landmasses connected by a narrow central bottleneck. The Mythian Empire occupied the southern expanse, sharing borders with four neighboring realms. Among them, the Kingdom of Rilon dominated the regional landscape, nearly matching the Empire in total geographic area. The remaining three, the Kingdom of Oslaran, the Kingdom of Ruyan, and a fourth realm whose title had been obliterated by physical damage to the parchment, were significantly smaller, while three additional kingdoms sat further southeast, completely isolated from imperial borders. To the northwest lay the Death Desert, its eastern fringe intersecting the Empire's frontier, while the majority was subsumed by the blacked-out region. A massive section of the Empire's northern perimeter was painted solid black, denoting land under corrupted control, a strategic disaster shared by the Kingdom of Rilon. The northern half of the continent was heavily obscured by question marks and dense speculative text, though I managed to isolate a single legible title, the Vilum Dynasty. The Count gestured toward the central bottleneck, explaining that prior to the corrupted invasion, a unified empire had occupied the central continent for several centuries. He stated his standing assessment that the Syndicate traced its roots directly to that era, or at least to surviving elements from that period. The existence of long-lived entities was hardly surprising to me, as extended lifespans were frequently achieved in my previous world through advanced magic or divine intervention. Sustaining life over centuries in this realm, however, typically demanded high-tier dark arcanums or sacrificial lifespans. Taking advantage of the Count's sudden openness to gather historical context, I inquired about the origins of the Central Empire. The Count confirmed that while its original name had been lost to antiquity, modern scholars referred to it simply as the Old Empire. Following the corrupted breach and the fall of the capital, the surviving nobility had retreated south to establish the current Mythian Empire. Recovered texts from that era confirmed an elite network had operated under the direct authority of the first emperor. The Count noted with a trace of dark humor that building a theory around fragmented ancient texts often sounded delusional, acknowledging the widespread ridicule he had faced from the imperial court for advancing the concept. During the retreat south, an unknown catalyst turned that original network against humanity, specifically targeting the Mythian line and the Kingdom of Rilon. When I pressed him to specify the precise nature of that catalyst, the Count paused and shook his head, refusing to disclose the details. He noted that broadcasting such sensitive intelligence would merely draw the same targeted hostility that had crippled him, without offering any practical tactical advantage. I observed that Edward had already done an exceptional job of drawing hostile focus toward me. The Count let out a low laugh, assuring me that despite his son's questionable tactical choices, the Syndicate operated with strict efficiency. So long as my baseline intelligence remained superficial, I would be categorized as a standard auxiliary caster, and the group would not burn operational assets to eliminate common soldiers. Dismissing the point with a shrug, I gestured toward the question marks covering the northern landmass to ask about its current status. The Count flatly categorized the area as a complete dead zone. Following the collapse of the central bottleneck, all overland trade and diplomatic routes had been severed, and not a single dispatch had crossed the central line in centuries. When I brought up long-range mana arrays as the most reliable method for transmittal, the Count clarified that no signal had passed through since the years immediately following the collapse. Early maritime expeditions sent to bypass the corrupted zones had never returned, and primary historical archives detailing the North had been systematically destroyed, with the final known volume burning in a suspicious fire within the Emperor's private vault. I inquired if the Count suspected a targeted purge by the Syndicate, to which the noble offered a firm nod. The operational implications were significant. If the northern continent had been completely isolated for decades, It was entirely plausible that elements of my old party had been stranded in those territories upon arrival in this world. The divine architecture behind our transportation seemed designed to force an eventual convergence in the central corrupted zones. Every choice I had made since arriving had naturally funneled me toward the regional conflict. For once, I could not blame divine intervention for my positioning. The Count added that the burned imperial text had identified the Vilem dynasty as the dominant northern power prior to the collapse. He outlined several historical assassinations and political collapses over the past century that shared the syndicate's signature, speaking with unusual candor. I listened quietly, recognizing his overt attempt to build leverage and rapport. While smooth diplomacy was preferred over Edouard's deceptive tactics, securing actual mana potions and raw gold remained my primary metric for trust. Realizing the Arcanum lock was still active on the main doors, I casually released the spell. The sudden shift in mana caused the heavy timber to burst open as an elite knight rushed inside with a drawn weapon, only to be dismissed immediately by a sharp hand gesture from Edouard. Leaning back in my chair, I turned to the core tactical issue and asked for their plan when the syndicate forces hit the perimeter. The Count looked to his son, who offered a single, resolute declaration that they would stand and engage. The Count shook his head in silent disapproval, while I let out a quiet laugh at his absurdly simplistic answer. The meeting concluded shortly after. As we exited into the central compound, Edouard outlined a series of defensive maneuvers so glaringly flawed that I assumed the briefing was a deliberate misdirection to protect actual operational plans. Outside, the estate had fully transitioned to a war footing. Torches and high-density mana lanterns illuminated the grounds as infantry details moved supply crates, arrow bundles, and defensive armaments toward the outer walls. Night had fallen completely during our discussion. Sir Tristan approached our group and bowed slightly, reporting that counterintelligence screening of all estate personnel had been completed, and 0 secondary targets had reacted suspiciously to the diagnostic queries. I suppressed a sigh as the situation grew increasingly complicated. I stood in the central gardens alongside Sir Tristan, observing the estate's transition into a fortified state. Heavy smoke from burning pitch torches filled the air, mingled with the sharp scent of ionized air generated by active perimeter illumination spells bordering the surrounding forest. The grounds maintained daylight levels of visibility, bathed in an amber hue. The entire compound operated under strict lockdown protocols in preparation for an immediate siege. Civilian staff were systematically routed toward a staging area behind the primary residence, where I intended to join them shortly. My auxiliary unit was dispersed across key sectors to gather live intelligence, while 4 infantrymen, Sir Elliot and the battle mage Sar, had been assigned to oversee the civilian evacuation detail. Edouard's willingness to permit me continued operational control over his personnel remained surprising given the impending assault. Utilizing that authority to secure the non-combatant extraction was the most logical deployment of my resources. The secondary operative referenced in Luna's interrogation had not been identified, suggesting the individual had either successfully breached the perimeter earlier or that Luna's entire operational mandate had been constructed as a high-visibility decoy to consume time while the primary agent functioned unimpeded. The latter scenario was significantly more probable. The mental restriction matrix embedded in Luna was riddled with structural flaws, whereas a true high-tier subversion matrix operated far more discreetly. Vissen, the initial suspect, had exhibited underlying personal animosity toward the Count prior to any external interference, a vulnerability the Syndicate had simply exploited. While identifying the root cause of Vissen's actions could provide actionable intelligence regarding the Syndicate's local network, managing that investigation fell entirely to the House Command. I intended to put maximum distance between myself and the estate before the primary assault commenced. The worst-case scenario remained the presence of fully autonomous Syndicate spies operating without cognitive modification. Unlike brainwashed assets constrained by set triggers, professional intelligence operatives possessed full tactical adaptability. While certain high-level mind arts could convert subverted assets into exceptionally lethal, efficient agents, my own background under my master was strictly limited to restorative and diagnostic applications. Mind arts remained as volatile as dark magic, their lethality dictated entirely by the caster's intent. Exhaling slowly, I decided it was time to move. Most of the non-combatants had already reached the secondary staging area, where the kitten was being held by the young girl alongside one of my posted guardsmen. Signaling Sir Tristan, we proceeded along the main stone thoroughfare. Defensive preparations were evident at every point. Battle mages were actively embedding localized warding traps along the perimeter walls. Secondary torch details eliminated remaining shadows, and four-man sentry units maintained continuous foot patrols. The battlements were lined with heavy infantry, while supply pairs hauled arrow provisions up the access ladders. Nicholas remained missing. Inquiries directed at Edward had yielded zero tactical clarity beyond vague assertions that the head butler was executing priority tasks. With time running out, further investigation was impractical. Inquiring about Luna's immediate disposition, I was informed by Tristan that she was slotted for evacuation alongside the civilian detail. I nodded, intending to personally evaluate her cognitive stability prior to departure. Despite the subversion, her base demeanor was harmless, and confirming that the residual mental feedback had stabilized was a minimal investment of effort. We arrived at the open ground behind the main residential complex, just past the primary gardens, where a massive, ancient tree cast a wide shadow under the artificial illumination of the perimeter spells. The entire civilian staff was assembled beneath the canopy, guarded by a detail of over 20 house infantrymen organizing the queue. Muffled conversations rippled through the gathered crowd as staff questioned the sudden mobilization, the reason for the assembly, and rumors of an imminent attack linked to the Count's condition. Ignoring the chatter, I located Luna positioned on the outer edge of the assembly under two-man guard. Her complexion was pale, marked by heavy exhaustion around the eyes. Inspecting her ocular response, I noted her primary mana spark remained stable, indicating no immediate physiological risk, though residual neural strain remained possible. Addressing her directly to assess her state, I received only a strained, hesitant response as she kept her gaze fixed on the ground. Deploying Sense to map her internal emotional baseline, the diagnostic feedback revealed severe discomfort, intense guilt, and minor localized neural pain. The subversion matrix was actively degrading, forcing her to process the full weight of her actions as cognitive clarity returned. Physical intervention was unneeded. Processing the psychological fallout was a task best handled independently or with personal acquaintances, a role I was unequipped to fulfill. Instructing her to request assistance if physical pain manifested, I disengaged as she remained silent. Scanning the central assembly for the girl carrying the kitten, I spotted her standing near several estate maids and my posted guard. The kitten recognized me instantly, struggling out of the girl's grip and leaping toward my shoulder. Using the girl's hand as a launch point, the animal misjudged the distance, its claws digging sharply into my chest armor and skin to secure a hold. Grimacing at the impact, I adjusted my posture as the kitten climbed onto my shoulder, digging its claws into the fabric while meowing repeatedly into my ear. I patted its head lightly until it settled into a continuous purr. The girl observed the interaction, noting the kitten's apparent attachment. When I asked if she had selected a name, she explained that her mother had instructed her to reserve the naming right for me. Before I could respond, an amplified voice boomed over the crowd. Sir Victor stood on a raised stone platform, using a vocal amplification artifact to address the assembly. He instructed the crowd to maintain order, explaining that while the sudden evacuation was jarring, it was mandatory for their protection. As panicked inquiries erupted from the staff, Victor raised a hand, waiting for absolute silence before disclosing the presence of an underground emergency tunnel leading past the outer perimeter into the deep forest, where transport to the capital would be organized. Victor added that military personnel would enter the transit structure first to secure the far exit, a statement that generated visible confusion among the crowd and sentries alike. Extending mana sense across a broad radius, I mapped the terrain. The feedback detailed every ambient signature down to subterranean rock formations. Approximately 100 meters forward, my mana signature intersected a massive underground tunnel structure densely packed with hundreds of military personnel extending beyond my initial detection range. Victor signaled a lead infantry detail, which moved directly toward the subterranean access point. Ignoring the continuing speech, I focused entirely on the structural feedback from mana sense. The lead guard detail reached the concealed access hatch, and a soldier produced an activation artifact. Further down the subterranean corridor, a massive surge of ambient mana began accumulating at a single point. Recognizing the signature of an impending mana cascade, I broke through the crowd, heading directly toward the subterranean entrance. The density of the gathering mana grew exponentially, drawing from every surrounding ley line. Accelerating past the civilian line, I deployed high-tier wind arcanums alongside levitate, launching myself into the air and propelling my body forward at extreme velocity. I was less than 100 meters from the focal point, with no more than 2 seconds before critical threshold. An explosive device or overloaded mana matrix had been planted directly inside the crowded transit tunnel. Casting 2 additional velocity wind arcanums, I locked my eyes on the access detail. The subterranean point entered my high-density detection matrix. A high-tier artifact was violently draining all localized mana, rapidly approaching full structural overload. The resulting detonation would instantly collapse the transit tunnel, liquidating the entire Vanguard unit trapped inside. "Open it!" I roared toward the guards positioned over the hatch. The artifact hit maximum capacity, its internal containment failing as the mana went critical. 0 reaction time remained. The explosive artifact, buried a meter beneath the subterranean floor, was already undergoing a violent mana cascade. Constrained within the narrow confines of the transit tunnel, the blast wave, regardless of its actual radius, would trigger a catastrophic structural collapse, burying the entire Vanguard detail alive. Retrieving the device via kinetic levitation was impossible. My sole immediate objective was ensuring structural survival for the trapped soldiers. Flooding the subterranean corridor with my own mana pool, I deployed mana control to rapidly reinforce the surrounding earthworks. Lacking the civil arcanum expertise to construct formal support arches on short notice, I stacked consecutive layers of reinforced mana matrices, doubling their density across the target zone. Simultaneously activating Earth Transform, I opened dozens of microventilation shafts throughout the soldiers' immediate staging area. Targeting the core of the explosive matrix, I bound the surrounding Earth in triple-layered mana constraints, then cast dual mana barrier and air barrier arrays around myself and the secondary sentry detail posted at the entrance. The subterranean charge detonated. A violent thud shook the estate grounds, erupting dirt, shattered rock, and uprooted garden vegetation into the air. The resulting kinetic shockwave shoved me back several meters through the sky, though my active levitate matrix maintained my altitude. The surrounding sentries were thrown off their feet, their falls cushioned by my external force barriers. Immediately forward, the ground directly above the primary transit corridor gave way, collapsing into the trench. Stabilizing my position with a targeted wind arcanum, I cleared my immediate field of vision. The surrounding area was choked with dense dust debris, though my personal barriers kept my airway entirely clear. Behind me, members of the civilian detail were coughing heavily from the airborne particulates, several having been knocked down by the ground tremor. Casting a wide-area wind spell, I swept the dust cloud away from the non-combatant assembly. Extending mana sense back into the subterranean trench, the diagnostic feedback revealed severe structural failure. While the bulk of the corridor had collapsed entirely, the entrance section reinforced by my mana matrices remained intact. However, the trapped soldiers were rapidly consuming oxygen, coughing heavily as several attempted to breach the blocked access hatch by force. Focusing my mana, I located the ventilation shafts I had opened prior to the blast. Most had choked with fallen debris. Cursing inwardly, I expanded the diameter of the shafts, deploying precise wind streams to extract the contaminated air before reversing the flow to pump pressurized oxygen back into the lower chamber. As the diagnostic feedback confirmed the soldiers' breathing had stabilized, I turned my attention back to the surface detail station over the hatch. The sentries remained frozen, weapons drawn in confusion as auxiliary estate patrols rushed toward the detonation site from every sector. Enunciating a direct roar across the clearing, I commanded the sentry, holding the primary access key, to unseal the entry immediately. Re-establishing mana sense across the immediate sector, I scanned for secondary mana spikes, deliberately ignoring the kitten's claws digging deeper into my chest armor. Determining whether the sabotage was a localized strike or a diversion for a secondary breach remained critical. If it served as a decoy, its primary operational objective was drawing defensive assets away from vulnerable sectors. Enunciating my voice through a localized resonance spell, I addressed the converging patrol units, declaring the sector secure and instructing them to return to their primary defensive grid instantly. The patrols halted, hesitated, and complied, reversing their line of march. Only medical personnel and assigned sentries continued forward to manage the casualties. Irritation flared sharply. Floating high above the compound, I scanned the perimeter. Continuous tactical disruptions were actively impeding my extraction timeline. If the Syndicate's objective was total liquidation of all estate personnel to prevent intelligence leaks, leaving the civilian detail to be slaughtered while I executed a solo departure was unacceptable. Resolving to undergo a deep meditative cycle at the earliest opportunity, I cursed Edouard's handling of the situation under my breath. Floating down toward the surface, I landed beside the primary hatch as the surrounding troops stared in silence. Whether high-tier levitation arcanums were rare among local casters was irrelevant to me. The sentries were making zero progress unsealing the hatch, their localized spell matrix having been severed during the detonation. Examining the underlying mana pathways, I confirmed the physical mechanism was intact, though the driver array had been destroyed. Utilizing Earth Transform, I systematically stripped away the dense soil covering the upper frame, exposing a heavy, mana-responsive black iron barrier. Severing the surrounding structural anchors, I combined Levitate with a kinetic wind vector, wrenching the multi-ton metal door free and dropping it several meters away. The trapped infantrymen poured out of the breach, weapons drawn and prepared for immediate engagement, until Sir Victor issued an immediate command for all units to stand down. Striding forward through the dust with his plate armor covered in soil, Sir Victor stepped beside me and offered a firm nod, formally expressing his gratitude for my intervention. I offered a brief nod in return, my mind calculating variables. Direct combat on behalf of Edouard remained outside my contractual scope, yet abandoning the civilian evacuation detail was impossible. Transporting hundreds of non-combatants via mass spatial arcanums exceeded even my historic capacity as a top-tier archmage. If the Syndicate intended a total wipeout of the surrounding sector, an unescorted civilian retreat would result in absolute casualties. The kitten finally relaxed its grip, withdrawing its claws from my shoulder. Casting a low-tier, high-efficiency restorative arcanum on my superficial wounds, I reserved the remainder of my mana pool for the impending breach, preserving my high-grade mana restoration potions. Stepping into the exposed trench, I moved to evaluate the wounded. The subterranean corridor was substantial, built to accommodate twin supply wagons with a 3-meter overhead clearance. Dozens of soldiers were down along the stone floor, suffering from crushing injuries and blunt trauma caused by falling masonry. With plans to train House Morkant's internal casters already underway, and holding zero regard for church regulations regarding unsanctioned casting, I initiated immediate field triage. Selecting the most critical casualties via diagnostic evaluation, I rotated through a sequence of distinct restoration arcanums, systematically harvesting skill experience and intelligence attribute gains with every cast. Over a dozen infantrymen were stabilized. Most injuries proved superficial, allowing me to complete the triage without consuming a mana potion, though my baseline reserve was nearly exhausted. 2 level increments registered internally during the process, which I deferred allocating. Exiting the trench, I observed the Count engaged in urgent tactical council with Sir Victor, senior knights, and house mages. Enhancing my auditory perception, I monitored the exchange as the Count pressed for alternatives, stating no secondary safe evacuation route existed. Sir Victor suggested dispersing the civilians into the dense forest under armed escort to evade detection, but the Count rejected the proposal outright, noting historical intelligence confirmed the Syndicate operated with absolute lethality, leaving 0 living witnesses across known operational sites. When a house mage inquired as to the temporal window remaining before perimeter contact and offered to assist in clearing the primary transit tunnel, the Count shook his head grimly. He stated that with outer scout details eliminated 3 hours prior and the transit sabotage executed, the main assault was imminent. My anger spiked. Edouard's operational incompetence had systematically compromised every contingency. Being manipulated into a defensive siege was precisely the outcome I despised most, prompting a harsh curse to escape my lips that drew immediate glances from the surrounding command staff. Ignoring the noble detail, I turned and marched directly toward the estate bathhouse. No spatial arcanum or tactical spell in my current repertoire could safely extract the civilian mass under active siege conditions. Clearing my head through thermal immersion and structured meditation was an operational necessity before the primary breach initiated. I sat submerged within the bathhouse pool, my gaze fixed on the single high window at the far end of the room. Thermal water lapped at my chest while the kitten remained perched atop my head to avoid contact with the surface. My mood remained foul. Although my internal meditation technique was active, I kept my eyes open and my back pressed against the pool wall, resting both hands on the tile lip. Operating the exercise without sensory closure reduced its restorative efficiency, but offered minor psychological grounding. My initial frustration had passed quickly upon identifying an extraction vector for my unit, rendering Edouard's strategic traps irrelevant. Present circumstances, however, precluded departure. While I had held out hope of avoiding direct engagement on Edouard's behalf, or ensuring the non-combatants were safely isolated, the Count's operational assessment had shattered that ideal. The Syndicate's protocol dictated absolute liquidation. Every soul on the estate was a confirmed target. Since arriving in this realm, I had prioritized avoiding high-intensity combat, particularly against human combatants. Extensive involvement in planetary warfare throughout my previous life had left me with zero appetite for further bloodshed, an outcome I had intended to avoid entirely in this second existence. Corrupted entities, despite their humanoid frameworks, posed no such moral conflict. Their continuous emission of corruption and destructive imperatives rendered them straightforward targets. Their localized breach in Zent had already exacted a heavy toll on the populace. Leaning my head back against the stone, I exhaled silently into the rising steam. The kitten's steady breathing above was the only audible sound, as I had established a sound-dampening acoustic boundary around the perimeter of the bathhouse to filter out the external compound noise. Historical data confirmed the Syndicate operated without ethical constraints, yet initiating offensive actions remained undesirable. The underlying reasons for my hesitation were complex, though if forced to act, I would execute without reservation. I intended to maintain position near the civilian staging area, offering protection while refraining from active engagement unless directly provoked. Efforts to suppress my overall mana profile since arriving had proven largely ineffective. Covert operation had never matched my skill set. I was fundamentally a pragmatist seeking a stable existence. Adapting to civilian life after a decade of continuous combat remained an awkward transition, though securing permanent property and drawing upon my substantial gold reserves would eventually simplify the process, provided I avoided slipping back into isolation. Following the war in my previous world, once operational demands ceased, I had completely withdrawn from public life. I had restricted my routine to essential errands, occupying my time with spell research and theoretical arcanum development until Luke had recruited me. Exhaling slowly, I discarded further restraint. If hostile elements refused to grant me passage, I would drop all limitations. Should the Syndicate target the non-combatants or my immediate perimeter, I would deploy my full tactical arsenal to eliminate the threat, deliver a sharp physical correction to Edouard, and abandon the territory entirely. Overwhelming force had served as my primary problem-solving methodology throughout my previous life, a core doctrine passed down by my mentor. I let out a low, silent chuckle, careful not to disturb the kitten above. I summoned my internal interface. Status: Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 428/1880. Level: 49. Class: Convenience Mage. Attributes: Strength, 62. Agility, 63. Endurance, 64. Intelligence, 188. Constitution, 62. Attribute points available, 4. Having gained 2 levels, I sat a single increment away from unlocking my primary blessing skill, a rapid acceleration in progression over recent days. Dismissing the detailed spell matrix list, I allocated all 4 available points directly into intelligence before closing the interface. Mana, 429/1920. Intelligence, 192. Understanding Edward's underlying motives remained difficult, whether driven by raw incompetence or extreme desperation. Local intelligence gathered across the compound indicated a steady economic decline across the county, widespread proliferation of mana-laced narcotics, and a sharp uptick in banditry and monster incursions prior to the Count's sudden incapacitation. Whether Edward believed those factors were directly orchestrated by the Syndicate was immaterial. Activating Levitate to hold my head above the waterline, I closed my eyes and transitioned into full deep state meditation. The assault was imminent, demanding absolute mental clarity. If external forces initiated unprovoked hostility, I would meet them without restraint. In the silent darkness of my inner mind, I confronted an absolute reality. For my life, convenience was impossible without preceding calamity. In the rear eastern garden, Maya darted through the flora, pursuing a large butterfly whose bright blue wings were patterned with intricate, multicolored streaks. The insect drifted upward toward a smaller tree. Without hesitation, Maya scaled the trunk, a habit that routinely earned her severe reprimands and additional household chores from her mother whenever discovered. The butterfly settled onto a leaf adjacent to a broad limb. Climbing carefully, Maya positioned herself along the branch, which easily supported her weight, and observed the wing patterns up close. The wings featured a deep blue baseline intermingled with varying shades. One specific fragment matched the exact tone of the kitten's eyes, framed by light green, subtle yellow, and muted orange accents. The artificial torchlight illuminating the estate rendered precise color identification difficult. The geometric pattern resembled the stained glass installations of the cathedral in her home village, though the natural wings far surpassed the glasswork in detail. She watched it intently, wondering if the specimen represented a rare variation of the monarch butterflies her mother had shown her previously. Although aware of an impending threat, the underlying details remained beyond her understanding. The adult staff had directed her to play elsewhere to keep her clear of their anxious hushed discussions, a separation she welcomed, as the prevailing panic offered nothing to occupy her focus. She had hoped to play with the kitten again, though Lord Adelin's severe expression during his departure had discouraged her from approaching. Sentry chatter overheard prior to her mother pulling her away indicated he had single-handedly secured the subterranean transit corridor after a cave-in killed several soldiers. The butterfly took flight, prompting Maya to drop from the tree and resume her pursuit. The insect was easy to track amidst the garden's dark foliage, flitting between flower beds as it drifted toward the estate's eastern perimeter wall. Passing 3 separate foot patrols, she received only brief nods as the soldiers maintained their route. She followed the butterfly to the edge of the final garden plot, barely 20 meters from the stone barrier, where it landed along an exterior hedge. As she leaned in to examine the blue wing fragments once more, shouting erupted nearby. Turning, she observed a detail of house sentries closing in on a tall figure wrapped in a heavy, featureless black cloak. The guards formed a wide circle, drawing their steel as the intruder ignored verbal commands to halt and identify himself. The lead sentry raised his blade, ordering the figure to remove the hood. The intruder halted, raising both hands toward his neck. Startled by the abrupt movement, the butterfly took flight, darting rapidly over the wall. Maya stumbled back, dropping low behind the hedge with only her eyes peeking over the greenery. A sudden wave of dense, malefic energy erupted from the cloaked figure, filling the immediate area with a sickening, sulfurous stench that made her retch. Having possessed the ability to perceive internal mana signatures for as long as she could remember, a trait dismissed as imagination by her mother and peers. She had spent years observing the light surrounding local residents. The Count had once possessed a bright, vibrant aura that had degraded into a dull gray upon his illness. The house mages maintained steady, if dim, mana signatures. Lord Adulin and the kitten possessed signatures unlike any she had encountered. Adulin was encased in an extraordinarily dense, brilliant cyan aura that coiled around his frame like a massive serpent, completely outshining any standard caster. The kitten carried a faint, deep blue signature of matching tone, which had initially drawn her interest. The energy now radiating from the cloaked figure was entirely different. Vile, heavy, and repulsive. The intruder executed a single circular hand motion. Without a sound, the surrounding sentry detail collapsed instantly to the ground. A sharp gasp escaped Maya's throat. She clamped both hands over her mouth, but the intruder's head snapped directly toward her position. Auxiliary sentries were sprinting from the central courtyard, but the distance was too great to intercept an immediate attack. Paralyzed by absolute terror, Maya remained frozen as the figure retrieved an object from beneath his robes. The artifact surged with the same corrupted energy, expanding in volume before the cloaked man turned and walked directly toward the perimeter wall, completely disregarding her presence. The moment he cleared the line of sight, Maya turned and fled in the opposite direction toward the main grounds. A massive detonation tore through the eastern sector. A powerful shockwave slammed into her back, nearly throwing her face first into the stone path. Stumbling forward, she maintained her balance and sprinted past approaching mages and infantrymen who were rushing toward the breach site. She did not slow her pace until her mother caught her by the arms near the central courtyard. A second, significantly larger explosion echoed across the estate. The impending threat the adults had feared had breached the perimeter walls. I opened my eyes as a sharp explosion rattled the structural frame of the bathhouse, sending a wave of water splashing out of the basin and across my face. Exhaling heavily, I remained still for a moment. The siege Edward had orchestrated had officially commenced, and I retained zero desire to participate. While the abbreviated meditation session had restored a baseline of focus, my irritation remained high. A full hour or two of deep isolation would have been preferred to fully dispel my frustration. Disrupting the acoustic isolation ward, I stepped out of the pool, deploying a localized wind arcanum to flash dry my skin before donning my clothing and fastening my belt. As I stretched my limbs, I expanded mana sense across the immediate perimeter. The internal compound remained largely static, save for multiple guard detachments sprinting toward a single point along the outer works. Achieving complete mental composure would have allowed me to manage the non-combatants with greater precision, though I remained unconcerned. Under normal conditions, I favored precise, measured force. In my current state, I intended zero leniency for any entity that drew steel against me or the non-combatant staff. Hearing a sharp knock against the timber door, I gave a brief signal to enter as I secured my cloak. Sir Tristan stepped inside, bowing slightly to report that hostile contact had officially been initiated along the perimeter works. I nodded calmly, inquiring as to the status of the civilian assembly. Sir Tristan confirmed that all non-combatants had been successfully routed to the primary storage facility as previously instructed. At least one operational objective was executing on schedule. Exiting the bathhouse with Sir Tristan in sequence, I directed my stride toward the designated storage sector. I had selected the storage facility specifically for its isolation from primary command infrastructure and vital estate assets, as well as its proximity to the outer wall. Positioned far from high-priority targets, it offered hostile units zero strategic incentive to initiate an assault, provided they chose not to target non-combatants. Should they engage the facility regardless, it established full justification for complete target elimination. The storage structure sat opposite the initial detonation vector, minimizing immediate threat exposure. Nevertheless, I increased my marching pace. Combat environments presented far too many unexpected variables. Inquiring whether Sir Tristan possessed a tactical breakdown of the initial breach, the knight shook his head, explaining that he had moved to retrieve me immediately upon the first detonation, while sending 2 scouts for field reports and leaving the remaining auxiliary personnel with the non-combatants. I offered a brief nod. Sir Tristan continued to demonstrate exceptional tactical discipline. Minutes later, the isolated structure appeared in the distance, visually intact despite the ambient chaos generated by panicked staff. Monitoring the gathering with an acoustic amplification spell, I confirmed the crowd's distress. My internal mana reserves sat just below 50% capacity. While consuming a restoration potion would recover roughly 70% of my total pool, doing so now would waste potential volume and risk potion-induced neural strain. Furthermore, residual side effects from my previous mind cleansing application were beginning to surface, prompting me to cast poison removal to clear my system. A 4th detonation echoed from the eastern sector, followed by a low kinetic shockwave. Screams erupted from the assembled civilians, whose panic escalated naturally given the circumstances. The sun was barely breaking the horizon, though the primary light source across the compound remained the artificial illumination spells burning along the battlements. Approaching the storage sector, the smell of atmospheric ozone grew dense, generated by twin high-yield light arrays positioned near the compound center and just beyond the outer walls. Halting several meters back, I evaluated the crowd. The non-combatants were swarming the posted sentries with continuous inquiries, prompting me to maintain my distance rather than invite unnecessary distraction. The battle mage assigned to my auxiliary unit had similarly retreated to an elevated position away from the gathering. As an auxiliary soldier advanced to report, I swept mana sense across the assembled crowd. Cross-referencing individual mana signatures against my earlier scan, I noted the absence of Maya, her mother, the estate cook, and the head stable master. Refraining from drawing immediate conclusions, I awaited the soldier's report. The infantryman halted, offering a formal salute to state that the 4 missing individuals had not yet reached the facility, though they were presumed en route. My brow furrowed. Of all personnel to remain unaccounted for, it was the specific individuals I had personally interacted with, and to whom I owed a minor debt for managing the kitten. Wasting no time, I deployed Watchful Eye directly above the storage facility. The Arcanum functioned as a stationary visual sensor, allowing me to toggle sensory perspective at will. Directing the optic vector toward the eastern sector, I strode directly back into the main compound, with Sir Tristan falling in a step behind me to handle any required escort details. Internal estate patrols remained active across intermediate sectors. Rather than massing entirely at the breach site, numerous units held their assigned positions at critical junctions, their attention fixed on the rising smoke. I systematically deployed additional Watchful Eye sensors at strategic choke points across the compound. The routine consumed substantial mana, but securing complete battlefield visibility was paramount. Each active eye maintained a passive drain, spiking in consumption whenever I accessed its direct feed, but real-time intelligence remained the single most critical asset in command operations. Upon placing the 8th sensor, my reserves dropped below 30%. Drawing a high-grade mana potion from my inventory, I consumed it without hesitation, watching my pool surge back to near capacity. With my sensory grid established, I commanded a comprehensive view of over half the estate grounds. To secure absolute coverage over the breach zones and locate the missing civilians, I resolved to achieve high-altitude observation. Deploying flight, I launched vertically into the sky, ascending far above the compound canopy. While flight maintained a significantly higher mana drain than combining levitate with vector wind arcanums, its velocity and maneuverability were vastly superior. Reaching operational altitude, I cast a master-level Watchful Eye sensor over the central axis, enhancing my vision to inspect the breach site. The outer stone wall had been completely shattered, where fewer than 100 house guardsmen were actively maintaining a defensive phalanx while earth mages attempted to raise a secondary stone barrier. A 5th explosion detonated directly at the breach, obliterating the newly raised stone barrier and allowing hostile forces to pour through the gap. The archers along the battlements had failed to detect the vanguard until contact was initiated. Moments later, a secondary detonation occurred 100 meters down the same wall, creating a second breach. Hostile infantry flooded through both openings, clad in featureless black cloaks and light armor, wielding spears, halberds, and arming swords. Evaluating their combat profiles through my enhanced optics, I noted the majority of the invading force exhibited low to moderate combat capabilities. A few matched the baseline of the house sentries, but the overall composition lacked elite units. The assault bore all the structural signatures of a secondary distraction vector designed to draw main force reserves away from primary targets. Determining the breach was not my operational concern. I redirected my search toward locating the missing staff. Across the compound, intermediate patrol units began shifting toward the breaches, though the majority maintained strict formation at their assigned posts under discipline. Utilizing mana sense in tandem with my elevated visual grid, I rapidly isolated Maya's distinct mana signature near the central garden. She was sprinting toward the storage facility alongside her mother and an additional housemaid, clear of any immediate hostiles. Descending rapidly from my altitude, I dropped my flight matrix and landed smoothly in the path of the advancing group. Maya showed zero surprise, stepping forward as if anticipating my arrival, while her mother and the maid halted in temporary shock. The adults executed formal bows upon recognizing me, with Maya following their lead shortly after while casting glances toward the top of my head. The kitten remained sound asleep, fully protected within a localized kinetic and acoustic barrier that isolated it from wind shear and structural movement throughout my high-speed flight maneuvers. Turning to lead the pace toward the storage facility, I instructed the group to follow. When Maya's mother nervously inquired whether the estate was under active attack, I offered a brief, flat confirmation. The woman continued pressing with anxious questions, to which I offered only vague, minimal responses while constantly cycling my perception through my network of active watchful eye sensors. At the eastern breaches, the house phalanx was holding, backed by heavy knights cutting through the lightly armored vanguard with minimal effort. Whether the Count's command staff recognized the assault as a calculated distraction was unclear, though the Count's baseline tactical intelligence suggested he had likely accounted for it. Approaching within 100 meters of the storage facility, a four-man patrol unit hailed us. Among them were Cole, the sentry from the lower courtyard, and Mikkel, the soldier involved in the prior dispute, operating without open friction. Cole and the patrol bowed, requesting tactical directives from me while casting anxious glances toward the breach side of the compound. I halted, reminding the sentry that I stood completely outside their line of command. Cole offered a hesitant explanation, noting that line officers had been absent for nearly an hour and the ongoing breach had left their unit without active directives. Mikkel attempted to interject, stating he had advised Cole against disturbing the noble, prompting a brief verbal argument between the two sentries. I ignored the exchange, but as Mikkel advanced 2 paces, I caught Maya's sudden movement in my peripheral vision. With every step Mikkel took forward, the girl executed a corresponding step backward, her hands trembling violently as her gaze remained locked on the soldier. Her mother noticed the sudden retreat, inquiring anxiously as to what was wrong. The girl continued backing away in absolute silence. My focus snapped to Mikkel. The soldier's right hand had dropped fluidly behind his lower back, continuing his forward stride until he was less than 2 paces away. As Mikkel closed the final distance, a hidden blade flashed from his grip, while a sharp scream tore through the morning air behind us. Sever! A severed, bloodied hand holding an arming dagger hit the stone path. With a sudden grimace, Michael's left hand reached for the long sword at his belt. Sever! The soldier's head detached clean from his shoulders, tumbling onto the dirt. The remaining sentries scrambled backward, eyes wide with horror, their fingers hovering over their hilts without daring to draw. They stared frozen at Michael's collapsing torso, then slowly shifted their gazes toward me. The metallic tang of fresh blood mingled with the sharp stench of voided bowels. Behind me, the sudden scream cut short after a few sharp gasps. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw Maya ducking behind her mother's skirts, peeking out cautiously from the folds of fabric. The sequence had executed in fractions of a second. While the covert strike carried zero potential to inflict fatal damage against my active defenses, absorbing a physical blade strike, and the associated neural pain, remained an unnecessary inconvenience. Mikkel had received a non-lethal warning via the initial severing arc. Pursuing the secondary draw was pure tactical incompetence. I stared down at the remains, muttering a brief insult regarding the soldiers' stupidity. The surrounding patrol backed away several more paces in absolute terror. Cole attempted to form a coherent explanation, his voice trembling as he tried to disavow any knowledge of Michael's intent, while the rest of his unit maintained silence. I raised a single hand, instantly cutting off all speech and movement. Extending a diagnostic scan to the corpse, I isolated a faint trace of active corruption clinging to the neural core. Deploying a low-yield fire arcanum, I incinerated the infected tissue instantly, prompting the patrol to retreat another step. Calling out to Maya, I simultaneously cast a localized illusion ward over the corpse to obscure the remains from her field of view. Hesitating briefly, the girl stepped forward to stand before me, offering a quiet greeting with her gaze lowered. I studied her frame for a moment, inquiring how she had anticipated the threat vector. She tilted her head toward the sky, feigning ignorance of what I meant. Her tremors had ceased, her demeanor returning to baseline, or as close to baseline as could be expected given the immediate violence. I tilted my head, offering a quiet, persistent look. Expressing hesitation, she paused as her mother stepped beside her, placing a hand on the girl's head while instructing her to answer me directly. Maya stared at the stone path, holding her silence for several seconds before muttering a brief reference to perceiving colors. Cycling through my active watchful eye network across the estate, I detected multiple new mana signatures breaching the outer perimeter works. A secondary cluster was actively closing in on the storage facility, holding the civilian gathering. Turning, I began marching directly toward the structure. Instructing her to provide the full breakdown shortly, I turned my gaze to Cole's unit, commanding them to form up and move with our group. My tone carried absolute authority. The sentries complied instantly, falling into escort formation. While holding zero desire to assume command of the Count's garrison, utilizing available infantry to reinforce the non-combatant perimeter was practical. The group covered the remaining distance in minutes, arriving at the storage facility staging area. The civilian mass was rapidly escalating into full panic. Panic staff were swarming the posted guard detail with frantic demands for intelligence, forcing the sentries onto the defensive. Ignoring the disruption, I swept mana sense across the adjacent wall line. Positioned beside 3 house archers, the spell registered 7 distinct, moving mana signatures. I observed Maya staring directly at the wall, specifically tracking 2 of the unseen signatures. She was actively registering their coordinates despite their use of high-tier optical concealment arcanums or cloaking artifacts. How she had isolated Michael's threat vector prior to any physical tell remained an open question. Mikkel had exhibited 0 baseline behavioral anomalies, subversion triggers, or physical tells right up until his draw movement. Yet Maya had initiated her retreat seconds before I had even calculated the trajectory. Refraining from immediate offensive action against the invisible hostiles, I kept my focus on the girl. She had referenced perceiving colors, a description that lacked a precise tactical framework. Across the battlements, the hidden hostiles split formation. Maya's eyes tracked the primary signature as it glided toward the nearest archer. Maintaining immediate spell trigger readiness, I allowed the target to advance. Multiple theoretical frameworks regarding her capability ran through my mind, though only a specialized, high-tier innate gift aligned with her visual tracking. The precise parameters of that gift, however, remained unmapped. As the cloaked hostile closed to within striking distance of the sentry, I executed my countermeasure. Deploying Mass Levitate across every non-allied mana signature along the wall, I instantly followed with a targeted vector wind spell, lifting all 7 invisible targets off the parapet and slamming them into the open ground between the wall and the storage building. Retrieving my focus staff, I raised my left hand. The hostiles floated helplessly in the open space. Channeling gravity, I applied a precisely calculated downward vector, just enough force to disable and anchor them without instantly crushing their physical frames into paste. The localized gravitational field slammed the 7 signatures into the stone path. Multiple cries of agony echoed across the clearing as their optical concealment wards failed, revealing the same featureless black attire and cloaks worn by the perimeter breach forces. Multiple gasps erupted from the civilian crowd behind me, which I disregarded completely. Advancing on the pinned hostiles, I formally demanded their operational objectives. The infiltrators remained flattened against the ground, their heads forced up barely enough to glare at me through their face coverings. I noted flatly that my interest in their master's campaign was non-existent, though my voice sharpened into a direct warning that continued interference with the estate staff or my immediate perimeter would result in absolute termination. The hostiles offered no verbal response. Increasing the mana flow into my gravity array, I forced their heads back down onto the stone. Before I could cast Binding Arcanums, I registered a sudden, massive influx of ambient mana collapsing into the central operative's chest cavity. The signature matched the overload sequence of the subterranean explosive device. Shrugging at their choice, I deployed a reinforced mana barrier around the entire cluster. The localized self-destruction sequence detonated a moment later, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. While their willingness to execute extreme self-denial protocols was noted, it offered zero tactical gain. Whether the breach attempt constituted a direct assault on my position or a standard operational self-purge to prevent intelligence capture was immaterial. I resolved to grant the Syndicate one final boundary warning before shifting to complete eradication. I returned to Maya as the contained explosion thudded muffled inside the barrier, the ground shaking lightly beneath our feet. The civilian crowd stumbled from the tremor, but my protective kinetic ward absorbed every drop of force, leaving the area undamaged. Extracting intelligence through standard interrogation was impossible without heavy mind arts, a vector likely protected against by secondary self-destruct triggers. The low-tier composition of the strike force suggested they possessed zero high-level strategic data regardless. Passing the surrounding crowd, I signaled Sir Tristan to manage the mounting civilian panic. The knight stepped forward immediately, establishing order among the staff. Cole's patrol remained posted on the outer edge, watching me with nervous reverence. Leaving them in position for the moment, I turned my full attention back to Maya to map her diagnostic perception. Stopping beside the girl, who remained attached to her mother's hand, I offered a mild smile and asked if she wished to hold the sleeping kitten. Maya looked at me, then raised her eyes to my head, where the kitten remained fast asleep. Protected within its isolated kinetic and acoustic sphere, the animal had slept through the high-speed flight, aerial drops, and explosions without stirring. Maya nodded with a shy, immediate smile. Dispelling the protective barrier, I carefully lifted the kitten from my hair and placed it into her hands. Crossing her arms to form a cradle, Maya settled the sleeping animal against her chest, her smile broadening. Bringing the focus back to operational matters, I informed her that I required precise, truthful answers to several diagnostic questions. Maya glanced at her mother, then back to me, before nodding slowly as she pet the kitten's fur. Crouching down to bring my eye line level with hers, I asked how she had identified the threat profile of the soldier. She explained simply that she perceived colors, falling silent immediately after. I pressed further, asking if she comprehended what those visual signatures actually represented. Continuing to stroke the kitten gently, she admitted to believing the signatures were mana, basing her conclusion on descriptions found in estate texts. I entered deep thought, inquiring what specific visual pattern manifested when she observed my location. Maya met my eyes, her gaze tracing subtle circular arcs around my frame as she described seeing bright, dense colors moving in continuous patterns around me. I nodded, then turned to Tristan behind me, ordering the knight to retrieve Saar. A minute later, Tristan returned with the battle mage. I gestured towards Saar, instructing Maya to describe the visual signature surrounding him. Maya looked at the mage, shaking her head and reporting complete clarity around his frame. Commanding Saar to execute a basic spell cast, the battle mage expressed brief surprise before bowing and raising his staff to chant a baseline driver formula. I ignored the spell execution entirely, watching Maya's eyes. The moment Saar began channeling, Her gaze locked onto his staff in the exact same manner she had tracked me. The mechanics were immediately clear. Ambient mana remained entirely invisible to standard perception until gathered or commanded via structural spell formulas. Because I maintained multiple passive arcanums and protective wards around my frame continuously, my mana was constantly in motion, making me visible to her at all times. Sar, carrying 0 active wards, remained invisible until he actively initiated a cast cycle. Mikkel had begun priming a hidden spell matrix or channeling internal mana seconds before drawing his blade, triggering her warning visual. It was a true innate gift. 0 conventional spells or artifacts provided passive, unassisted mana spectrum perception of that caliber. Dismissing Sar with brief thanks, I watched the mage bow and withdraw before turning my full focus back to the girl, asking under what exact conditions those visual signatures manifested. Maya pondered the question for a moment, explaining that with high-tier casters like me or the Count, the visual was constant, whereas with standard mages, she only perceived the flow when they actively channeled spells. My brow furrowed slightly. My initial model was incomplete. If she perceived mana surrounding me and the Count, even during non-casting intervals, it implied an internal leakage or baseline resonance signature unique to high-capacity mana pools. Though I maintained active spells almost continuously, I recalled previous interactions where no active matrices were deployed, yet her reaction suggested she still perceived something. Redirecting the inquiry, I asked for specific details regarding what she had perceived around Mikkel prior to his attack. Maya hesitated, her face contorting in visceral disgust as she described seeing a dark, rotten mist clinging around his core, accompanied by a repulsive sensation. I inquired whether she had ever observed a matching signature anywhere else on the estate grounds prior to this incident. She shook her head firmly. The implications were severe. The probability of her never encountering Mikkel across the estate prior to today was near 0. The dark mist had not been a permanent feature of his signature. The Syndicate possessed high-tier mind arts, capable of constructing deep sleeper assets. Individuals whose baseline memories were suppressed until triggered by an external spell or artifact signal. I had encountered sleeper networks in my previous life, and identifying them prior to activation was notoriously difficult. However, if the Syndicate's mind control matrices relied on underlying corrupted arcanums, the subversion process left a lingering residual decay. Maya's innate gift allowed her to perceive that specific corrupted signature the moment the latent sleeper matrix was triggered to channel mana. Maya resumed petting the kitten in silence. Shifting my tone into absolute seriousness, I instructed Maya to scan the entire gathered civilian staff to check if any other individual possessed a matching signature to the fallen soldier. Maya turned her head toward the crowd of non-combatants, her eyes scanning methodically from person to person across the gathering. Suddenly, her posture locked, her arm extended, pointing a single, steady finger directly into the center of the crowd. I followed the line of Maya's pointing hand, which targeted a cluster of 5 individuals among the civilian mass. Isolating the entire group via mass levitation lacked tactical precision, so I maintained focus on the cluster while inquiring which specific individual she was identifying. Maya immediately covered her nose with her extended hand, turning away in visceral discomfort while muttering in distress. I shifted my position to remain directly within her line of sight, keeping the targeted group framed in my background. When she complained that blocking her face failed to dispel the foul sensation, I cast Flowery Gift. The surrounding atmospheric odor shifted instantly, replacing the ambient stench with a dense, sweet floral aroma. The spell had originally been purchased by Aelint for Lucien's birthday months prior to our voyage toward the Demon Continent. Given Lucien's affinity for flora, I had been forced to master the Matrix at the time. Though initially annoyed by the requirement, the Arcanum had proven invaluable during our extended sea journey by neutralizing pervasive maritime foulness. Maya began drawing deep, rhythmic breaths, a faint expression of relief washing over her face. It took a minute for her distress to fully recede. The sleeping kitten had stirred during her sudden movements and was now meowing softly, looking back and forth between me and Maya as the girl resumed stroke patterns across its fur. Inquiring with wonder whether the shifting scent was magic, Maya received a calm nod from me, along with a quiet inquiry as to whether she approved of the result. She confirmed enthusiastically, stating that the floral aroma surpassed the estate gardens. Smiling mildly, I granted her a few moments of composure. The subverted asset within the crowd remained stationary, eliminating any need for rushed action. Monitoring the two active wall breaches via my visual grid, I noted the tactical situation remained static. The hostile syndicate continued throwing expendable light infantry against the house phalanx, holding their primary strategic objective in reserve. Refocusing the diagnostic inquiry, I requested the precise identity of the subverted individual. Maya identified the target as the man clad in the red shirt. Without turning my physical head to avoid alerting the asset, I brought up a localized watchful eye feed positioned above the storage structure. The optic feed isolated an individual wearing a red shirt and black trousers. The man was sweating profusely, though given the general state of panic gripping the surrounding non-combatants, the physical response was non-diagnostic. I noted it was my first time encountering the individual across the estate grounds. Inquiring whether she could scan the remainder of the crowd for additional compromised signatures, I observed Maya flinch and avoid eye contact, clearly reluctant to invite further sensory disgust. Extending my hand toward her, I noted that direct visual tracking was not strictly required. Maya continued to ignore the prompt while the kitten meowed with increasing urgency. Attempting a bribe, I offered to demonstrate several additional utility arcanums if she completed the diagnostic scan. She crossed her arms with a slight frown, forcing the kitten to dig its claws into her shirt to maintain balance. Recognizing the girl was resistant to standard leverage, I refined the proposal, agreeing to let her retain custody of the kitten until our eventual departure from the sector, along with demonstrating additional spell matrices. Maya's lips curled slightly before she offered a brief word of agreement and took my hand. I cast Share Vision, linking my visual feed to hers while routing the perspective through the elevated watchful eye sensor above the courtyard. From the high-altitude optic perspective, I observed Maya stagger slightly from the sudden spatial shift, nearly losing her footing until I stabilized her grip. Warning her to minimize physical movement to avoid spatial disorientation, I knew my neural processing could manage up to 4 simultaneous visual feeds alongside baseline vision, but forcing high-bandwidth visual processing onto an untrained subject would trigger severe neural migraines. Directing her focus via the shared feed, I asked if she could isolate the dark residual mist surrounding the individual in red. Staring upward through the spell link, Maya expressed surprise at the sensory sensation of hovering in midair while simultaneously hearing my voice from the ground beside her. She continued detailing the strange spatial displacement until I firmly instructed her to focus on the target objective. Confirming she isolated the dark mist around the red shirt asset, she happily noted that the shared visual link bypassed her sense of smell entirely. Acknowledging her performance, I instructed her to sweep the remainder of the civilian crowd through the optic feed to verify if any secondary compromised cores existed. After a brief scan, Maya confirmed that no other individual within the gathering carried the corrupted signature. I nodded, releasing her hand to terminate the spell link. Maya experienced a brief spell of dizziness upon returning to her baseline site, though she quickly stabilized herself and declared the experience remarkable. I offered a subtle wink in response, before turning to instruct Sir Tristan to assume personal security detail over Maya. The knight stepped into position beside the girl, his right hand settling firmly over the hilt of his sword. I turned my attention to the civilian gathering. The staff were visibly terrified, casting frantic glances back and forth between the scorch mark left by the earlier mana detonation and my position. I evaluated their emotional state with pragmatic detachment. Proximity to a high-yield mana detonation was a severe trauma trigger for non-combatants, making their operational discipline surprisingly resilient under the circumstances. Desiring to prevent further panic, I cast a targeted illusion ward over the crowd's vision. Within the illusion matrix, the civilians perceived the man in the red shirt walking casually away to consult with a perimeter sentry before moving deeper into the estate grounds, while I appeared to remain standing motionless near Maya. In physical reality, I deployed a kinetic field to lift the subverted asset off the ground, levitating both the asset and myself upward and away from the facility. The asset began struggling violently within the kinetic bubble, prompting me to cast Paralyze. The man's motor functions slowed immediately, but before the paralytic matrix could fully lock his nervous system, a thick, white foam erupted from his mouth. I pulled the body closer, immediately channeling Analyze. The diagnostic interface returned an identification tag for Lifebane, marking the threat level as extreme. The nomenclature carried zero contextual meaning in my tactical database. Channeling the diagnostic mana deeper into the target's internal pathways, I observed the target's life force undergoing rapid necrotic degradation, consuming itself as his metabolic system suffered systemic failure. The fast-acting neurotoxin was exceptionally aggressive. Before the spell sequence concluded, the asset was dead, the target's life signs extinguishing in under 10 seconds. Inspecting the remains for secondary triggers, I was interrupted by my passive mana sense, which registered a massive cluster of high-tier mana signatures advancing from beyond the outer wall boundary. The contact report indicated over 30 hostiles, with the leading units exhibiting energy signatures comparable to Sir William's baseline power level. Deploying a local containment barrier around the corpse, I incinerated the remains with a high-heat purple flame, eliminating potential airborne biochemical or toxic contamination. Accessing the primary watchful I positioned at maximum altitude over the estate center, I re-evaluated the breach sites. The frontline engagement remained unchanged, with house forces holding the perimeter against light infantry. I evaluated whether the breach assault had functioned purely as a containment distraction to draw primary house defense reserves away from the outer flank. Holding zero inclination to abandon my current sector, I deployed a localized acoustic isolation barrier around the primary storage facility, severing all external combat sound from reaching the civilians inside to preserve operational order. With Sir Tristan assigned to protect Maya and the kitten within the storage perimeter, I ascended vertically above the outer stone wall, positioning myself directly along the flight path of the advancing hostile force to await their arrival. As the incoming mana signatures closed the distance, I evaluated my ongoing difficulty in accurately sizing up the operational power of combatants in this realm. Throughout my time here, direct mana capacity measurements frequently failed to reflect true combat lethality, as battle experience, specialized techniques, auxiliary tools, and spell efficiency carried far greater weight in high-tier engagements than sheer pool volume. Yet the variance in this realm consistently diverged from my historic metrics. Glancing down at the house archers posted along my section of the battlements, I noted they remained entirely fixed on the illusion matrix operating in the courtyard, completely oblivious to the 30 high-tier signatures closing on their position. I clicked my tongue in mild annoyance at their lack of situational awareness. Their survival was secured purely through proximity to my self-assigned civilian protection zone. Under my operational logic, zero collateral damage would be permitted within my immediate perimeter. Any hostile unit attempting to violate that boundary would simply suffer complete elimination. The advancing mana signatures decelerated rapidly, halting approximately 50 meters short of the outer wall line. I tracked their precise coordinates via mana sense while continuing to monitor the wider estate grounds through my distributed visual sensors. Neither the Count nor Edouard had exited their respective manors, though communication couriers maintained a continuous loop between both command centers. Over at the primary breach points, the frontline infantry assault had collapsed, leaving the remaining hostile mages to systematically incinerate the corpses of their own fallen troops rather than press the assault. While curious about the deliberate corpse-burning protocol, I refused to vacate my assigned sector during active siege operations. Frowning, I held my position above the wall. The cloaked hostiles exited the tree line, advancing at high velocity toward the stone base. Mana Sense registered an explosive core payload carried by the vanguard, indicating an intent to breach my specific wall sector. Though protected by optical invisibility arcanums, their mana signatures remained fully exposed to my diagnostic scan. Enhancing my voice with a targeted acoustic spell while simultaneously casting a kinetic reinforcement ward over the battlement archers, I announced that their approach had reached the absolute limit of my designated zone. The invisible hostiles froze in their tracks 50 meters out, their focus shifting directly to my hovering position in the sky. I chuckled lightly, remarking openly that their optical cloaking was completely ineffective against my vision. The hostiles shifted their stance slightly, maintaining absolute silence without altering their coordinates. I noted flatly that the immediate wall section and internal storage perimeter stood under my personal protection, advising them that the non-combatants inside had zero connection to the ongoing siege. Scratching the back of my neck, I formally suggested they divert their strike force to an alternate sector of the estate to pursue their objectives. The hostile unit remained motionless, exchanging subtle shifts in posture that ManaSense mapped as nonverbal communication. I added a cold secondary warning, advising them that proceeding with an intentional provocation would yield severe consequences. The force offered zero response, maintaining absolute static positioning. I monitored my external visual grid as another minute elapsed. Across distant sectors of the estate, house archers manning the battlements suddenly began collapsing from posted positions, first near the main gate, then sequentially along adjacent wall sections. The archers positioned under my direct protection remained completely untouched. Before I could run a full diagnostic on the sudden silent casualties along the distant battlements, the 30 invisible signatures tracked by my ManaSense suddenly broke formation, accelerating directly toward my airborne position. My brow furrowed at the sudden escalation. Evaluating a 30-to-1 engagement, I noted the complete lack of tactical balance. I grinned as one of the cloaked hostiles activated a movement technique, launching vertically from the ground at high velocity straight toward my airborne position. The maneuver was not true flight. The enemy relied purely on initial kinetic momentum to bridge the gap, intending to reach my coordinates within seconds. Swinging my focus staff toward the advancing target, I cast Mana Burst. The resulting pulse of raw force struck the airborne hostile mid-flight, driving him backward. The impact launched the operative through a line of half a dozen trees before his momentum broke, leaving a trail of collapsed timber and churned earth in his wake. I suspected I heard a faint groan of pain, though the distance rendered audio tracking unreliable. Enhancing my visual spectrum, I observed the operative slumped against a broken trunk, his left arm struggling to raise a small object toward his mouth. The remaining hostiles froze in position, staring at the sudden displacement. Ignoring the main group, I maintained visual tracking on the injured operative, who had produced a glass vial filled with a swirling red liquid. Retrieving an ornamental ceramic teacup from my spatial storage, an item selected purely for its aesthetic value, I cast Swap. The teacup instantly vanished from my grip, replaced by the hostile's high-purity health potion, while the operative brought the empty ceramic vessel to his lips. Inspecting the stolen vial, I evaluated its purity at just over 70%, below the absolute purity found in dungeon drops, yet comparable to high-grade player crafts and exceptionally valuable for liquid liquidation. Below, the teacup slipped from the operative's fingers, shattering against a rock. Shrugging off the loss of a single cup from the set, I turned my focus back to the primary hostile force, which was actively shifting into offensive vectors. Enhancing my voice with an acoustic amplifier, I offered a final warning for their immediate withdrawal. Providing multiple opportunities for retreat ran counter to my standard operational parameters, but granting excessive tactical assistance to Edward held zero appeal. Eliminating 30 high-tier operatives would inflict disproportionate damage on the Syndicate's local forces, which likely possessed limited reserves of that caliber. Isolating 3, possibly 4, hostile casters within the group, I noted they had already deployed their staves and commenced silent driver chants. Upon receiving zero indication of retreat, the frontline warriors activated movement skills, surging forward to breach the outer stone wall with a specialized kinetic demolition artifact. Frowning at their operational choices, I lifted my focus staff. While the impending engagement presented minor tactical variables given their individual energy output and numbers, numerical disadvantage was a familiar operational state. Releasing all auxiliary visual feeds from my neural buffer, I concentrated exclusively on my baseline sight and localized ManaSense. The frontline warriors maintained active optical cloaking, leaving only the chanting mages exposed at the rear. Exploiting their rigid defensive spread, I deployed Blink, instantly repositioning laterally away from the advancing warriors before executing 2 rapid follow-up casts. I materialized directly in the center of the hostile spellcasters, just as their driver formulas reached finalization. Sever. An invisible crescent of spatial cutting mana surged toward the nearest mage. Before the arc could sever his neck, an automated dark barrier deployed from a necklace artifact around the man's throat. The barrier shattered on contact, absorbing enough kinetic force for the mage to stumble sideways, suffering only a minor laceration that interrupted his spell cast. The remaining 2 mages, however, finalized their matrices. At my previous coordinates, a cage of warped, dark mana collapsed inward. Evaluating the structure via mana sense while advancing on the injured caster, I noted a structural weakness along one face where the interrupted 3rd mage should have reinforced the link. Though powerful enough to hold standard combatants for several seconds, the construct posed minimal threat to my mobility, though any delay in high-density combat remained inefficient. Gravity. I deployed a localized gravitational field over the 2 active mages while launching a double sever arc toward the injured target. The necklace artifact deployed its secondary buffer, but failed to absorb the continuous output, allowing the cutting arc to pass cleanly through the caster's neck. With the frontline warriors reversing direction to collapse on my position, I maintained a high-tempo assault. The active gravity array pinned the 2 remaining mages to the dirt, rapidly draining the internal power reserves of their automated defense artifacts through continuous pressure. Bypassing further spell casts to conserve time, I used Blink to step directly beside the operative I had initially launched into the Treeline. The man remained barely conscious, his fingers clutching a second health potion. Crouching smoothly, I confiscated the vial in his spatial storage before executing a point-blank sever arc to eliminate the target. 10 cloaked warriors rushed my immediate location while the remainder established a perimeter guard around the core mages, attempting to lock down my Blink landing zones. I evaluated their tactical adjustment as suboptimal. By isolating their units in static defensive positions, they had merely presented me with separated targets. Monitoring their cast cycles, I noted the mages had resumed driver chance while the guards maintained fixed visual vectors on my position. The requirement for extended vocal casting presented a severe vulnerability in high-speed engagements, allowing me to execute multiple kill sequences within a single spell formulation window. Observing the spacing of the outer warriors, I noted that while each operative maintained mutual cover lines with adjacent allies, a setup effective against standard casters, it offered 0 defense against instantaneous point-to-point repositioning. Deploying Blink, I materialized directly in front of an outer warrior, swinging my staff with a synchronized mana burst. The kinetic detonation slammed the operative into the earth with a heavy impact, breaking structural bones instantly. Delivering a secondary strike to confirm the kill, I executed Blink again to retreat to the wall base. With 3 high-tier operatives confirmed dead, the hostile group halted their push, holding positions while exchanging short-range mana signals to re-evaluate their command structure. The surrounding warriors showed visible hesitation, while the remaining mages suspended their vocal chants to pull back within the guard circle. A full minute passed without aggressive movement or retreat from either force. Recognizing that an extended stalemate risked exposing the civilian storage facility to secondary strike teams, I evaluated my remaining mana pool, which had dropped to 50% capacity, and set a threshold to consume a mana restoration potion once it hit 30%. While deploying Calamity would resolve the entire engagement instantaneously, invoking an Archmage tier composite spell would induce heavy physical exhaustion, an unacceptable state while the estate conflict remained active. The baseline architecture of Calamity required the simultaneous integration of 4 distinct high-tier elements, each equivalent to an advanced master-level spell. While necessary against corrupted generals, using such output against light infantry was an inefficient expenditure of force. Instead, I selected the modified flame component of the matrix, an advanced variant of Inferno. Casting Quicksand, I converted the terrain beneath the mages and their guard detail into dense mud, locking their physical movement. Raising my staff, I executed Bigger Inferno, manifesting a massive vortex of purple fire directly above the trapped cluster. The heat output triggered the immediate activation of all automated barrier artifacts within the area. Two guards lacking protective artifacts caught fire instantly as their gear ignited from ambient thermal output. I brought my staff down in a sharp vector, driving the purple vortex onto the group. The combined defensive barriers collapsed within seconds under the intense thermal pressure, incinerating the trapped operatives before the vortex consumed the target area completely. The surrounding outer hostiles broke formation immediately, fleeing toward the nearest forest cover. Consuming a mana restoration potion, I executed Blink, appearing beside the nearest fleeing warrior as my staff descended. The operative raised his arming sword to parry, but the force smashed through the guard, driving him into the soil before a follow-up Sever arc finished the sequence. Chaining sequential Blink maneuvers across the fleeing vectors, I systematically eliminated the retreating units one by one. When the engagement concluded, only 7 of the original 30 operatives managed to break spatial line of sight and escape into the deep forest. Ascending vertically into the sky, I surveyed the aftermath. The local forest sector had been stripped of vegetation, the central impact crater fused into glowing glass from the high-heat purple flame array, while the surrounding terrain was heavily pitted from multiple mana burst detonations. Breathing in the heavy atmospheric air, I noted a dense metallic bitterness mixed with burnt timber, finding the scent thoroughly unpleasant. Muttering a flat observation regarding the unnecessary level of environmental destruction required to clear the vector, I recognized that precise, localized elimination would have consumed excessive operational time. Glancing in the direction of the surviving escapees, I opted against pursuing the remnants. The tactical objective of demonstrating absolute area denial over my assigned sector had been achieved. Any surviving assets would report that the western estate boundary carried guaranteed lethal consequences for further invasion attempts. Turning back toward the civilian storage structure, I deployed a wide-area ice arcanum to extinguish the lingering forest fires below. Across the wider estate, heavy combat had escalated significantly as secondary strike units breached outer lines. Standard guardsmen were executing tactical retreats while the estate's heavy knights and defensive mages engaged high-tier hostile combatants directly. Monitoring my elevated watchful eye sensors positioned above the main manors, I observed both the Count and Edward exiting their respective strongholds accompanied by elite knight retinues. The primary conflict had officially entered its main phase. I stood a few meters away from the non-combatant gathering, having dispelled my initial visual trickery to deploy a fresh illusion matrix over the sector. The new wards systematically masked the plumes of smoke rising beyond the outer wall, while an auxiliary wind arcanum diverted ambient battle stench away from the storage building. Maintaining emotional calm among the civilians remained vital to prevent panicked retreats across active operational zones. Observing the posted patrol remaining at a distance in visible terror, I strode toward them to enforce basic guard discipline, while maintaining primary focus on the distributed visual feeds provided by my watchful eye network. At the primary breach, the Count maintained a stationary position several meters behind the front line, hands clasped behind his back, while his heavy knight detachment engaged the vanguard. The initial clash had devolved into a tactical stalemate, with house forces holding a slight positional advantage. Simultaneously, Edward was advancing toward the secondary and tertiary breach points, splitting his command to reinforce adjacent sectors. Engagements across those vectors similarly stabilized into balanced stalemates, with neither side securing a decisive push. At the center of the estate near the primary manor, standard infantry units had executed a clean tactical retreat, actively fortifying the central courtyard for siege operations. Structural choke points were being systematically barricaded or reinforced, while archer detachments took up elevated firing positions atop rooflines, supported by continuous ammunition resupply details. Auxiliaries were actively deploying heavy defense artifacts across the perimeter, an installation process I noted without deeper tactical analysis before redirecting my visual grid elsewhere. Cole and his patrol detail watched my approach with visible apprehension, though their posture appeared far more composed than during our initial encounter. Halting a few paces short of the unit, I stowed my focus staff into spatial storage. Cole relaxed his grip on his sword hilt slightly, initiating a nervous explanation regarding his unit's absolute lack of involvement with Michael's subversion. I permitted the sentry to complete his rambling account while continuously monitoring active combat feeds across the estate. Upon Cole's finish, I offered a single, flat confirmation. Cole paused mid-breath, expressing confusion at my pre-existing awareness. I offered a brief nod before issuing direct operational orders, instructing the patrol to maintain total perimeter security over the civilian facility and report any physical anomalies immediately. The patrol detail bowed in unison, confirming their instructions as I turned my attention back to my sensory grid. Tactical shifts were developing across the first two breach points. The hostile vanguard altered their engagement profile, deliberately ceding ground to draw the House Knights forward step by step, a spatial movement signaling an imminent secondary trap. Monitoring the Count and Edouard, I observed the Count issue a sharp verbal directive, prompting his heavy knights to execute a controlled two-step retreat. Concurrently, Edouard reached the secondary breach, drawing his long sword to join the front line directly. The moment Edouard stepped into the breach, multiple high-tier hostile operatives converged on his position. Edouard initiated an immediate counteroffensive, moving at velocities that exceeded the tracking capabilities of the elevated watchful eye sensors. The hostile force displayed exceptional speed, yet lagged behind Edouard's operational pace. I tracked the engagement as a blurred whirlwind of high-speed sword maneuvers. Edouard's baseline combat output comfortably exceeded every combatant observed in this realm thus far, excluding the corrupted general. Hostile operatives fell in rapid sequence, though two cloaked combatants managed to maintain spatial parity with his movements. The remaining surviving invaders disengaged from Edouard, redirecting their assault against the surrounding House Knights as a secondary wave of 12 operatives flooded through the wall gap. Though numerical superiority briefly forced the Knights onto the defensive, Edouard periodically intervened with high-speed skill applications to stabilize failing points along the line. Refocusing on the Count's sector, I noted the noble remained static, issuing periodic tactical adjustments. House Knights forced the baiting hostiles back into close-quarters engagement, neutralizing their planned spatial maneuver entirely. Sudden kinetic shockwaves rattled the sector as high-yield acoustic detonations thundered across the estate grounds. Accessing local watchful eye sensors, I registered 3 new breaches opening along my immediate section of the outer wall, 2 positioned at distant outer margins, and 1 detonating directly adjacent to the main estate structures. Over 35 high-tier operatives flooded through the new wall openings, each displaying combat signatures matching elite House Knights. The 20 knights stationed along that sector were rapidly overwhelmed by numerical superiority. Securing the wall gaps, the hostile force split into 3 operational groups. The central unit engaged the retreating House Knights, driving them back toward the building lines with minimal resistance. The remaining 2 hostile groups detached from the breach, advancing simultaneously along both flanks toward my location. Recognizing the tactical split, several House Knights attempted to break engagement to intercept the flanking columns, but were instantly forced back into defensive positions by the central hostile group. Evaluating their vector toward the storage facility, I noted that any approach violating my immediate defensive zone would meet absolute elimination without secondary warnings. Expanding mana sense across the entire sector, I prepared my spell array for high-density combat, anticipating the arrival of the enemy's main strategic force. Scanning the civilian position, I verified the majority remained gathered in front of the storage building, with a small group seeking shelter inside, an arrangement that simplified area defense protocols. Minor subgroups had drifted toward the outer margins of the facility, though a quick visual check with Maya and an acoustic boost confirmed 0 subversion signatures among them. The peripheral groups were merely debating escape routes or voicing panic theories regarding their potential use as tactical bait by estate leadership. I ignored the chatter completely, knowing panic civilians frequently fixated on catastrophic theories to process extreme stress. Leaving their management to the posted guard detail, I maintained sensory tracking over their positions while monitoring wider battlefield developments. House forces were securing the primary breach, while Edouard was nearing total clear-out of his assigned sector. I evaluated the Syndicate's strategy with mild confusion. Sacrificing high-tier assets and continuous frontal charges against fortified positions lacked clear tactical logic, unless the assault served entirely as a diagnostic probe to map estate defenses or bait out key leaders. While casualties were mounting on both sides, my personal body count of elite hostiles already exceeded the total kills recorded by the Count's entire garrison. Frowning at the realization that my defensive actions were providing significant tactical relief to Edouard despite my preference for neutrality, I noted my growing irritation with the Syndicate's continuous boundary violations. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath as mana sense registered the dual flanking columns closing in on my coordinates. Several leading signatures within the approaching groups displayed energy outputs exceeding the operatives I had eliminated outside the wall. Across the distant sectors, enemy mages began launching ranged spell barges from beyond the broken wall lines, targeting the house phalanx. Estate mages responded by deploying heavy defensive barriers over the knights while launching counter-artillery strikes against the opposing spellcasters, saturating the atmosphere with a dense stench of ozone. Deploying flight, I launched into the air to intercept the primary flanking group before their arrival could trigger wide-scale panic at the storage facility. The leading group comprised 4 high-tier warriors, with one exhibiting advanced power metrics. Upon spotting my airborne approach, the unit halted instantly, shifting into offensive battle stances. Enhancing my voice with acoustic mana, I delivered a flat, resonant ultimatum, instructing them to clear the sector immediately or face execution. The 4 warriors ignored the warning, initiating movement skills to close the distance. I observed their choice with quiet annoyance. Despite openly radiating my full operational mana pressure, an aura projection engineered to convey guaranteed mortality to potential hostile entities, the unit pressed forward without hesitation. Recognizing their complete immunity to natural self-preservation instincts, I muttered a brief curse, identifying the presence of high-tier mind control matrices driving the Syndicate's personnel. Retrieving my focus staff from spatial storage, I deployed gravity directly over the advancing warriors, ramping up mana flow to freeze their physical movement mid-stride. Executing a rapid sequence, I launched paired sever arcs toward each target. Defensive barrier artifacts absorbed the initial cutting waves on 3 of the warriors before the secondary arcs passed through their necks, eliminating the unit in seconds. Turning mid-air, I flew at high speed back toward the storage facility to intercept the second flanking column. Just as I reached the facility perimeter, my passive spatial awareness triggered an extreme hazard alert. An immense volume of pure, highly refined mana was rapidly condensing atop the battlements a few meters away, exhibiting a purity level matching an archmage. Driven purely by high-intensity combat reflex, I channeled a structural mana barrier surrounding my form, immediately layering every auxiliary defensive matrix in my active memory pool before committing to a max-velocity dive toward the earth below. The condensing energy signature behind me shifted abruptly from dense mana into high-yield destruction. Refusing to delay for diagnostic analysis, I raised a continuous earth wall barrier along my descent vector while flooding raw output into my defensive arrays, prioritizing the core mana barrier. The ambient atmosphere ignited into a superheated thermal front. Structural reality shattered as the local sector erupted into a concentrated vortex of purple energy, rendering the very air I inhaled scorching and volatile. The impact hit with catastrophic force. I screamed as the spatial concussion collapsed my outer defenses in rapid succession. Structural matrices failed systematically under the thermal overload until only my primary mana barrier remained, rapidly draining my reserves as I continuously injected mana to prevent full kinetic breakthrough. The primary explosion subsided within seconds, leaving me standing at the epicenter of a freshly excavated, pitch-black crater. Executing an instantaneous blink, I repositioned to maximum spatial distance from the thermal zone, chaining a secondary maximum range blink to put 100 meters of buffer between myself and the destroyed battlement line before drawing a deep breath. Surveying the high wall, I isolated the caster, a woman standing atop the stone ruins with a cold, manic expression. She wore standard syndicate operational robes, though modified with shortened sleeves and tailored knee-length cuts, displaying zero attempt to conceal her facial features. While her physical appearance suggested a woman in her late 20s, I evaluated her combat output as mathematically impossible for that age demographic within local power scaling. I retrieved my focus staff from spatial storage, acknowledging that the caster's raw output matched the elite combatants of my former life. She possessed extreme lethality. Noticing she maintained a static posture rather than instantly pursuing, I seized the operational pause to consume a high-purity mana restoration potion while routing dual visual feeds to monitor the primary battle sites surrounding Edward and the Count. During the brief structural explosion, secondary strike teams had simultaneously engaged both commanders. Isolating the Count's feed, I observed the noble actively engaging a warrior-mage pair. Diagnostic evaluation confirmed both hostiles were operating at Archmage tier capacity. Desiring deeper tactical observation of the Count's combat methods, I nevertheless redirected my visual grid to evaluate Edward's sector. Edward had been forced onto the total defensive by a single Archmage-level warrior, retreating while two elite House Knights attempted to assist his parrying lines. Returning full focus to my immediate threat, I observed the female Archmage maintaining her manic gaze. Simultaneously, 7 high-tier hostiles were advancing directly on the civilian storage building. Evaluating the civilian threat vector, I calculated that attempting an immediate physical retreat toward the non-combatant structure would draw an active Archmage into their operational perimeter, guaranteeing total collateral casualties. Determining whether Sir Tristan's small detachment could hold the civilian perimeter against 7 elite hostiles yielded low probability metrics, yet 0 alternative tactical branches existed. I resolved to engage and disable the Archmage short range before executing a high-speed reposition to intercept the storage unit breach force. Casting a targeted regenerative healing arc over my heat-damaged vocal tracts, I launched a sequence of sever arcs toward the battlements, immediately ascending to higher altitude while firing continuous follow-up spatial blades to test her baseline kinetic barriers. The cutting arcs struck her active barrier grid without causing structural degradation, dissolving instantly on contact. Recognizing that standard master-tier offensive spellcraft held 0 effectiveness against her active shields, I noted the necessity for non-conventional spell vectors. The female caster chuckled loudly as the spatial blades failed. Raising her right hand, she summoned a focus staff crafted from dark timber, capped by a deep crimson mana crystal. As the crystal ignited, a massive vortex of purple fire, exceeding the volume of a transport carriage, condensed instantly and launched along my flight path. Prioritizing kinetic evasion over barrier absorption, I executed a sharp lateral dive. The fireball closed the spatial gap at extreme velocity, threatening to engulf my trajectory. Injected mana flooded my flight array and structural shield to force maximum kinetic acceleration. The thermal boundary of the fireball grazed my left-hand shield, scorching the spatial barrier and allowing intense heat to bleed through. Groaning from the thermal damage, I glanced at my left arm to find heavily blistered tissue. Casting an immediate regenerative matrix to repair my scorched skin and counter the internal thermal inhalation, I veered sharply to dodge a secondary incoming fireball. The hostile Archmage was casually deploying high-yield thermal arrays without treating me as a primary threat, using carriage scale spells purely as baseline suppression tactics. Evading continuous fireball trajectories while executing rapid, localized healing cycles, I used the caster's relaxed tempo to reassess the wider battlefield. The Count was maintaining a surprisingly stable defensive line, suffering only minor surface lacerations while holding ground against dual Archmage-tier opponents. I chugged an additional mana restoration potion as my mana barrier continuous drain hit critical thresholds. Visual feeds showed the Count wielding a specialized focus staff, manifesting several hundred condensed ice spears around his position before driving the entire volley downward toward the enemy warrior. While the warrior executed high-speed parrying maneuvers to evade the ice barrage, the secondary enemy mage launched concentrated dark matter projectiles to suppress the Count's casting cycle. I noted that 0 combatants at the Archmage level utilized vocal chanting drivers, confirming instantaneous matrix construction within local high-tier combat. Checking Edouard's coordinates, I observed the commander and his two remaining knights continuing to maintain a tight parry formation against their assigned archmage opponent. Meanwhile, expanded mana sense scans across the entire estate perimeter failed to locate the Count's head butler, marking a complete spatial absence. Focusing back on my immediate sector, I noted the 7 hostile operatives were seconds away from breaching the storage facility perimeter. Sir Tristan and his posted guard detail would have to hold the point until I resolved my immediate engagement. Halting my evasion vector, I locked eyes on the female archmage as she condensed another high-yield fireball. I held absolute spatial positioning as the thermal sphere closed the gap, allowing the atmospheric heat to blister my skin surface without executing a defensive movement. Waiting for absolute proximity. 2 meters, 1 meter. Blink. Materializing directly beneath the ruined stone wall, directly below her standing position. I drove my focus staff upward and cast a maximum output mana burst, instantly destabilizing the structural foundations of the stone battlement before executing an immediate secondary blink outward. The hit wall section collapsed violently, dragging the archmage down into the falling stone debris. Instantly deploying Bigger Inferno over the collapse zone to force continuous thermal pressure, I activated flight, accelerating at maximum velocity back toward the civilian storage structure. I estimated a 4-second window to eliminate the 7 approaching hostiles before the archmage cleared the rubble and resumed pursuit. Accessing the local watchful eye position directly above the storage facility, I evaluated the tactical drop zone. The 7 hostile operatives were closing fast, while Sir Tristan, the secondary knight, and Cole's guard detail established a defensive line. However, total panic had broken out among the civilians gathered out front. A dozen non-combatants had broken formation and were fleeing directly along the path leading toward me and the active combustion zone. Amplifying my voice to order their immediate retreat, I suddenly registered an extreme kinetic spike collapsing directly above my flight vector. A crushing spatial impact slammed into my back, breaking my flight momentum and sending me plummeting into the dirt below, just as the perimeter defense line collided with the hostile strike team. I opened my eyes to an obscuring cloud of stone dust. Pain flared across my musculature, a physical consequence of being driven into the earth at high velocity. Recognizing the extreme temporal constraints of the engagement, I forced my body upward, vaulting laterally just as a secondary kinetic strike detonated against the spot I had occupied a fraction of a second prior. I maintained maximum acceleration without looking back, halting only after establishing sufficient spatial buffer within the adjacent estate gardens. Turning to face my pursuer, I observed the female archmage hovering above my previous position. Her manic amusement had dissolved, replaced by absolute, livid fury. The preliminary phase of the engagement had concluded. She was no longer holding back. I let out a low chuckle, settling into a wide stance amidst the garden pathways. Running yielded 0 tactical value. The engagement required immediate resolution to permit a rapid repositioning toward the storage facility. Cracking my neck, I locked eyes with the floating archmage, a cold, focused grin spreading across my face. The battle against the corrupted general in the dungeon had represented a sub-archmage benchmark. Evaluating combatants at or above the archmage threshold possessed minimal structural precision. The 12-tier theoretical framework developed by high-tier arcanists in my previous world relied largely on educated estimations based on peak mana manipulation. Across recorded history in my former realm, 0 individuals had ever achieved the absolute ceiling of that theoretical scale. Assessing her current energy output, I categorized her at Tier 1, possibly Tier 2, of that ancient 12-tier framework. She stood merely at the outer threshold of true archmage capacity. Raising my focus staff, I cast Wind Spell, the second foundational component of the Calamity Matrix. The surrounding air darkened instantly as atmospheric pressure compressed within a localized vector. The spell manipulated localized air currents, converting atmospheric volume into high-density kinetic blades combined with extreme barometric compression. The resulting pressure wave caught the hovering archmage midair, hurling her backward through the stone wall line like a ragdoll and carving a massive structural breach through the masonry. The spell delivered maximum kinetic transfer against airborne targets, Maintaining an ungrounded posture within my casting range represented a clear tactical error. Though her active defensive barriers absorbed the core lethal output, elemental spellcraft naturally achieved far higher physical interaction with local environments than abstract spatial or void aspect matrices. Routing a brief visual query through the watchful eye stationed above the storage facility, I evaluated the defensive line. Sir Tristan and the secondary knight were sustaining severe lacerations while maintaining a desperate parrying bottleneck against 7 elite hostiles, buying perhaps several seconds of functional operational time. Deploying flight with maximum mana injection, I launched vertically above the ruined wall line before casting Earth Create, manifesting a massive stone monolith high in the upper atmosphere. Flicking my staff, I accelerated the kinetic descent of the monolith while simultaneously executing Earth Transform to dismantle the underlying structural wall, stripping away her local cover. The stone monolith crashed into her position just as she regained her footing. The kinetic impact collapsed the surrounding battlement framework, shattering stone into high-velocity shrapnel and obscuring the strike zone under pulverized dust. Maintaining continuous tactical suppression, I generated a secondary volley of stone monoliths, driving them directly into the impact point. Following up with water creation, I flooded the rubble-filled crater before executing Ice Transform to encase the entire crash site in a dense glacier, locking the matrix with Environment Enhance. Accelerating toward the civilian storage structure via flight, I recognized the ice construct represented a temporary containment measure. The maneuver was designed purely to purchase operational time, to clear the storage perimeter before resuming the duel. Forced attrition against her superior barrier output remained my primary viable vector, as deploying high-tier spatial domain erasures carried extreme physical exhaustion penalties that would leave both myself and the non-combatants vulnerable to secondary strike teams. Beyond standard domain erasures, a final spell vector existed within my repertoire, a branch of ancient restoration magic originally developed strictly to preserve life, which could be inverted with absolute lethality. Throughout my previous life, I had restricted its application to scenarios where extreme civilian collateral casualties were otherwise guaranteed, justifying the inversion purely through net life preservation. Dismissing the historical reflection, I focused on the 5-second flight window separating my position from the storage building. Through the local watchful eye, I processed the tactical status at the facility. Standard guardsmen had fallen back behind a secondary perimeter line, tending to heavily wounded personnel. Sar, the fire mage, had taken up an elevated position atop the roof structure, executing an extended driver chant. Sir Tristan and Sir Elliot maintained a brutal forward bottleneck, deliberately absorbing physical lacerations to arrest the hostile's spatial momentum. Finishing his chant, Sar released a continuous wall of high-heat flame directly between the knights and the attackers, forcing a temporary reset in the hostile's approach vector as the knights fell back to reset their lines. Retrieving another mana potion from spatial storage to maintain reserves above 50%, I unstoppered the vial. Before the liquid reached my lips, an intense thermal sensation hit my lower abdomen, followed immediately by an extreme backward kinetic drag. The sudden spatial acceleration drove the air from my lungs as a violent tearing sensation expanded across my midsection. Within a fraction of a second, my flight vector was completely reversed, dragging me at high velocity away from the storage building. A specialized void aspect tether had breached my outer mana barrier, hooking into my lower abdominal matrix. The moment the spatial line reached maximum extension, the kinetic tension violently yanked me backward. The force shattered my grip on the potion vial and broke my flight matrix. Reestablishing kinetic control mid-air, I stabilized my descent while casting an immediate localized sever arc directly across the invisible tether. The structural pressure vanished instantly. Applying a rapid restoration arc over my abdominal tissues to clear the localized trauma, I observed the distant storage facility through my secondary optic feed. Sir Elliot had suffered the total loss of his right hand, prompting 2 guardsmen to pull him behind the secondary barricade. With Sir Tristan left isolated against 7 elite hostiles, 2 attackers bypassed his single parry line, surging directly toward the civilian barricade. Evaluating my self-imposed restrictions on combat output, I questioned the utility of holding back my full operational capacity against Archmage-level threats when non-combatant casualties were imminent. Behind me, the frozen monolith shattered into high-velocity ice fragments as the female Archmage emerged from the ruins, her presence radiating cold, absolute hostility. Ignoring her direct approach, I consumed a fresh mana restoration potion while scanning my distributed watchful eye feeds across the broader battlefield. The Count was sustaining heavy lacerations while gradually overpowering his two Archmage-level opponents, who showed far greater structural degradation. Conversely, Edouard's sector was collapsing. One of his supporting knights was completely disabled, leaving Edouard struggling to parry his assigned Archmage warrior. Simultaneously, Mana Sense registered 3 additional Archmage-level energy signatures crossing the outer estate perimeter, openly projecting their presence across the sector. Clearing all secondary thoughts and environmental variables from my active cognitive buffer, I focused entirely on single-target combat optimization. I initiated a cyclic mana circulation pattern through my core pathways, drawing a deep, measured breath before exhaling slowly. Every auxiliary distraction dissolved. I entered the flow state. Teleport. I materialized instantly behind the improvised defensive perimeter established by the surviving guardsmen. My abrupt spatial displacement triggered a sharp ripple of panic. Several weapons snapped upward before the guards recognized my signature and lowered their blades. Beyond the barrier line, a section of non-combatants had panicked, breaking formation to flee back toward the main garden vectors, directly into the potential line of advance of the hostile Archmage. Ignoring their flight vector for the immediate second, I unstoppered my prepared restoration vial and downed the contents. The localized cerebral ache induced by high-tier spatial displacement receded into a manageable dull thrum. The 2 forward hostile assault units were less than a stride from slamming into the fractured guard line. I locked my visual field onto their vector and cast Mana Burst. The omnidirectional kinetic shockwave struck both combatants simultaneously, hurling them backwards several meters to crash onto the flagstones in gasping, doubled-over contortions. Glancing toward Sir Tristan, I observed 3 hostiles executing a synchronized converging thrust. Blink. I shifted directly into the pocket beside the knight. My active mana barrier expanded outward with violent physical displacement, forcing 2 of the approaching assault troops sideways while absorbing the downward arcs of the remaining 3 weapons. The blades grated uselessly across the dense mana boundary before slipping harmlessly down into the stone path. I unsealed my suppressed killing intent, focusing the aura into a dense, 1-meter radius centered on my own position to completely isolate Sir Tristan from the field. The moment the focus pressure hit the 3 hostiles, their motor functions collapsed instantly. All 3 dropped hard to their knees. Executing a follow-up gravity domain expansion over the restricted zone, I drove their skulls directly into the cobblestones with sufficient barometric force to rupture internal vasculature. Without pausing to confirm structural mortality, I cast a dual sever vector across each downed target, terminating their mana signatures. Turning to Sir Tristan, I assessed the knight's condition. The plate armor was crushed across multiple structural zones, and dozens of lacerations leaked arterial blood over dirt-caked surcoats. I placed a single hand against Tristan's arm, channeling a high-speed restoration matrix through his anatomy before launching back into the air with flight. Banking over the roofline of the storage structure, I intercepted the fleeing group of civilians. Halting directly above their path, I cast Levitate across the entire cluster, suspending their forward momentum mid-stride before deploying a precise wind spell vector to sweep them back safely toward the central storage courtyard. Scanning the perimeter entrance below, I caught sight of Maya standing beside the structural threshold. The small feline was tucked tightly against her chest while her mother and a group of guardsmen formed a physical shield around her position. Turning back toward the primary threat vector, I accelerated toward the approaching Archmage, who continued her aerial stride 100 meters out. Closing the distance, I deployed Earth Create to manifest a stable stone platform adjacent to her trajectory, securing it with Levitate before manifesting a second platform directly beneath my own boots. Blink. I shifted onto the platform beside her. Her active defensive matrix was formidable in terms of raw durability and spell deflection parameters, but it relied on standard threat evaluation algorithms. It filtered high-velocity physical impacts and offensive mana projections, yet failed to register low-kinetic contact objects incapable of dealing structural damage. I extended my hand and rested my palm directly upon her shoulder. Her cold, controlled mask shattered for a fraction of a second, revealing a flash of absolute shock. Mind cleansing. I closed my eyes, dropping my primary consciousness into the underlying neural architecture of the spell matrix. The physical world vanished, replaced by the familiar void space crisscrossed by shimmering memory threads. Under standard operational protocols, analyzing a target's memory architecture revealed complex personal histories. In my current hyperfocus state, I processed the data with complete detachment. Nearly every strand within her active consciousness radiated dark, corrupted tones representing decades of psychological trauma, violence, and systematic conditioning. Traces of untainted, positive memories lay buried deep beneath the primary nodes, untouched for at least 2 decades. Proper memory extraction or erasure required deliberate, slow manipulation to allow the core matrix to isolate specific nodes without broad neural collapse. But I was not operating as a healer. I advanced through the active strands governing her recent operational history and violently severed them one by one. Node after node shattered into raw, ambient mana. Upon returning to physical consciousness, the target's neural network would suffer catastrophic cascade failures. A minor cognitive urge prompted me to query one of the intact organizational memory strands to extract intelligence on their command hierarchy. I rejected the impulse instantly. Even with my combat parameters fully unsealed, violating an individual's internal identity and raw consciousness remained an absolute boundary I refused to cross. Having destroyed every memory strand representing the last several months of her existence, I terminated the spell link and snapped my eyes open. The immediate real-world result was instant. A sharp, ascending shriek cut through the air before fading rapidly into the distance. Simultaneously, a sharp rebound throb slammed through my skull. Thump. Below the platform, the Archmage lost all conscious control over her flight matrices, plunging to the dirt below. She writhed across the ground, clutching her head in agony as guttural screams escaped her throat. I dropped to the earth beside her and cast Sever. The arc struck a secondary automated defensive artifact, which flared to life around her form, absorbing the strike. I cast Sever again, and again. On the 6th iteration, the protective artifact exhausted its mana core and shattered. I released a focus pulse of killing intent. Her thrashing ceased instantly. Her body went rigid, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror, gasping in agony as her complexion turned utterly pale. I crouched beside her, calmly reached out, and unclasped the silver defense necklace from her neck. Standing back up, I turned toward the storage facility and executed one final, point-blank sever. Without pausing, I reactivated flight, shooting across the compound to land in the center of the storage building courtyard. With the local hostiles eliminated, the guardsmen had laid out the most critical casualties in a unified triage line. All were currently breathing. Ignoring the wide-eyed stares of the surrounding troops, I approached the soldier whose vital spark burned lowest and knelt at his side. I systematically cast high-tier restoration matrices across every wounded individual in the line. Once the critical cases were stabilized, I moved through the secondary casualties, including several guardsmen and civilians who had sustained impact injuries during my kinetic relocation spells, methodically clearing their injuries. Finally, I approached Sir Tristan, who was applying pressure to the residual tissue of Sir Eliot's severed arm. As I approached, Tristan immediately stepped aside to clear the path. Sir Eliot looked up, his jaw set against the remaining shock, inclining his head in a deep, formal expression of gratitude. My eyes settled on the missing limb. Sir Eliot grimaced, raising the clean-cut stump for inspection. The limb had been severed cleanly, the exposed muscle tissue coated in a dark, viscous sheen. It was a fast-acting necrotizing poison, the same compound coating the weapons of the elite hostiles. To my advanced restoration spells, however, foreign toxic agents were trivial to purge from the biological matrix. Routing a fast visual check through my distributed watchful eye network, I scanned the main estate manor, where the Count's garrison had fortified against the ongoing siege. The central courtyards had devolved into a massive meat grinder. The hostile force had committed hundreds of regular troops. The white marble facades of the main mansions were thoroughly splattered with blood. The Count's garrison was successfully repelling the hostile infantry formations, but the friendly knight units were being gradually overwhelmed by superior enemy numbers, operating at a 2-to-1 numerical disadvantage. There was no time to execute a full limb regeneration on Sir Elliot. Rebuilding lost skeletal and muscular tissue from scratch required an extended, uninterrupted casting window that the current tactical environment did not permit. I deployed pain relief, followed immediately by a localized life matrix. The combined spellcraft neutralized the poison, sealed the vascular structures, and stabilized the tissue without sealing the primary bone channel. I instructed Tristan to bandage the wound without applying standard healing spells or potions, as doing so would seal the tissue pathways and complicate full limb regeneration upon my return. Turning away, I strode directly toward Maya, ignoring the sharp, incredulous gasp that echoed behind me at the mention of limb regeneration. I stopped in front of the girl, who was holding the kitten tightly as it squirmed and meowed to break free. As she looked up at me, her smile faded, replaced by a visual recoil. She pulled back a half step, dropping her eyes to avoid direct contact with my face, staring instead at my blood-stained chest plate. I recognized the reaction without emotion. In my former life, my companions had displayed that exact same instinctual fear whenever I entered this detached state, cold, unyielding, and utterly absolute. The specific terms they had used to describe me back then were faded memories, long buried under centuries of isolation. Retrieving the silver necklace I had stripped from the fallen archmage, I inspected its internal enchantments. It was a high-tier automated defensive artifact, capable of generating a localized barrier nearly 3 times denser than the personal shields used by the enemy's elite warriors. Finding no secondary curses or tracker matrices within its array, I confirmed the central red gemstone was simply a high-capacity mana reservoir. I funneled my own mana into the core, expending over 30% of my remaining energy reserve to fully charge the artifact's protective array. Keeping my posture rigid and neutral, I extended the protective artifact toward Maya. She flinched, taking another step back as the kitten in her arms nipped her finger, causing her to wince in pain. Clarifying that it was a protective gift, I handed it over. She accepted the chain with a trembling hand, murmuring quiet thanks before I instructed her to put it on. Before Maya had even secured the clasp around her neck, I was already airborne, vaulting into the sky toward the central estate complex. It was time to conclude the engagement entirely. Leaving surviving hostiles was no longer an option. After ignoring my prior explicit warnings and targeting non-combatants, their absolute destruction would serve as a clear directive to any entity considering future aggression against my domain. I retrieved my 4th mana potion from spatial storage and downed it mid-flight. A strict operational timer was now active. While my direct application of inverted mind magic had proven lethal against the first archmage, extended exposure to high-tier spatial domain erasures carried severe cerebral feedback penalties. Pushing my neural matrix beyond one additional high-tier casting would risk permanent neural burnout or instant incapacitation. Furthermore, if the hostile's command structure possessed specialized anti-mental artifacts, a high probability given their extensive use of internal mind control matrices, they would adapt their defenses quickly once news of the first archmage's defeat spread. Approaching the central courtyard, my mana sense locked onto the 3 newly arrived archmage signatures standing near the breached outer gates. They stood in formation, completely unmoving, their gazes fixed directly on my approach vector. Perfect. I floated high above the Count's mansion while the fighting below ground to a complete halt, every gaze shifting upward toward my position. A few knights who recognized my signature displayed visible relief, while the enemy ranks instinctively ceded ground. It marked the first instance of visible hesitation among their operational forces. Taking advantage of the temporary tactical lull, I drifted on the atmospheric currents while routing continuous diagnostic queries through my active watchful eye grid. Edouard was barely sustaining his defensive line, operating near complete structural failure, though I calculated a narrow window to intervene if I prioritized his preservation. The Count remained locked in a tactical stalemate against his two Archmage-tier opponents. Friendly knight detachments from both sectors were actively retreating toward the main manor to fortify the central position. Diagnostic evaluation confirmed the Count operated firmly within the Archmage tier. The realization raised immediate queries regarding how an entity of his power threshold had contracted the internal corruption alongside the precise scalar effects on his baseline output. While his exact global ranking within the local power framework remained unquantified, holding off dual Archmage tier combatants simultaneously indicated superior matrix efficiency or extensive combat experience. Neither the Count nor his opponents attempted to disengage. Retreating would merely redirect the Archmages toward the unfortified lower ranks. With 6 Archmage-level signatures remaining active across the estate and the Count serving as the sole friendly Archmage combatant, my operational path was clear. I needed to isolate the Count sector, eliminate his 2 immediate targets, and equalize the force balance before the remaining hostiles mobilized. A secondary tactical branch persisted in my active cognitive calculations, the singular vector offering guaranteed self-preservation. Absolute retreat. Drawing a deep breath, I checked the civilian storage facility feed. The non-combatants remained secure, with 0 hostile signatures advancing along their perimeter. Dismissing the withdrawal vector, I locked my gaze onto the frozen infantry below. The enemy troops took another step backward, their physical forms trembling under intense stress. I unsealed a wide-area pulse of killing intent. The atmospheric pressure spiked instantly, dropping the entire formation to the flagstones under total motor failure. The higher-tier combatants struggled against the paralysis, several attempting low-velocity crawls across the stone. Raising my focus staff, I prepared to execute a high-output gravity domain expansion to crush the sector, then halted the casting cycle mid-matrix. They were already tactically neutralized. Suppressing the intrusive cognitive diversion, I executed Earth Coffin across the remaining conscious combatants. The flagstones inverted, drawing their bodies into dense Earth matrices until only their heads remained exposed above ground level. I locked each structure with Environment Enhance, reinforcing the density to prevent kinetic physical escape. Every hostile unit participating in the manor siege was rendered unconscious or structurally bound beneath the earth. The sector was cleared. Their ultimate disposition remained outside my operational scope. They had earned their outcome. Activating flight, I accelerated toward the Count's sector. I registered a mild anomaly regarding my tactical restraint as extreme non-lethal mercy diverged from my standard flow state parameters. Dismissing the cognitive distraction as irrelevant to immediate survival metrics, I focused entirely on the target coordinates. Within seconds, I established an airborne position directly above the Count and his dual Archmage opponents. I cast an advanced invisibility matrix while completely suppressing my external mana emission. While high-tier passive sensors would eventually breach the concealment, it provided sufficient operational time to analyze their engagement patterns and execute a high-velocity ambush. A high-impact strike could eliminate one hostile immediately. The Count executed a spatial displacement skill. It functioned similarly to Blink, yet lacked structural sophistication. Where Blink utilized pure spatial transport combined with high-efficiency void metrics, the Count's skill physically bent localized space, rendering its execution vector slower and mathematically predictable. The ambient temperature plummeted instantly as moisture froze across a 5-meter radius surrounding the Count. His mana saturated the area, establishing total environmental control over everything within the spatial boundary. A localized domain matrix. The hostile warriors surged forward, spear leveled in a forward thrusting posture. The moment his boots crossed the domain perimeter, dozens of dense ice spears erupted from the earth, accelerating toward his path. The secondary enemy Archmage deployed a translucent, dark-tinted kinetic barrier over the advancing warrior. The ice spears slammed into the energy shield, shattering into high-velocity fragments on impact. Additional spears manifested continuously as the warrior forced his way deeper into the Count's domain. Though the protective barrier systematically destroyed the incoming projectiles, the sustained kinetic bombardment induced visible matrix degradation across its outer shell. Simultaneously, the enemy mage manifested a pool of highly corrosive black sludge directly beneath the Count's position. The fluid frozen solid the instant it materialized within the frigid domain. The Count shattered the frozen mass with a localized kinetic pulse, sending dark ice shards skittering across the flagstones. The active spellcraft exhibited by both hostiles remained below true Archmage tier complexity, excluding the Count's structural domain. Their operational lethality stemmed entirely from extreme mana purity. While my own mana possessed absolute structural refinement, its total baseline density had not yet reached equivalent realm scaling due to my limited duration in this world. Post-engagement priorities demanded immediate extended meditation. Utilizing advanced mana circulation techniques would drastically accelerate matrix growth and force purify baseline reserves, skipping the multi-month passive refinement window typically mediated by local structural blessings. I had noted the passive acceleration shortly after arriving in this realm, but continuous tactical engagements had precluded focus cultivation. Redirecting visual focus back to the combat vector, I analyzed the warrior's status. The dark barrier protecting him was seconds from complete structural collapse, though he wore a defense necklace identical to the artifact stripped from the previous Archmage. Its internal mana reservoir was dropped below half capacity, signaling extensive absorption of previous high-yield strikes. Scanning the enemy mage, I confirmed 0 active spell barriers surrounding his physical form beyond his neck artifact, which had sustained minimal kinetic stress. Eliminating him via direct barrier degradation would require 5 to 6 consecutive high-tier strikes. A favorable variable was the absence of corrupted biological traits. Both opponents were standard human arcanists. Beyond active shields and physical enhancements provided by local power scaling, they lacked the extreme structural durability demonstrated by the dungeon's corrupted general. Against equivalent high-tier arcanists, absolute physical durability held minimal tactical relevance. Had my core capacity operated at true Archmage scaling during that previous encounter, a single Sever Arc would have terminated the corrupted entity instantly. Evaluating strike priorities yielded distinct tactical branches. Attacking the warrior first would prompt the mage to shift entirely into an absolute defensive posture, compounding the difficulty of a follow-up engagement. Conversely, eliminating the backline mage first would strip the warrior of secondary barrier support, drastically simplifying the secondary fight. Temporal constraints permitted 0 further delay. Executing a high-speed penetration strike against the mage's raw barrier carried the risk of overcommitting reserves or failing to secure an instant kill, potentially compromising the wider battle state. Deploying an Archmage tier spell vector remained an unviable alternative. Casting a matrix of that magnitude with my current mana reservoir would induce catastrophic energy depletion, leaving me defenseless for an extended period. While Calamity offered superior efficiency, the resulting feedback would still induce a temporary operational blackout. Such vectors were reserved strictly for absolute area-clearing guarantees. With the warrior's protective barrier nearing total exhaustion under the Count's relentless ice spear barrage, I finalized the tactical sequence. I took a single, measured breath, releasing my spatial lock on the airborne platform. Blink. I materialized directly behind the enemy Archmage. Before his sensory arrays registered the spatial displacement, I extended my hand and established physical contact with his arm. Mind cleansing. Entering the neural void space, I systematically severed his active operational memory strands in rapid succession. Dropping back into real-time physical consciousness, I caught the limp, unconscious Archmage before his body hit the ground, stripped the defensive necklace from his neck, and disengaged my grip. Storing the stolen artifact into spatial storage, I cast Sever directly across the writhing Archmage to finalize termination. The inverse neural feedback slammed into my cerebral pathways with extreme violence. My skull throbbed under severe pressure, and peripheral vision darkened under localized cognitive strain. I deployed pain relief over my neural pathways and turned toward the remaining warrior. The warrior had maintained his forward charge toward the Count, but turned his head mid-stride to track his partner's sudden mana collapse. The momentary lapse in spatial awareness disrupted his footwork, allowing the Count's ice spears to score continuous, direct hits. Within seconds, his primary barrier shattered completely. The Count capitalized immediately, driving hundreds of condensed ice spears and ground-erupting spikes directly toward the exposed warrior. I joined the tactical sequence, stepping laterally to avoid an errant ice spear before casting Sever. The warrior, recovering his combat posture, executed rapid parrying maneuvers, dodging my cutting arc while absorbing minor physical damage from the surrounding ice array. Closing the spatial gap in a fraction of a second, the warrior raised his heavy spear for a downward execution strike aimed at the Count's head. The Count activated his spatial movement skill, vanishing from the domain boundary and reappearing beside my position. Deprived of its anchor, the localized cold matrix dissolved. The ambient ice shattered into liquid, and atmospheric temperatures normalized. The warrior instantly deployed a physical movement skill, vanishing from the flagstones. The execution confirmed that internal spatial skills were suppressed while bound within the Count's active domain. I deployed mana barrier over both myself and the Count just as the warrior materialized in our immediate flank, driving his spear forward in a high-velocity thrust targeting my head. The spear impact slammed against the dense mana wall with catastrophic kinetic transfer, hurling my form backwards several dozen meters. I struck the flagstones hard, though the barrier absorbed the entirety of the physical trauma. The warrior instantly redirected his assault toward the Count, launching the noble backward with an equivalent kinetic strike. Protected by my shared mana barrier, the Count sustained 0 structural damage. As the warrior surged forward to execute a follow-up strike on the fallen noble, I executed Blink, appearing directly behind his advance vector. I unsealed a focused pulse of killing intent while swinging my staff to cast Mana Burst. The localized aura pulse hit his nervous system, heavily suppressing his kinetic velocity. The baseline efficacy of my killing intent remained a tactical anomaly even within historical parameters. Mana Burst struck the warrior from above with crushing barometric pressure, driving him violently to his knees and cracking the underlying stone pathways. I channeled an immediate secondary Mana Burst, driving his torso flat against the earth, before executing a point-blank sever arc that cleanly severed his head from his shoulders. The Count stood 2 meters away, staring at the neutralized archmage with visible shock before quickly resetting his noble composure. I noted that 4 additional archmage tier signatures remained active across the estate perimeter. The Count offered a firm, quiet affirmation of the tactical count. I queried his planned strategic approach for neutralizing the remaining high-tier targets. The Count shook his head slowly, cracking his neck to relieve physical tension. His body was covered in deep lacerations, and his formal noble attire was rendered into blood-stained tatters. He indicated that their primary hidden asset, the head butler, had been scheduled to deploy prior to this phase, marking the failure of their core contingent plan. I noted the mention of the butler with a brief query. The Count confirmed the butler was recognized as one of the premier martial combatants within the Empire, Edward's primary hidden asset intended to secure victory in their operational gamble, though his failure to appear suggested he had been intercepted or compromised. I stepped forward, placed a hand on the Count's shoulder, and channeled a high-output restoration matrix. The deep lacerations across his torso and limbs closed instantly, restoring his physical biological integrity within seconds before I cast a secondary self-directed healing cycle. The Count redirected his gaze toward the outer gate perimeter, identifying renewed movement among the hostile forces. I offered a slow nod of confirmation. Pain relief had suppressed the core cerebral thrumming from the mind-cleansing feedback, but severe neural fatigue persisted without a viable spell solution. Retrieving a 4th restoration potion from spatial storage, I unstoppered the vial and consumed the contents while tracking the gate vector. The 3 newly arrived Archmage signatures were actively advancing toward our central position. Direct application of mind cleansing was fully restricted for the remainder of the engagement due to neural strain thresholds. Subsequent kills required standard high-tier spell suppression. I retrieved the stolen defense necklace from spatial storage, forcibly purged its lingering foreign mana, and flooded the central reservoir with 30% of my own reserves before securing the chain around my neck. The Count requested a brief temporal delay to prepare his next matrix, asking if I could draw their primary focus. Confirming the directive, I activated flight and launched vertically into the upper atmosphere, openly projecting my mana signature as a tactical beacon to draw the 3 archmages away from the civilian perimeter. Below, the Count executed his spatial movement skill, vanishing from the courtyard to reinforce Edouard's collapsing vector. High above the estate, I maintained an airborne hover, watching as my overt mana projection drew the immediate focus of the advancing hostile strike force. Below, the Count executed his spatial transport, vanishing toward the secondary breach line to reinforce Edouard's failing position. Far beneath the ground, buried within the fortified underground bunker, Nicholas paced through the pitch-black stone chamber. The damp, heavy scent of subterranean soil offered no comfort as he tracked the muffled shockwaves reverberating through the earth above. In the corner of his chamber, a shattered visual monitoring artifact lay inert, one of several deployed to track the surface engagements. Through a secondary active array on his table, Nicholas had monitored the preceding duel. He had observed my initial engagement against the female archmage, watching through the scrying feedback as my formal estate garments were shredded under high-yield thermal blasts before my biological tissue was fully restored via advanced life spellcraft. To an arcanist trained strictly within local combat frameworks, witnessing an offensive arcanist deploy high-tier spatial domain manipulations alongside absolute restoration matrices challenged fundamental assumptions regarding mana affinity. Nicholas had turned away from the scrying table, resuming his strict pacing around the central wooden chair. His operational directives were absolute. Remain in total concealment, hold the subterranean position, and wait for the precise command signal to emerge as the Count's final strategic trump card. It represented an excruciating test of discipline. As the structural quakes intensified, Nicholas had seated himself, resting his heavy halberd across his knees. Retrieving a cloth and maintenance oil, he had methodically polished the steel shaft to suppress the mounting impulse to breach the surface perimeter. Minutes stretched endlessly. The escalating destruction above drove his frustration to a threshold where the central wooden chair was reduced to shattered splinters against the far wall. Though the scrying artifact flickered on the table, he hesitated to re-establish the visual link, knowing that directly witnessing the potential slaughter of his house forces would breach his tactical restraint. He was bound to his duty. Whether an operational command brought personal satisfaction held zero relevance. High-risk military assignments demanded complete execution regardless of emotional strain. Pacing toward the reinforced stone perimeter, Nicholas evaluated the structural microfractures forming across the masonry. The kinetic energy penetrating the subterranean bunker exceeded all preliminary defensive models. Overwhelmed by helplessness, he slammed his gauntlet fist into the masonry. Stone shattered under the blow, his arm sinking shoulder-deep into the bedrock. The physical pain was welcomed, serving to anchor his focus against the mounting grief for his fallen comrades. He struck the wall repeatedly until the outer stone face collapsed into loose earth, restrained from total structural failure only by the glowing runes embedded within the foundation. A sharp red pulse illuminated the opposite wall. Nicholas retreated from the damaged stone and focused on the table. The blue array governed the direct tactical deployment signal, while the red pulse indicated long-range intelligence transmissions. Translating the rhythmic optical flashes, he decoded the emergency notification. The Emperor had been formally briefed on the Syndicate's subversion and was actively mobilizing from the imperial capital alongside his elite retinue. The intelligence provided a sudden strategic shift. Imperial intervention meant the Syndicate's covert influence would be fully exposed to the high nobility. The Central Crown would enforce total nobility mobilization, forcing every house to contribute high-tier mages and heavy combat detachments to systematically purge the organization from the realm. The historic unity of the Empire would be re-established against a common threat. The strategic relief was immediately shattered as three Archmage tier signatures materialized across the estate perimeter, their mana pressure bleeding directly through the subterranean soil. Nicholas closed his eyes, steadying his breathing. Destroying his remaining equipment would not alleviate his tactical isolation. He resumed his pacing, his eyes shifting continuously between the inactive blue signal receiver and the visual scrying artifact. Leaving the bunker prematurely would collapse the months-long strategic trap engineered by his lord. Driven by tension, Nicholas retrieved his halberd and initiated basic martial forms. Yet his motor control faltered. The fundamental opening stance, executed flawlessly over tens of thousands of repetitions throughout his career, failed repeatedly under his fractured focus. Recognizing that immediate tactical awareness was mandatory should the call to deploy materialize, he stowed his weapon, approached the table, and channeled mana into the primary scrying matrix. His consciousness projected upward, establishing an elevated bird's-eye view of the entire estate grounds. Zooming the optical feed into Edouard's sector, Nicholas's posture stiffened. Edouard's operational status was critical. His armor was severely compromised, his physical body sustained multiple deep lacerations, and he was relying entirely on Sir Vinny, one of the Count's senior knights, to maintain a parrying line against an Archmage tier warrior. Nearby, the motionless body of another house knight lay sprawled across the flagstones. Nicholas recognized the fallen soldier instantly, a knight he had personally trained from youth. His breathing turned shallow as he forced himself to hold his position, fighting the overwhelming urge to breach the surface. He repeated his core directive like a mantra: hold and wait. Redirecting the scrying feed across the grounds, Nicholas located the Count locked in close-quarters combat against dual Archmage tier opponents. The noble's frigid domain was fully active, stabilizing his defensive vector. Nicholas calculated that the Count would eventually secure victory, but the required temporal window exceeded what Edouard's collapsing line could survive. Searching the visual grid for my signature, Nicholas found the sector empty. I had vanished from the peripheral feeds. Before Nicholas could process my absence, a spatial displacement materialized directly behind one of the Archmages engaging the Count. A hand established contact with the Archmage's shoulder. A fraction of a second later, the enemy spellcaster collapsed into absolute unconsciousness, followed instantly by a point-blank decapitation arc. I had re-entered the fight. Nicholas gripped his halberd, tracking the scrying feed as the Count and I combined offensive vectors against the remaining Archmage warrior. Within seconds, the warrior's automated shields were overwhelmed and his signature terminated. Dual Archmage-level threats had been neutralized in rapid succession. Nicholas assumed this sudden efficiency explained the delay in his deployment signal. His lords were maintaining him as an unexposed operational trump card. The scrying feed tracked our split vectors. The Count accelerated toward Edouard's position to stabilize his son's sector, while I turned directly toward the outer gates to intercept the three newly arrived Archmages alone. To Nicholas, observing a single Master-tier Arcanist intentionally engage three Archmage-level entities simultaneously diverged from all rational tactical logic. Yet, with three hostile Archmages already eliminated without friendly high-tier casualties, he suppressed his doubts, choosing to trust the strategic calculations of his leaders. He focused the visual array directly onto my engagement zone near the central gardens, a spatial choice that isolated the high-yield spellcraft from the civilian structures. The three hostiles comprised two high-tier mages and a heavy warrior wielding a two-handed broadsword. The two mages deployed flight arrays, taking to the upper atmosphere, while the warrior maintained a ground vector. I initiated the engagement by launching a high-density barrage of master-tier spell vectors. The offensive streams slammed into the dual mages' active barrier grids without achieving immediate structural breakdown. The enemy mages executed immediate counter-artillery strikes, saturating the trajectory with pressurized wind blades and dark aspect mana spears. Deploying temporary solid mana platforms beneath my boots, I executed chained blink sequences across the garden grid, continuously altering my elevation and vector. I maintained a steady rotation of kinetic spellcraft, testing their barrier absorption thresholds while staying mobile. The hostile warrior attempted multiple high-velocity interception maneuvers, but my spatial displacements consistently negated his approach vectors, leaving him striking empty air. Nicholas watched the scrying feed in absolute astonishment. Every incoming spell array was evaded at the absolute margin of kinetic contact, while my retaliatory spellcraft struck the hostile's shield matrices with mechanical precision. Yet my structural tempo appeared calculated primarily to consume time rather than force an immediate lethal breakthrough. As the engagement dragged on without a decisive stroke, the first counterspell breached my outer spatial boundary, followed by 2 secondary kinetic impacts. The hits failed to disrupt my operational momentum. I maintained standard casting velocity while shifting my targeting priority entirely onto the ground warrior, intentionally absorbing secondary spell bleed from the airborne mages. To an experienced martial master like Nicholas, the combat profile resembled an apex instructor dissecting multiple opponents. Every evasive shift executed at the minimum required spatial distance, every counterstrike delivered to maximize barrier degradation. The singular constraint remained my baseline mana, scaling relative to 3 fully realized archmages. Shifting the scrying feed briefly back to the manor house, Nicholas monitored Edouard's vector. The secondary knight had fallen, leaving Edouard isolated until the Count breached the sector to assume primary aggro. Nicholas stared at the motionless form of the second fallen knight, his hands trembling against the haft of his weapon as he terminated the scrying feed to check the signal receiver in the corner. The blue array remained completely dark. Re-establishing the optical link to my coordinates, Nicholas noted a structural shift across the battlefield. My tactical movement pattern had stabilized, but the atmospheric mana surrounding the central gardens was behaving abnormally. Ambient mana was condensing inward toward my position at an exponential rate. Before Nicholas could decipher the underlying matrix, I raised my focus staff high into the air. The barometric pressure across the estate inverted, and the earth began to violently quake. Ascending into the upper atmosphere, I tracked the 3 Archmage tier signatures advancing across the perimeter. Their force composition was distinct from the previous combatants. A white-haired warrior in his early 40s armed with a 2-handed broadsword, a female arcanist who retained her natural elderly appearance while wielding a white wand capped with a blue crystal matrix, and a third arcanist completely shrouded under a blank mask and heavy concealment cloak. Tactical priority required maintaining their absolute focus within the primary estate gardens to prevent peripheral area damage toward the civilian structures. The Count had requested time to resolve Edouard's sector, but real-time processing confirmed his arrival would likely disrupt my spatial control, forcing me to divert active bandwidth towards secondary barrier support. Consuming another high-grade mana potion to stabilize my internal reservoir, I dismissed speculative intrusive thoughts regarding local casualty metrics and initialized engagement protocols. The 2 enemy arcanists deployed flight vectors while the white-haired warrior activated a high-velocity physical movement skill across the terrestrial plane. Executing wide-area mana sense, I mapped the entire garden grid. Chaining solid mana platforms in rapid succession, I executed Blink directly behind the airborne arcanists and released dual sever arcs. 2 high-density barrier matrices materialized instantly, absorbing the cutting force. Capitalizing on the unconfined airspace, I executed a secondary Blink behind the advancing warrior, launching 3 consecutive sever arcs. His personal defensive artifact activated alongside 2 external barrier layers deployed by the supporting mages, fully dissipating the kinetic yield. I maintained continuous spatial displacement across the zone, casting targeted sever arcs whenever structural openings emerged. While their automated barriers and massive mana pools absorbed every direct strike, my spatial evasions rendered their counter-artillery entirely ineffective. However, the sequence remained a temporal stalling vector rather than an absolute resolution. The environmental parameters suddenly shifted. Pressure differentials within the localized wind fields accelerated rapidly, attempting to destabilize my airborne platform before a high-density volley of dark aspect mana spears launched toward my vector. I instantly manifested a dense earth creation wall to sever their optical tracking, then canceled the platform matrix to let the ambient wind currents carry my form clear via flight. The incoming dark constructs perforated the earth wall completely, displaying hypercorrosive structural properties similar to the Dungeon General's mana. Executing a localized wind spell, I hurled the cloaked mage backward into the outer perimeter wall, while forcing the elderly female arcanist off her spatial vector despite her active wind nullification counter. Predicting the ground warrior's continuous advance via mana sense, I cast Bigger Inferno over his projected path. A massive purple thermal vortex descended into the central garden, consuming the flora and flagstones within a high-temperature kinetic core. The warrior breached the thermal boundary seconds later, his outer barrier charred, yet structurally intact. While the strike severely degraded his defense artifact, standard non-archmage destruction spells lacked the density for instant termination against reinforced targets. Repositioning near the outer estate wall to preserve the main manor, I executed repeated blink sequences. The hostiles began calculating my spatial emergence points, launching precast attack arrays at the exact coordinates of my incoming platforms. Simultaneously, the warrior terminated his pursuit, turning directly toward the main manor buildings to force a tactical posture shift. I executed immediate short-range blinks to intercept him, launching a dense barrage of continuous earth and ice constructs via mana control. The kinetic bombardment forced the warrior to halt and defend, though peripheral spell bleeds from the supporting mages struck my primary mana barrier, driving its energy capacity near total collapse. Re-establishing a high-output barrier, I consumed 2 additional mana potions to offset the burn rate. Synthesizing a high-yield resolution required deploying Calamity, yet the baseline cast cycle demanded a 5-second uninterrupted channel window. The warrior ignored my immediate casting pressure, advancing steadily toward the civilian structures. Utilizing a fast cast matrix, I deployed quicksand beneath his footing while launching a secondary Bigger Inferno directly onto his locked coordinates. The purple thermal vortex enveloped the bound target. An incoming Archmage tier spell vector struck my rear barrier midcast. The kinetic feedback launched my form dozens of meters backward. Active spell matrices dissolved instantly as I slammed through structural obstacles, skidding across the flagstones near the outer manor wall. Severe physical trauma registered across my baseline diagnostics. I deployed advanced life healing magic to restore internal tissue while pushing back up. I had detected the incoming spell vector early enough to execute an evasive blink, but avoiding it would have directed the high-density impact into the unfortified civilian buildings behind me. The enemy arcanists closed their elevation gap, while the burned warrior extracted himself from the quicksand matrix, retrieving a high-tier recovery fluid. Mapping the area with maximum range mana sense, I locked onto a distinct, powerful mana signature deep within the subterranean perimeter structure. The hidden butler, whose strategic mobilization had failed to occur on schedule. Determining whether the subterranean combatant was compromised or incapacitated required immediate structural intervention. Elevating my staff, I executed Quake directly above his underground coordinates. The spell shattered the subterranean bedrock, collapsing the holding chamber and forcing immediate surface egress. Simultaneously, I expanded a high-density mana control field across the entire garden grid. By saturating the ambient space with unassigned mana vectors, I established a broad domain matrix, instantly manifesting hundreds of multi-elemental weapon constructs across the entire perimeter. The 2 airborne arcanists initiated lengthy vocal incantations to stabilize an Archmage tier matrix, a clear operational vulnerability, as their previous casts had been instant. I slammed my focus staff onto the stone pathways, driving the massive array of constructs forward into continuous impact loops while generating secondary arrays in real time. Through the Mana Sense array, I registered the buried mana signature violently breached the surface crater. The seismic shockwave generated by my Quake matrix violently fractured the subterranean bedrock, forcing Nicholas to scramble for balance as the stone chamber collapsed. Shielding his form with a dense aura barrier, he allowed falling boulders and masonry to shatter against his outer defense until the structural realignment halted, exposing the open sky through a massive surface crater. Assessing his disrupted tactical position, Nicholas set aside his operational hesitations. Leveraging his innate perceptual gift to confirm his resolve, He cleared the crater with a single physical leap, emerging into the ruined perimeter of the supply depot. He immediately surveyed the active battlefield. Moving continuously via spatial displacement platforms, I was maintaining tactical control over the two airborne arcanists while neutralizing descending hostiles and tracking the advancing warrior. Both hostiles were relying on vocal spell incantations to form high-tier matrices, a clear indicators of limited spatial fast-casting efficiency. Deciding to capitalize on the opening, Nicholas unsealed his heavy halberd and executed a high-velocity movement skill, materializing instantly in front of the enemy warrior. He brought the broad blade down in an execution arc. The warrior's artifact barrier activated on contact. The halberd sheared through the energy shield, missing physical tissue by millimeters before the warrior used an emergency movement skill to retreat. Disregarding the retreating warrior to prioritize the spellcasters, Nicholas turned toward the shrouded arcanist. Channeling a combined projection of sharpness and cleave concepts, he released a brilliant white kinetic arc from his weapon. The cloaked arcanist aborted his chant to deploy a manual barrier. The kinetic arc shattered the shield instantly. Nicholas launched 3 secondary arcs, but the shrouded target executed spatial movement to escape the vector, reappearing 100 meters away. Determining that I possessed sufficient mobility to contain the elderly female arcanist and the warrior, Nicholas redirected his full engagement profile toward the shrouded target. Closing the distance with a physical speed skill, he matched the fleeing arcanist's airborne altitude, launching another kinetic arc that collapsed the target's secondary barrier before driving the spear tip of his halberd directly into the arcanist's shoulder via a piercing matrix. The heavy thrust tore through the target's physical layers without resistance, drawing a sharp screech of agony. Through the shredded fabric of the open wound, Nicholas identified the unmistakable pale gray, degraded dermal tissue characteristic of high-tier corruption. Recognizing the entity's true structural nature, I projected a clear operational directive across the local mental grid, instructing Nicholas to secure the corrupted target alive if feasible to allow post-combat interrogation. Nicholas acknowledged the parameter without vocal pause, maintaining pursuit as the corrupted entity executed rapid spatial retreats. Simultaneously tracking my engagement through his spatial perception, he noted the continuous execution frequency of my spatial displacements, recognizing that my long-range kinetic bombardment held the two hostiles locked in a defensive posture. The corrupted arcanist stabilized his airborne position and initiated an Archmage-tier cast cycle, manifesting hundreds of hyper-corrosive black tendrils from the earth and ambient airspace. Recognizing the structural risk of the black spears, Nicholas channeled a localized cleave refinement across his halberd's edge, diving directly into the dense tendril network. Unsealing his full killing intent, Nicholas suppressed the kinetic velocity of the incoming dark constructs, carving through the tendrils with rapid halberd sweeps while monitoring the target's spatial mana shifts. The moment the corrupted arcanist initialized a spatial jump, Nicholas predicted the emergence coordinates and launched a massive cleave arc ahead of the vector. The blade of white energy intersected the target's spatial reentry, severing the arcanist's left arm below the shoulder joint. Black, degraded fluid erupted from the wound. The corrupted entity immediately swallowed a crimson-tinted green recovery fluid, stabilizing his vital baseline before initiating a secondary spatial displacement. Nicholas anticipated the secondary trajectory, placing another high-yield cleave arc slightly ahead of the predicted coordinate. The target materialized directly into the path of the arc, losing his remaining hand to the kinetic blade. Deprived of both manual casting limbs, the corrupted arcanist's spellcasting speed dropped exponentially. Nicholas advanced to enforce physical containment, monitoring my ongoing fight with the secondary arcanist and warrior. Though my garments had sustained secondary spell bleed from a high-yield kinetic hit, my active restoration matrices had fully stabilized my biological tissue. As Nicholas halted before the crippled entity, the corrupted arcanist turned his masked head toward my position. A distorted chuckle echoed from beneath his face, covering as he spoke in a heavy, accented cadence. Observing that the young arcanist possessed structural baseline capabilities far exceeding their intelligence models, adding that the boy's underlying soul structure was fundamentally distinct. Nicholas raised his halberd to complete the binding, asking for clarification on the statement. The corrupted Arcanist laughed, asserting that my structural composition mirrored their own internal corruption, before declaring that his master would receive the intelligence. Before Nicholas could drive the halberd forward to suppress the entity, the corrupted Arcanist channeled localized mana into his belt line, triggering an immediate spatial transport artifact that purged his physical signature from the estate. The Arcanist's final assertion lingered across the battlefield grid. My underlying structural matrix matched the essence of the corrupted. Nicholas remained standing over the residual spatial distortion where the corrupted Arcanist had vanished, his mind processing the final words. The assertion that my core soul structure mirrored their own presented a deep anomaly. While my operational profile and chantless casting efficiency diverged sharply from standard local Arcanist norms, establishing a functional link to corrupted entities required far more diagnostic data. Evaluating that hypothesis held zero immediate utility. Neutralizing the active hostiles on the surface remained the sole priority. Collecting the severed limbs of the corrupted Arcanist into spatial storage to preserve absolute physical proof for Imperial verification, Nicholas unsealed his halberd and deployed a high-velocity movement skill toward the central gardens. In the airspace above the central estate, I executed a rapid blink sequence to evade an incoming high-yield wind vortex. The Wind Arcanist had successfully woven an Archmage-tier atmospheric destruction spell mid-chant, instantly shredding the remaining garden flora, flagstones, and structural perimeter. Local spellcraft parameters continued to present unexpected structural variances. Lower-tier mages relied strictly on vocal chants. Baseline archmages cast standard spells instantly, while chanting exclusively for high-yield matrices. And this specific Arcanist had demonstrated the capacity to finalize an Archmage-tier structure, while actively maintaining an incomplete incantation. Monitoring the surface via Mana Sense during a secondary spatial displacement, I registered the corrupted target's complete exit from the local perimeter via advanced long-range spatial transport. The escape was an unfortunate strategic loss. Analyzing the specific spatial and corrupted spell matrices utilized by the entity had been my primary objective toward developing a permanent core purge for myself, Lyra, and Edrin. With the ground warrior advancing rapidly on my vector, I deployed a high-density array of multi-elemental constructs via mana control, saturating his approach path with continuous kinetic strikes to constrain his mobility. Tracking the airborne Wind Arcanist as she initiated a secondary cast cycle, while distracted by Nicholas's approach, I executed Blink directly beneath her elevation, accelerated upward via flight, and launched a combined assault. A point-blank Sever Arc, a high-output Gravity Well, and a focused pulse of killing intent. The gravity matrix dragged her downward. The Sever Arc degraded her active barrier, and the intense aura pulse disrupted her vocal incantation cycle. I followed instantly with a secondary wave of elemental constructs. As the ground warrior utilized a fast-stepping movement skill to close the gap toward my flank, Nicholas materialized directly along his line of advance. The butler brought his heavy halberd down in a crushing execution sweep, swatting the warrior's broadsword aside with absolute kinetic dominance and driving the blade deep into the flagstones. Capitalizing on the intercept, I maintained continuous casting pressure on the descending Wind Arcanist. Driven groundward by the sustained gravity well and kinetic bombardment, her physical form struck the stone pathway, sending a heavy dust cloud across the sector. Materializing beside the impact crater via Blink, I selected a high-density offensive spell vector originally engineered for the Calamity Matrix, a spell I had historically excised to optimize mana efficiency and cast times. Elevating my focus staff, I cast Thunder. A dense storm cloud manifested instantly above the coordinate, discharging a massive lightning bolt directly into the crater. The high-voltage strike saturated the area with ozone and electrical discharges. While the elemental cost remained inefficient for long-term continuous combat, the strike completely depleted her remaining barrier reserves. Inspecting the crater, I confirmed the Wind Arcanist was unconscious, severely injured, and entirely devoid of active mana emissions. Redirecting visual focus toward Nicholas, I watched him systematically neutralize the warrior. The butler moved with absolute mechanical superiority, severing the warrior's primary arm with a spatial arc before driving him into a secondary crater with a heavy kinetic beam. Descending into the pit, Nicholas dragged the double-amputated warrior clear and dumped him beside the unconscious Wind Arcanist. With both hostiles fully neutralized, Nicholas secured their limbs using mana suppression restraints while extracting internal lethal ingestion devices from their oral cavities to prevent forced suicide. Querying the cause of his delayed deployment, I observed Nicholas track the sky, where the final signal flare was extinguishing. He acknowledged that his cognitive delay likely stemmed from subtle, wide-area mental interference similar to the corruption found among the estate staff. While both the Count and Nicholas possessed top-tier combat strength, neither had registered the initial onset of the cognitive manipulation, a detail that highlighted the insidious nature of local mind magic. With active combat concluded, I disengaged my flow-state mental buffer. The internal mental state, originally taught by my mentor to force absolute, hyper-rational focus strictly prioritized on target elimination, had displayed unprecedented anomalies throughout this engagement. Rather than enforcing cold, singular lethal efficiency, my cognitive process had repeatedly fixated on non-essential variables, civilian preservation metrics, and erratic internal commentary. Furthermore, releasing the buffer induced zero perceptual shift. My cognitive state remained unchanged, indicating the flow state matrix had failed to engage normally or had fundamentally integrated into my baseline consciousness. Ascending into the upper atmosphere via flight, I surveyed the estate grounds. The central gardens and surrounding structures were completely annihilated, saturated with scathed flagstones, deep craters, and thousands of persistent solid mana constructs. Initiating a wide-area mana reclamation sweep, I systematically dissolve all active constructs back into environmental pure mana, purging every trace of my personal mana signature across all engagement sectors to prevent post-combat tracking, cursed vectors, or spatial targeting by Imperial Arcanists. Scanning the perimeter via Mana Sense, I confirmed the Count had concluded his fight, dropping to one knee to recover his breath while Nicholas checked on the surviving knights and Edouard. Landing near Edouard's position, I evaluated his physical condition. He had sustained extensive physical trauma across his torso and limbs, having consumed multiple high-tier recovery potions in rapid succession. His body was experiencing severe pharmacological saturation, reducing the standard instantaneous regeneration of the fluids down to a slow crawl. Crouching beside him, I applied a targeted tissue reconstruction life spell designed specifically for deep focal lacerations rather than broad somatic healing. The localized matrix closed every active wound across his body within seconds, fully restoring his physical integrity. Using Levitate, I lifted Edouard to his feet. As his eyes opened, I channeled a high-output mana blast directly through my focus staff, slamming the focal point into his sternum. The kinetic blast launched Edouard backward across the courtyard, slamming his form violently into a standing masonry wall before he collapsed into the rubble. Nicholas and the Count monitored the impact without physical intervention. With the primary baseline effects of the flow state finally clearing my mind, I noted that the physical impact served as an acceptable baseline resolution for his tactical miscalculations. Maintaining a visual lock on the shattered masonry wall, I monitored the subterranean cavity into which Edouard had vanished under kinetic impact. Neither the Count nor Nicholas intervened or issued a vocal objection. The Count's facial posture shifted into a subtle, suppressed smirk, indicating tacit approval of the summary correction delivered to his heir. Passing the entry breach, Nicholas paused momentarily, offering a brief query regarding my state of mind before advancing deep into the structural gap with a high-grade restoration potion to stabilize his master's son. The physical cavity carved by Edouard's kinetic trajectory was both broad and deep. Dismissing the residual impulse to execute a secondary physical strike as unbecoming of a formal arcanist, I suppressed the thought. Historical instruction from my former mentor regarding refined decorum held zero long-term practical utility, yet maintaining basic operational composure remained preferable to senseless overaggression. Redirecting focus to the Count, I noted his expression had reverted to absolute noble gravitas. Since dispelling his mental corruption, I had omitted his personal name, recalling only a fragmentary prefix starting with Al, and settled on addressing him exclusively by his formal title of Count. The designation was accurate, functional, and precluded unnecessary social errors. Scanning the fallen friendly combatants nearby, I confirmed one knight's spark of life had completely extinguished, leaving zero residual mana activity. Conversely, the secondary surviving knight exhibited a recovering vital signature. Multiple high-grade restoration fluids were steadily closing his non-lethal lacerations, projecting full somatic recovery within an hour. Systemic overuse of high-tier restoration potions induced rapid pharmacological tolerance, systematically degrading future healing efficacy until the somatic system completely purged the chemical residue. Extreme long-term saturation could eventually trigger total absolute resistance, rendering standard healing fluids inert, a rare biological failure state typically restricted to combatants engaged in uninterrupted high-intensity warfare over extended operational windows. While rare, specialized high-cost compound reagents existed to purge the baseline tolerance, though local medical methodology remained unverified. The brief drift into comparative alchemy was a standard diagnostic artifact of exiting the flow state. Historically, my mentor had characterized the rapid influx of secondary analytical thoughts as a cognitive rebound, wherein the brain actively compensated for the total operational focus enforced during hyperlethal engagement parameters. Addressing the noble directly, I queried the post-combat operational sequence. The Count stretched his torso to relieve residual muscular tension, indicating that strategic next steps depended entirely on the Emperor's upcoming assessment of the perimeter breach. He noted that should Edward's strategic projections hold, House forces would mobilize for the northern front line within 1 to 2 months. Conversely, an analytical failure would force immediate defensive preparations against follow-up syndicate assaults. Observing my facial posture, the Count noted the complete absence of my previous combat scowl. I dismissed the observation with a slight gesture. The engagement had yielded valuable diagnostic baseline data regarding my evolving operational identity. Despite active class modifications and past life memories, executing combat within the flow state had revealed persistent behavioral divergences. I had intentionally spared viable high-tier target arcanists for interrogation and repeatedly overcommit tactical bandwidth to preserve non-combatant lives, actions fundamentally alien to my historical flow state parameters. Nicholas and Edward emerged from the structural cavity. Relying on the butler for physical stabilization, Edward limped forward, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with my position before stepping forward independently with a constrained grimace. Prioritizing immediate strategic closure, I requested immediate settling of my contractual compensation to enable my exit from the estate prior to the Emperor's arrival. Edward signaled an advancing house knight with a single ocular gesture, directing the soldier back toward the central manor vault to retrieve the payment assets. I explicitly requested supplemental compensation, citing the massive scope escalation beyond the initial engagement parameters. Of my primary stockpile of 20 mana potions, 9 had been consumed during continuous spellcasting operations. Rebuilding a high-volume reserve remained an operational priority. Nicholas offered a strategic recommendation, advising that since house operations had exposed me as a primary syndicate target, the family should attach a dedicated martial detachment for my ongoing security. Evaluating the proposal, I recognized that while personal combat capability rendered defensive guards redundant, deploying subordinate personnel to handle non-combat logistics, site securing, and material transport offered substantial utility. I formally accepted the security detachment. Edward concurred, confirming that the house units previously assigned to my command would remain permanently attached, suggesting that Blaze be designated as the primary student candidate for my upcoming life magic instructional quota, provided the broader political alliance was finalized. I raised zero objection to Blaze's inclusion. The Arcanist had demonstrated strict obedience to tactical directives, and adding a single candidate to the baseline instructional framework induced minimal operational overhead. Inspecting my active attire, I confirmed my garments were reduced to shredded, scorched rags, an operational state significantly worse than my initial emergence in this realm. Proceeding to public commercial districts in this state would trigger immediate security exclusion. Signaling the state of my attire to Edward, The noble offered a firm nod of understanding, indicating a replacement set of high-tier Arcanist robes would be provided alongside the material compensation. Redirecting the focus of the briefing, I requested comprehensive intelligence regarding the Syndicate's operational profile. The Count assented, stating that given my exposed status as a target of the organization, providing full operational context was necessary. He detailed that several months prior to his cognitive corruption, House forces had intercepted a Shade distribution cell operating within his domain, seizing multiple encoded communications. Querying my familiarity with Shade, I confirmed absolute awareness of the mana-enhanced narcotic, noting its rapid continent-wide proliferation. The Count verified that the Syndicate served as the primary production and distribution network for the substance. He recounted that following the initial seizure, every officer involved in the raid was targeted for systematic liquidation. Captain Michael was executed alongside his family, and subsequent assassination attempts were continuously launched against the Count himself, all repelled by his former guard captain, Maxime, a high-tier warrior of near-equal capability to Nicholas. The Count explained that his head cryptographer, Ellis, had spent months deciphering the seized letters, slowly isolating references to the organization and tracking Shade supply lines before a targeted raid on the castle resulted in the total destruction of the documents and the death of the cryptographer. Querying whether any actionable intelligence was extracted prior to the fire, the Count confirmed the recovery of several safe-house coordinates within Myth, as well as 2 precise spatial coordinates located within the Desert of Dread near the northern border wall and the Lost Territories. Moving to a nearby stone bench, the Count sat down, concluding that the extreme scale of the assault, deploying 6 Archmage-tier assets directly adjacent to the Imperial capital, proved the seized coordinates contained intelligence the Syndicate was desperate to suppress, or was triggered by Edouard's aggressive overtures to the Imperial nobility. Erecting an isolated kinetic acoustic barrier around our position to block external monitoring, I queried whether secondary copies of the decoded spatial coordinates had been preserved prior to the archive fire. The Count maintained visual contact for several seconds before confirming the existence of duplicate records. Interlude A-length. Deep within the forest, I drew the bowstring to full tension, holding the draw steady just below the material failure point of the limbs. Adjusting my vector against the ambient crosswind, I released the shaft. The arrow severed the air, striking the target's lower thoracic cavity directly through the cardiac muscle. The elk collapsed instantly. Decelerating my breathing, I dropped silently from the canopy, retrieved the shaft, and signaled 3 concealed elven scouts to field dress and haul the kill. Leaving the tracking unit behind, I returned toward the village perimeter. Red Forest Village presented an architecture built entirely within massive, centuries-old arboreal structures, interconnected by high-altitude wooden suspension bridges and illuminated by bioluminescent golden moss. Ground-level infrastructure was restricted to rudimentary earthen storage bunkers, surrounding a central plaza decorated with trimmed flora and a carved stone monolith depicting a 3-tailed fox, the forest guardian. The entity represented the primary physical barrier to my extraction plan. Climbing the rope access ladder to my elevated quarters, I filled a wooden vessel with water via a thermal spell vector, steeping local red leaf tea. A full week had elapsed since my consciousness materialized within this elven body. Progress had been constrained by the extreme isolationism of the local population. Protective spatial wards sealed the forest from non-elven travelers, while internal dogma restricted the inhabitants from departing the perimeter. The local society exhibited a frustratingly primitive structural baseline. In my previous world, elven civilization had long evolved past primal forest worship, establishing industrial cities, complex trade networks, and multi-species continental alliances. Here, the population remained bound to archaic nature worship, relying passively on administrative system blessings rather than technological or structural advancement. Extracting myself from the region required rapid force accumulation. Utilizing the local administrative system, I calculated a 2-week window to optimize my baseline attributes, secure logistics, and coordinate with a dozen local dissidents seeking departure. 1 week later, I established an elevated observation point atop a high canopy tree to meet Vicel, the leader of the local faction seeking exit from the forest enclave. My baseline attributes had advanced into the upper 20s, bringing me near the threshold for formal class initialization. Dropping silently behind Vicel as he reached the coordinates, I monitored his spatial response before demanding the intelligence brief regarding the Forest Guardian. Vicel reported that historical records from the village elders indicated the Guardian had not originally enforced territorial containment. Historically, its operational directive was strictly limited to forest defense against external threats. Several centuries prior, coinciding precisely with the sudden loss of communication with the distant World Tree branch across the continent, the Guardian's behavioral parameters shifted, resulting in the absolute prohibition against leaving the forest enclave. With Vicel departing the rendezvous point, I processed the operational variables. Investigating the root cause of the Guardian's altered parameters held zero tactical value. My sole objective remained force projection, spatial extraction from the forest perimeter, and establishing contact with my former party members across this realm. Finalizing my operational timeline, I set my departure window for 7 days. I requested immediate verification of the spatial coordinates, but the Count clarified that the secondary transcriptions were maintained in secure off-site storage rather than on his person, offering to deliver a copy prior to his detachment's deployment to the Northern Front. The explanation for the cryptographer's methodology was logically sound. Analyzing structural baseline patterns across the broader set was intended to accelerate the throughput of the primary target document, though the Syndicate's rapid intervention neutralized the approach before actionable intelligence could be extracted. While the Count remained reliant on Imperial clearinghouses for final decryption, I noted that such reliance assumed the Emperor would actively intervene, a political variable that remained completely unverified. With operational time at the estate expiring, I disengaged our acoustic isolation bubble, issued a brief farewell, and executed a sequence of direct blinks toward the civilian emergency storage sector. The structural perimeter remained heavily secured by armed line infantry. Despite the resolution of active hostilities, the atmospheric conditions were heavily saturated with burnt ozone and residual spell emissions. The civilian casualties and non-combatant staff were clustered tightly near the primary storage structure, maintaining minimal vocal output. I identified Maya standing alongside her mother and household staff, while Sir Tristan maintained a defensive position near Sir Elliot, who was resting on a perimeter bench with his arm heavily bandaged. Approaching the injured knight, I observed him immediately attempt a formal military salute despite severe physical trauma. Directing him to ease his stance, I inspected the field dressing. The primary laceration was saturated with dried hematic residue at the amputation point. Deploying mana control, I compressed ambient mana into an ultra-thin spatial vector, altered its elemental composition to wind, and applied a high-precision sharpness property to cleanly slice the bandage clear of the stump. As Sir Tristan stepped forward to monitor the field procedure, I instructed Elliot to brace for kinetic feedback. Utilizing a rapid sever arc, I cleared the necrotic and clotted tissue from the wound interface to re-establish active blood flow. To mitigate the physiological shock, I applied a localized pain relief matrix to his arm, simultaneously casting a secondary pulse on my own neural pathways to suppress a sharp, persistent fatigue headache. With 50% of my total mana reserve required for somatic reconstruction, I initiated the limb restoration sequence. Because automated high-tier regeneration spells carried exorbitant mana costs, I executed a manual structural projection, using his remaining intact limb as a precise structural blueprint. Closing my eyes, I cast Regrowth, manually directing the mana to systematically construct the biological framework. Via continuous mana sense feedback, I micromanaged the cellular assembly line, knitting bone matrix, expanding vascular pathways, and synthesizing muscle tissue step by step. The high-density reconstruction finalized in slightly over 60 seconds. Elliot flexed his newly synthesized digits, testing kinetic control and joint articulation before expressing formal gratitude. The synthesized tissue exhibited slight dermal pallor relative to his primary arm, a variance that would normalize under standard environmental exposure over several days. Directing the knight to consume nutrients and recover his systemic reserves, I turned to address Tristan. The knight confirmed that his command unit had been officially attached to my security detail by noble order, requesting immediate operational directives. Unwilling to delay my scheduled rendezvous with the regional merchant caravan, I instructed Tristan to assist house personnel with perimeter clearance, utilize a multi-day recovery window, and subsequently establish a rendezvous point at the city of Wolt, or proceed directly to the Morkant regional estate if my transit was delayed. Observing Maya holding the rescue kitten near the civilian shelter, I approached her position. The animal abruptly broke free from her grip, bounded across the stone pathway, and accelerated up my bare leg using its claws for traction, a minor physical annoyance that served to counter my headache. Securing itself atop my shoulder armor, it settled into position. To fulfill my previous instructional promise to the girl, I deployed a series of cosmetic elemental constructs. Gathering regional mana into 3 distinct atmospheric vectors, I shaped the energy into high-density serpentine dragons, converted the structural matrix into active fire mana, and launched the constructs into mid-air flight patterns. The 3 fire constructs executed synchronized aerial maneuvers above the courtyard before making controlled kinetic contact with the central grounds, accompanied by a precise wind spell to simulate impact shockwaves. To demonstrate advanced elemental manipulation, I elevated the thermal output of 2 constructs, shifting their color spectrum to radiant white and deep blue, while integrating a 4th construct saturated in purple high-heat flames. The localized temperature spiked rapidly across the courtyard, though the surrounding non-combatants remained engaged by the visual display. Upon collapsing the structural fire constructs, I noted that Maya's innate perceptual talent suggested exceptional potential for high-tier mana manipulation should her core be awakened ahead of standard age milestones. Noticing Edward advancing toward the sector carrying the agreed-upon material compensation, I stepped aside to clear the approach vector. Accessing my internal administrative overlay, I initialized the visual display. Status. Accessing the administrative interface, I initialized my primary operational profile. Status. Name: Dareth Wood. Race: Human. Mana: 173/1900. Level: 51. Class: Convenience Mage. Attributes: Strength: 64. Agility: 65. Endurance: 66. Intelligence: 190. Constitution: 64. Unallocated attribute points: 4. Bypassing the standard baseline metrics, I expanded the active notification detailing the new class skill options. 1. 90. 2. Bother Me Not. 3. Cleanse. Evaluating the functional parameters of the initial option, 90. Promised instantaneous physiological and mental recovery equivalent to a full rest cycle. While an arcanist without life magic access might find substantial value in such a mechanism, my existing spellbook already contained advanced life mana matrices designed for immediate cellular restoration, fatigue suppression, and stamina regulation. The reference to coffee within the system remark was noted as an obscure historical artifact. Analyzing the secondary option, Bother Me Not, revealed a passive cognitive nudging matrix designed to subtly alter the focus of approaching individuals, compelling them to prioritize secondary tasks after 5 minutes of interaction. While built on principles analogous to low-tier mind or suggestion magic, the description explicitly detailed its vulnerability against targets possessing moderate mental fortitude. Deploying such a weak cognitive filter against high-tier arcanists or my former party members would prove utterly ineffective. The tertiary selection, Cleanse, offered immediate, zero-mana purging of external contaminants, grime, and internal bodily waste. While basic cleaning and spatial hygiene spells were easily executed via standard elemental manipulation, maintaining them required active focus and precise casting bandwidth. A zero-cost, instant cast structural hygiene utility offered persistent operational efficiency. I selected Cleanse. The skill matrix integrated directly into my neural pathway, granting immediate operational mastery over its execution. The utility was bound to a 3-use daily threshold, constrained by a mandatory 3-hour cooldown interval between activations. Monitoring Edward's approach via persistent optical sensors scattered across the courtyard, I observed him arrive at my coordinates bearing my formal compensation. Positioning a heavy wooden table on the turf, the noble systematically arranged 10 high-grade mana restoration potions, a pouch containing 300 gold coins, 3 sets of standard traveling attire, and a specialized arcanist robe. Inspecting the garment, I queried its specific properties. Edward identified the robe as a dungeon artifact capable of automated thermal regulation, maintaining internal body comfort across extreme ambient temperature variances. Eliminating the need to manually project environmental insulation spells was a welcome practical convenience. Edward subsequently unrolled a detailed continental map across the table, anchoring its corners with the heavy potion vials. The document highlighted the 2 specific spatial coordinates in the Desert of Dread extracted from the decrypted syndicate letters. Securing the map into my inventory, I took note of the underlying table, an ornate piece crafted from dark regional timber with intricate base carvings. Tracking the main gate through my external visual sensors, I registered the count advancing toward the perimeter accompanied by a heavy honor guard, preparing to intercept an incoming contingent of over a dozen high-tier Archmage signatures. 2 among the advancing force exhibited energy densities vastly exceeding the syndicate targets neutralized earlier. Confirming the late arrival of the Emperor's central detachment with Edward, I finalized my exit protocol. Rather than remaining to navigate extended Imperial diplomacy while operating under extreme mana exhaustion, I systematically transferred the potions, currency, garments, and the decorative wooden table into spatial storage. Consuming a single high-grade mana potion to restore basic spatial transit capacity, I executed a long-range teleport, simultaneously purging the remaining active optical sensors across the estate grounds to erase all traces of my residual mana signature. Consciousness returned to me within an upper-floor room at the Zent Village Inn. The severe neural strain resulting from operating at 10 times my baseline mana output had receded into a dull, manageable headache, accompanied by a subtle floral aroma in the ambient air. Lyra was seated nearby with the rescue kitten resting in her lap. Upon noticing my recovery, she expressed immediate relief, her sudden movement rousing the animal into a series of vocal demands. I extended a hand to soothe the creature, allowing it to climb onto my chest plate. Lyra clarified that the regional merchant caravan had reached departure readiness 2 days prior, but Revel had successfully delayed their movement pending my recovery. With my core stabilized, the transport group was scheduled to initiate transit toward the city of Wolk within the hour. Reaching for a leather-bound volume resting on the bedside table, Lyra presented it as deferred compensation for restoring her core. Inspection revealed an ancient dungeon spell tome detailing the structural execution of a specialized T-spell, its pages perfectly preserved despite the artifact's obvious antiquity. With transit preparations already underway, I stored the tome for future analysis. Within short order, I was situated in the interior of a heavy transport wagon as the caravan mobilized and began its long-range journey toward the city of Wolk. Interlude, Lucian Ulysses. The first rays of dawn struck the perimeter clearing between the settlement and the forest edge, illuminating dozens of felled corrupted beasts. The atmospheric condition was heavily tainted with the stench of decay and lingering void distortion. A single set of footsteps approached my rear vector. A civilian child from the Enclave, approximately 10 years of age and clad in oversized garments, queried whether the immediate sector was secure. Confirming the area was clear of hostiles, I instructed him to return to the interior housing structures. Squeezing his shoulder to alleviate his trembling, I monitored his retreat as he checked his flank repeatedly until he safely breached the village perimeter. Withdrawing my gaze from the boy, I directed my focus back toward the corrupted carcasses. My primary broadsword was heavily coated in crimson hematic residue. With a rapid wrist flick, I cleared the blade. The immediate ground flora surrounding the corpses had already withered, with the hardiest roots exhibiting early systemic decay. Consolidating my recovered mana reserves, I circulated energy through my internal channels directly into my weapon arm. Pure, radiant flame enveloped the length of the blade. With a single wide arc, I ignited the pile, incinerating the corrupted tissue alongside the compromised vegetation while leaving the healthy flora untouched. An administrative system notification acknowledged the activation of the new skill matrix, which I ignored. 3 weeks had elapsed since my consciousness integrated into this realm, marked by continuous high-intensity engagements against corrupted incursions. The frequency of regional monster waves had escalated from several days down to daily occurrences, accompanied by a steep increase in adversary threat levels. Sheathing the blade, I adjusted my respiratory cadence to execute an internal recovery cycle. Completing the initial cycle triggered a secondary system update, advancing my baseline level. The system blessing granted by the deity remained a complex variable. While it enabled rapid recovery of my historical baseline power, projecting complete restoration within 2 years at my current progression rate, I maintained strict skepticism regarding the long-term directives of the local divine entities. Evaluating divine intentions remained a secondary priority. My immediate focus was ensuring the survival of the Enclave civilians. Approaching the compromised village walls, I noted extensive structural damage across the perimeter defenses. 2 young militia members stationed at the main access point held shields and spears with unstable grips, visibly shaken by the burned site. Overstepping the ruined gate timbers, I directed the guards to signal me immediately upon any secondary visual contact with hostiles, advancing into the interior grid. A young girl intercepted me, taking my hand to pull me toward the primary communal dining structure, where the scent of warm grain porridge filled the air. Upon entry, several orphan children immediately clustered around my position, vocally requesting historical accounts of my past campaigns and the Radiant Mage. Before I could address them, Magda intervened from the hearth, clearing the room to grant me operational downtime to consume nutrients. Once the children vacated the space, Magda presented a bowl of grain and regional berries. Querying my physical status, she monitored my response with sharp skepticism. Consuming the meal without debate to avoid further structural reprimands, I finished the portion before Magda joined me at the central table. I confirmed that our evacuation maneuver would execute in 3 days, immediately following the clearing of the next forecasted monster wave. Richard was currently finalizing structural repairs on the final transport wagon, providing sufficient capacity for the entire surviving civilian population. Magda produced a worn, hand-drawn regional map, spreading the parchment across the wooden tabletop to analyze extraction vectors. The document detailed the local sector alongside several marked routes. Pointing to our active coordinate, Magda outlined 2 primary travel choices: a southeasterly route traversing a poorly marked path directly toward the frontline fort of Silver City, or a northern transit toward the trade town of Guard. Both tactical options presented severe risk profiles. Silver City was geographically closer, but positioned adjacent to active war zones, exposing the civilian column to high-density corrupted waves without adequate defensive escorts. Conversely, the northern route to Guard spanned a 3-week standard march, a timeline that would inevitably double given the mobility constraints of the elderly and children. Observing my analytical hesitation, Magda highlighted an intermediate target location marked to the north, a secondary agricultural village located 1 week out. Establishing a temporary operational base there would allow the column to rest indoors before attempting the final leg toward Guard, avoiding prolonged wilderness exposure. I approved the intermediate route. Securing indoor shelter for the non-combatants outweighed the extended temporal duration of the trek. We spent an hour finalizing supply distribution and transport logistics before I retired to my designated quarters. Operating without rest throughout the night to single-handedly hold the perimeter against the monster wave had severely depleted my stamina. Historical memories integrated from this host body confirmed I was operating within the territory of the Vilum dynasty. My consciousness had awakened within the physical form of a local noble officer who had taken temporary shelter in this village while marching toward the front lines. The initial corrupted assault had wiped out his command unit and the majority of the original village population, leaving me to train the surviving militia and secure an extraction plan. I had intentionally deferred deep reflection regarding the final battle within the Demon King's citadel or the current status of my former party members. Yet an underlying tactical intuition suggested our operational paths would eventually converge deep within the corrupted core territories, a spatial convergence likely orchestrated by divine intervention. Prioritizing immediate tactical requirements over long-term divine motives, I opened the class selection interface to finalize a pending initialization I had deferred for days. Accessing the interface displayed 4 distinct operational class vectors. Guardian Uncommon, Failed Hero into Hero Rare, Sword Saint Unique, Radiant Blade Unique. The options offered high attribute scaling, with Sword Saint and Radiant Blade yielding peak baseline progression. The core distinction rested entirely on their baseline class skill profiles. Selecting the path that aligned with my primary operational focus, I confirmed the selection. Class selected, Radiant Blade. New class skill, Purify. Interlude, Euronymous. The bakery owner struggled to contain his laughter, pointing out that an establishment of his humble scale could hardly afford to hire an individual of my apparent highborn background. His ongoing amusement deepening my scowl, I turned and departed, slamming the entrance door with every bit of physical force my small frame could manage, which unfortunately produced only a dull thump, followed by another wave of hilarity from within. Exiting into the street, I breathed in the rich scent of freshly baked bread. The aroma provided momentary comfort until I remembered its source, prompting me to accelerate my pace down the thoroughfare. The rejection marked another failed employment attempt in a long line of identical outcomes. Half the morning had been squandered, leaving me in my baseline state. Without employment, devoid of currency, save for a single gold coin previously appropriated from an unsuspecting noble. The morning trade was in full motion across the urban center. Civilians flooded the stone avenues while merchants prepared their storefronts and street vendors advertised food pricing. The air was thick with the scent of fried meats and regional spices. My stomach churned aggressively, lacking a proper meal for days. Despite its modest scale, the city possessed an unusual atmosphere. The local human population presented an unfamiliar dynamic. Despite living under persistent economic strain, they maintained a cheerful demeanor that defied logical explanation. It was a stark contrast to my past experiences, marking my first extended immersion within a human settlement. Admitting it was uncomfortable, yet a small part of me found the setting acceptable, financial lack notwithstanding. The hard cobblestone road bit into my bare feet with every step. Though my physical tolerance had gradually adapted to the discomfort, I eventually paused before the Regional Adventurers Guild building. The sight of the facility brought another scowl to my face. While far from my preferred venue, the occupants inside aligned more closely with the hardened combatants I was accustomed to managing. The guild structure was a worn, rustic building containing an expansive interior layout. The left wing operated as a public tavern filled with wooden tables, while the right wing was dedicated exclusively to official administrative business, a sector I held in low regard. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath my bare feet as I approached the main bar counter. Given the early hour, only a small number of tables were occupied alongside a few morning regulars lining the counter stools. Scaling one of the elevated wooden chairs with considerable physical effort, I settled into position. The armored combatant seated to my left turned toward me, immediately offering a theatrical bow and addressing me as royalty. Ignoring his dramatic display, I directed my focus toward the bartender, demanding a high-proof beverage. The warrior, a spearman named Rivel clad in leather armor with a shield strapped to his back, continued his dramatic lamentations regarding my cold rejection of his lowborn status. I maintained absolute silence, refusing to engage with his foolishness. Dave, the bartender, approached and deposited a glass filled with opaque white liquid directly onto the counter surface. Querying the barkeep regarding the substitution, Dave shrugged, stating that guild rules under the guildmaster's directive strictly prohibited serving alcohol to minors. My immediate protest regarding my true age was met with a dismissive laugh as Dave moved down the bar to attend to a newly arrived patron. Sipping the cold milk, I conceded that while it was my second time consuming the beverage, the taste was tolerable, though I still preferred the regional berry juices that were currently out of stock. Finishing the glass, I leaned back against the counter structure. Human existence presented unexpectedly severe physical constraints. Securing basic sustenance required continuous economic output. My body was perpetually plagued by hunger and thirst, and my physical strength was completely compromised. In this frail form, Even hunting a baseline demon hound presented a fatal hazard. It was a thoroughly pathetic state of affairs. As I pondered my strategic outlook, several party members pulled up stools around my position, maintaining focus on my ultimate objective, the systematic conquest of the city. A small smirk began to form on my face, only to be shattered when a heavy hand struck my back, nearly dislodging me from the stool entirely. Turning to vent my rage, I halted the mana accumulating within my palm upon identifying the culprit as Hal, the warrior who consistently covered my tavern expenses. Suppressing the active spell matrix, I spat a warning for him to cease his physical strikes. Hal offered a mock bowing gesture, inquiring with a straight face as to the progress of my global conquest. Collapsing my head onto the wooden bar surface in sheer frustration, I questioned the tactical error of having revealed my background to these individuals. My declarations of absolute authority had merely provided them with endless material for mockery. A female voice cut through the tavern noise from behind, inquiring after the status of the demon continent's smallest ruler. Rivel informed her that Dave had supplied milk to settle my temper, prompting the woman, Xenia, to promise a secondary glass on her tab. I maintained absolute silence, having learned that actively refuting their humor only prolonged the interactions. Eventually, the group shifted their focus back to their operational schedule, discussing a newly posted quest contract. Rivel identified the task as a routine goblin suppression contract situated just outside the city perimeter, noting it was the sole local posting available. When Hal suggested abandoning the contract to remain in the tavern, Xenia struck the back of his head, reminding him of their dwindling operational budget before suggesting they take me along to initiate early adventurer training. My attention snapped to focus. Due to continuous monster activity in the surrounding wilderness, the city gate guards strictly barred my solo exit from the perimeter. While I had previously managed to slip past security, I lacked long-range geographical knowledge. Accompanying an active adventuring party offered an ideal cover to explore the outer sectors and potentially secure material compensation. I immediately validated the proposal as an optimal operational plan. The group laughed, treating my acceptance as secondary entertainment, but the core objective was secured. I had officially joined an active contract, even if my primary assigned duty was carrying the group's supply packs. Prior to our departure, Xenia returned to the bar, presenting me with a small pair of travel shoes crafted for my foot size as a contract gift. Exiting through the primary city gates, I turned and offered a deliberate farewell wave to the security guards who routinely blocked my passage. Above the main archway hung a heavy wooden sign bearing the settlement's official designation, City of Wolk. The march through the deep forest proved physically punishing. My short stride was ill-suited for rapid long-distance transit, forcing me to push my frail body to keep pace with the party advancing several meters ahead. Rivel called out from the vanguard, encouraging me to maintain pace, only to be promptly silenced by Xenia. The primary goblin suppression contract had already been completed, and the party was currently scouting an adjacent sector to clear a secondary objective Rivel had acquired. Following the goblin engagement, Xenia had ceased her overt mockery, treating me with patronizing care after I had stood by in complete boredom throughout the combat sequence. The party abruptly halted at the tree line. Hal identified a heavy stone cave structure as a dungeon entrance. Stepping to the front of the formation, I inspected the subterranean access point. A slow, dark smile spread across my face as I envisioned utilizing the resource node to initialize my regional conquest strategy. My sudden villainous posture produced a low cackle, which immediately invited another round of lighthearted amusement from the party. As the group debated whether to enter the cavern network, my passive senses registered a sudden influx of high-density mana signatures rapidly closing on our exact position. The incoming signatures were heavily saturated with corrupted spatial energy. The pale yellow light illuminated the time-worn pages of the book as I turned to the next page. The candle had been infused with herbs, giving off a fresh, minty fragrance that filled the small space. My frown deepened. More than a month had passed since Lyra provided the tea-making spell tome, yet the underlying mechanics remained entirely elusive. The spell matrix was fundamentally incomplete, as were the baseline mana patterns detailed within the text. It offered a functional shortcut to construct rudimentary mana geometries, which were then finalized through an associated vocal incantation. That structural approach contradicted the foundational laws of spellcraft. Standard execution required absolute precision across every sequential phase. Constructing the complex geometric array, modulating the elemental nature and property of the mana, and saturating the framework with precise energy metrics to trigger activation. Depending on the complexity of the matrix, dozens of subprocesses were necessary to realize a functional spell. The tome provided nothing beyond an elementary structural foundation, relying entirely on the vocalized chant to complete the operational matrix. Leaning back from the desk, I considered the total anomaly of the process. Retrieving the teacup appropriated from the Count's estate, I placed it on the wooden surface and concentrated on the rudimentary mana patterns extracted from the text. Mother of earth and hearth, wake what rests within the leaf. Let water carry its essence, and the vessel take its form. As the vessel slowly filled with warm fluid, my internal state recoiled from the forced verbal structure. Reciting the prescribed incantation felt entirely alien and unrefined. Executing formal vocalizations in public settings was a deeply uncomfortable prospect, and even my improvised verbal focus commands induced visual cringe. Releasing control of the internal mana patterns, I inspected the resulting liquid. The spell had executed successfully, yet the underlying logic was entirely absent. The rudimentary geometric construct lacked the structural density to manifest physical matter, yet the vocalization had bridged the operational gap. Steam rose beneath the pale candlelight, carrying an earthy, floral aroma through the room. Swirling the amber liquid within the cup, the complete lack of analytical clarity regarding the spell's success remained deeply bothersome. Taking a sip, I evaluated the thermal and sensory profile. The output differed noticeably from the brew prepared by Lysandra using the identical matrix. While her iteration yielded a sharp fruit profile, this construct mirrored my personal preference for earthy tones with subtle floral notes. I placed a second teacup beside the first and reconstructed the preliminary mana matrix. Reciting the verbal component at a measured pace, I monitored the energy dynamics with precision. Every vocalized syllable actively altered and refined the structural geometry of the mana. Upon uttering the final word, the fundamental nature of the energy shifted through an unverified transitional state, filling the cup with an identical liquid. Savored the refined beverage for a brief moment, I stood up and began pacing the narrow perimeter of the room. We were temporarily sheltered at a small agricultural farm 2 days outside the city of Wolk. For the first time since initiating the trek, I had secured private quarters. The accommodations were sparse, containing only a bed frame and a single table, allowing me to swap the straw bedding for a high-grade mattress from my spatial storage. The spell matrix operated as though the vocalization actively generated the missing geometric parameters, requiring the caster to supply only a vague conceptual baseline. That method inverted every established principle of high-tier arcane theory. It had required under 60 seconds to master the preliminary mana geometry, whereas memorizing the specific verbal cadence consumed over an hour. The vocalization carried a sharp, distinct resonance that generated a tangible atmospheric distortion during execution. Analyzing the T-spell provided clear diagnostic insight into the severe limitations of local arcanists. The structural difference between fundamental spellcraft and vocalized shortcut casting was the difference between engineering a construct from foundational principles and operating a pre-assembled mechanism. Developing baseline spells from first principles historically required months or years of dedicated theoretical work. Relying on vocal incantations reduced the onboarding phase to days or weeks. The realization raised fundamental questions regarding the systemic rules of this realm. To decode the underlying framework, it would be necessary to acquire additional spell tomes and systematically map the structural shifts induced by varied vocalizations. It was highly probable that the underlying mechanics were tied directly to the administrative system blessing, or perhaps to the subterranean dungeons where such tomes were generated. The structural alignment between the administrative interface and dungeon artifacts suggested a shared origin. While vocalized casting drastically accelerated spell deployment for inexperienced mages, It represented a catastrophic degradation of overall casting efficiency. The method introduced severe latency via verbal execution times while stripping the caster of granular environmental control and matrix optimization. Attempting to instruct local mages in baseline healing magic would require dismantling their entire foundational understanding of mana manipulation. Reclining onto the mattress, I processed the mounting logistical hurdles. Rebuilding their understanding of core manipulation from the ground up promised to be an exceptionally tedious undertaking. If the structural flaws of local spellcraft had been clear at the outset of the contract, accepting the instructional mandate would have required significantly higher compensation. Resting on the soft bedding, I dismissed the immediate frustration. At minimum, the practical utility of instantaneous beverage creation was permanently secured. Staring at the ceiling timbers, I evaluated the escalating external threats. The arrival of 2 high-tier Archmage signatures at the estate perimeter prior to my spatial transit, the looming Syndicate shadow, and the persistent expansion of the corrupted front lines. Dismissing the long-term tactical variables, I prioritized immediate cognitive recovery. The merchant's 2-day operational window at the farm offered an ideal opportunity to remain isolated within the quarters. A sudden, firm knock echoed against the wooden door frame. Ignoring the initial intrusion, I remained motionless, expecting the party to disperse. A secondary series of sharp raps followed, accompanied by Revel calling my assigned alias from the hallway. The persistent use of the alias Dareth presented an upcoming diplomatic complication, particularly once the Count's military units established contact in the northern sector. Resolving the discrepancy between my operational name and noble registries would require careful management when the contingents arrived. A third, heavier strike sounded against the wood. Directing her to enter, I abandoned the attempt at immediate isolation to expedite the interaction. Revel opened the door, surveyed the room, and inquired if the disruption had broken my sleep cycle. Dismissing the query, I noted her glance toward the teacup on the table, where she observed the deployment of a new spell matrix. She reported that Master Eldritch had finalized his trade negotiations ahead of schedule, prompting the caravan to initialize departure toward Wolk at first light the following morning. Querying the possibility of delaying departure by a single day, Revel confirmed the transit schedule was strictly bound, noting the week-long delay already incurred during my recovery window. Accepting the updated timeline, I confirmed readiness for the morning departure. Revel announced that the evening meal was prepared and exited the quarters. Reflecting on the temporal progression since departing the Count's estate, my baseline progression had advanced by 7 levels despite continuous daily spell deployment. The administrative criteria for attribute scaling lacked clear linear logic. Progressing to level 52 had consumed 7 distinct spell matrices. The subsequent tier required 10, a third advanced after merely 3, and the execution of the basic T-spell had triggered an unexpected level increment. Decoupling the exact logic of the system remained a high priority for future research. Deploying a high-density acoustic isolation barrier around the interior walls, I cast a secondary kinetic locking matrix across the door frame to enforce absolute privacy until morning. At dawn, I occupied the primary bench of the lead transport wagon beside Master Eldritch as the iron-rimmed wheels ground across the Rocky Mountain Pass. The morning sky exhibited an orange hue with central pink gradients, while the rising altitude brought a sharp drop in ambient temperature, signaling the approach of regional snowfall. Clearing the high-altitude ridge, the valley city of Wolk came into visual range. Situated securely between 2 mountain ranges, the settlement was bisected by 2 descending rivers and enclosed within a massive stone perimeter wall, surrounded by extensive agricultural sectors. A dense stream of merchant transports, numbering over 24 wagons, was actively converging along the main access road toward the city gates. Master Eldritch clarified that the sudden surge in military engagements along the northern front had doubled the regional demand for provisions, drawing merchants from across the territory to capitalize on inflated supply contracts. Observing that military conflicts consistently presented high-yield commercial opportunities, Master Eldritch concurred with a subtle nod. The incoming trade volume consisted primarily of armaments, preserved rations, and raw alchemical reagents, the standard logistical indicators of large-scale warfare. Following the river vector toward the outer gates, the continuous rushing of water against the riverbed provided a stabilizing sensory baseline. Designing a permanent residential structure alongside a controlled water feature within a quiet sector appeared increasingly desirable. As the caravan closed the remaining distance toward the city perimeter, a distinct mana signature resonated across my passive detection array. The energy profile did not originate from the local environmental baseline of this realm. Expanding the range and precision of my mana sense, I locked onto the target frequency. It matched the precise mana signature registered during the final engagement within the Demon King's citadel prior to my demise. The transport caravan decelerated to a crawl, joining a stagnant queue of merchant vehicles awaiting entry inspection at the outer gate of Wolk. The surrounding ambient atmosphere presented a dense mixture of sensory inputs. Aromatic alchemical flora, raw spices, and the heavy musk of travelers who had undergone extended transit across the regional roads. My internal focus remained rigidly locked onto the persistent mana signature emanating from within the city walls. The signal continued to surge in structural intensity, its active field encompassing a massive spatial radius around the urban center and expanding continuously. Observing my total disinterest in routine conversational topics, Master Eldritch had discontinued his background dialogue. The targeted energy profile was completely artificial, generated by a specialized array or matrix configured to project its structural frequency like a spatial beacon. The underlying magic was remarkably intricate. Identifying its presence required exceptionally fine sensory bandwidth. Beyond my own historical familiarity with the signature, detection would be limited to individuals originating from my previous realm, rare anomalies possessing extraordinary sensory perception like Maya or high-tier archmages. The active array was continuously broadcasting the distinct mana signature of the Demon King, Eurynimus. Expanding my mana sense matrix, I flooded the nearest city sectors with active energy. Ever since the Archmage ambush at the Count's estate, I had maintained continuous passive surveillance across my perimeter. The active spatial sweep covered the immediate urban district thoroughly, yet Eurynimus' physical form remained undetected within the broad visual area. Master Eldritch interrupted my internal focus, inquiring if my operational status was functional. Confirming my awareness was intact, I redirected my primary vision back to the immediate surroundings. Over 30 merchant transports waited in the entry queue ahead of our position. Along the roadside, several informal commercial vendors had established open-flame cooking stations, preparing skewers over glowing embers. No permanent structures were positioned along the primary access route, with the nearest building set back 100 meters from the defensive walls. The processing speed of the entry point remained slow as the heavy aroma of seared meat drifted through the air. As our wagon halted alongside one of the mobile food vendors, a sharp metabolic signal of hunger registered in my core, my prior intake having been limited to a light portion of grain porridge hours earlier. Observing Master Eldritch's subtle nod of shared interest, I dismounted from the driver's bench and approached the vendor's wooden stand, which was stacked with raw and prepared skewers containing various meats and regional produce. Requesting 6 of the vendor's primary items to satisfy immediate nutritional requirements, I inspected the unfamiliar ingredients. The background memories inherited from Dareth offered no useful culinary reference, given the host's historical impoverishment. The vendor inquired after specific selections. Desiring a complete diagnostic sample of the local offerings, I requested a varied selection of everything available. The vendor offered a knowing smile and retreated toward the main fire pit to prepare the items. Behind my position, the queue advanced incrementally, though my focus remained locked on tracking the elusive mana beacon. The prospect of encountering the entity responsible for our party's demise and our subsequent spatial transfer into this realm presented a complex strategic variable. While Eurynimus held direct responsibility for the final battle in the Citadel, the broader circumstances surrounding our arrival in this world were far from straightforward. While a part of me preferred to avoid the encounter entirely, a subtle curiosity insisted otherwise. Because my sensory array had yet to pin down his exact physical coordinates, I deferred a final tactical decision. The vendor returned with a heavy wooden platter holding 6 fully loaded skewers, alternating charred meats and dense root vegetables, all thoroughly coated in a dark, aromatic glaze that gave off a sweet and savory scent. Paying 2 silver coins, covering the food, the wooden platter, and a generous tip, I ignored the vendor's brief protest regarding overpayment and returned to the lead wagon as the transport resumed its forward crawl. Climbing onto the bench, I placed the platter between Master Eldritch and myself, and we proceeded to consume the meal. The meat was tender with a heavy sear, complemented by the sharp, savory profile of the roasted vegetables. By the time the platter was cleared, only 2 transports remained ahead of us in the entry queue. I observed the gate guards taking bribes from the preceding merchants before clearing their cargo for entry. When our transport reached the primary checkpoint, a squad of armed guards surrounded the vehicle. The lead guard demanded trade documentation. Master Eldritch casually extracted a sealed parchment from a storage chest beneath the bench and handed it down without pausing his meal. The guard's initial irritation shifted rapidly into panic upon reading the document's contents, prompting an immediate apology and an instant clearance order into the city. Querying Eldritch on the nature of the document, he explained that the parchment bore the official seal of House Morkett, noting that the guards were actively seeking informal tariffs. He added that the Morkett territory extended continuously from the farm holding we had recently vacated all the way to the active northern front. Passing through the heavy gate archway, I observed the defensive infrastructure and the guards' equipment. Their armor was stamped with an insignia depicting a white wolf with gray highlights, its head raised in a full howl. Master Eldritch informed me that local processing would consume considerable time, suggesting I take the opportunity to survey the city. Dismounting from the wagon, I paused near the gate to wait for Lyra and Clay as their transport cleared security, preferring not to navigate an unfamiliar urban grid alone. While my long-term plan involved securing private quarters for continued research, I anticipated that the lingering presence of the Demon King would inevitably disrupt those plans. The prospect of delivering physical retribution to the individual responsible for my initial demise in a penniless host body carried distinct personal value. Lyra and Clay approached, suggesting a joint exploration of the commercial district, which aligned with my immediate plans. We turned down the primary thoroughfare, which was bustling with civilian traffic. Beneath the surface activity, a subtle atmosphere of military anxiety pervaded the population, hidden just beneath their daily routines. Inquiring about Revel and Blaze, Clay reported that Revel had departed for her family's urban estate, while Blaze had split off to inspect his regional commercial holdings. Clay abruptly halted before an expansive armory shop, its glass display case exhibiting various martial weapons, and eagerly entered the facility. Following Clay and Lyra inside, the ambient temperature rose noticeably, filled with the rhythmic strike of heavy metal and the scent of oil and forged smoke. Glass cases housed delicate staves and focal wands near the main counter, while primary weapons lined the stone walls. The shopkeeper was displaying a high-grade broadsword to Clay, identifying it as a custom piece forged by a master smith utilizing wyvern bone matrix and dragon steel alloys. Clay inspected the weapon, executing several test swings to evaluate its balance, weight distribution, and edge geometry before expressing satisfaction with the craft. The shopkeeper initially requested 320 gold coins for the piece. Clay immediately initiated price negotiations, leveraging technical critiques to drive the cost down to 200 gold coins. Observing the exchange, Clay's proficiency in commercial bartering was unexpectedly refined for an individual of noble lineage. To finalize the transaction, Clay produced the dungeon-acquired artifact dagger from his spatial storage, trading it directly to the merchant for the broadsword plus an additional cash balance of 50 gold coins. Exiting the armory, Clay offered to distribute my share of the venture once we established our quarters. Reflecting on my overall financial state, my monetary assets had scaled dramatically from complete poverty to substantial wealth. Beyond the guild deposit awaiting retrieval and the funds secured from Edrin, the total compensation provided by the Count was significantly higher than initially estimated. The high-purity mana restoration potions were valued at 10 gold coins each, while the specialized Arcanist robe, currently resting unequipped in my spatial storage, exceeded 300 gold. Combined with the direct coinage, the total value exceeded 700 gold. We continued exploring the urban grid for another hour until our path approached the exact spatial coordinates of the active mana beacon, prompting me to separate from the group under the premise of meeting them later at Rebel's estate. Slipping into a quiet side street, I cast a high-tier illusion matrix coupled with an active invisibility spell, drawing my visual and structural mana tightly into my core. Deploying a silent flight spell, I ascended into the upper air space toward the source of the signal. The beacon was located directly on the roof of the Regional Adventurers Guild building. Landing quietly on the stone roof tiles, I deployed fine-range mana sense toward the designated coordinate. The structural source of the massive, expanding mana signal rested in the corner of the roof. A single, standard construction brick inscribed with intricate red formation runes. Analyzing the blood-based rune arrays, the ridiculous nature of the array was striking. The brick was a high-grade spatial formation containing an immense volume of stored mana. Because the physical medium lacked the capacity to absorb such energy independently from the local environment, Eurynomus was clearly returning to this location on a daily schedule to manually recharge the matrix. It was obvious the Demon King was utilizing the crude signal to broadcast his presence to his former subordinates. Leaving the array intact, I returned to the air to locate Rebel's estate from a high-altitude vantage point while surveying the city's commercial layout. I noted 4 distinct high-end dining establishments based on their external sensory profiles, marking them for future visits now that my financial reserves were fully established. Half an hour later, I locked onto the mana signatures of Lyra and Clay, tracking them to the grounds of Rebel's estate. Just as I prepared to descend, the familiar mana signature of Eurynomus registered on my outer detection array once more. The signature was rapidly approaching the city boundaries from the southeastern forest, carrying an identical red-inscribed formation brick on his person. Recognizing that an encounter within the densely populated urban center would inevitably result in severe collateral damage, I initialized a structural mana spell that mirrored his own beacon, actively broadcasting my personal mana frequency into the surrounding atmosphere. The Demon King's signature abruptly halted its vector for a brief moment before accelerating directly toward my position at extreme velocity. He was utilizing active flight magic. Chuckling at his immediate response, I poured additional mana into my flight spell, accelerating into the sky directly toward his incoming coordinate. The canopy blurred beneath me as I pushed maximum mana into the flight matrix, accelerating aggressively toward Eurynomus. In seconds, the urban perimeter was left behind as I crossed into the vast forest expanse bridging the city and the mountain ranges. Reaching the midway point, I decelerated and hovered in the open airspace. Moments later, the target arrested his forward momentum, halting 3 meters in front of me. The entity hovering before me was a human male child, approximately 9 or 10 years of age, characterized by bright silver hair and ragged clothing offset by a completely pristine pair of new boots. The raw mana signature broadcasting from the formation array originated precisely from his form, explicitly confirming his identity as the reincarnated Demon King. In a soft, unbroken voice, he addressed me by my former title, Calamity. A brief chuckle escaped me as I calculated which of us had suffered the worst physical reincarnation. As the ambient temperature plummeted, my amusement faded into silence. The child's mana core flared abruptly. A dense cluster of dark flame condensed above his head before launching directly at my position. I immediately executed a short-range spatial blink, displacing myself from the trajectory. Unfazed, the dark flame violently altered its flight path mid-air, maintaining pursuit. Though I possessed no structural knowledge of this specific spell matrix, every trained combat instinct demanded I avoid physical contact. I blinked a second time, materializing atop an elevated earth pillar behind his vector. Accepting the escalation to elemental combat, I retaliated, deploying the bigger Inferno Matrix. A massive vortex of pure fire descended upon Eurynomus, only to crash against a dome of dense dark energy that materialized around him. The rogue black flame continued its pursuit. Channeling heavy mana into a defensive barrier, I braced for impact. The black flame wrapped around the exterior of the shield, its corruptive properties rapidly burning through the structural mana matrix. Anticipating failure, I instantly deployed a secondary, form-fitting barrier directly above my skin to block the residual thermal shock. Both elemental arrays exhausted their energy cycles simultaneously, leaving us physically uncompromised, though visible stress fractures had appeared across his dark dome. His internal core flared again. Seizing the initiative, I deployed a high-density wind matrix. The surrounding air currents inverted instantly, condensing into a localized storm of razor-edged wind blades that struck him with overwhelming kinetic force, driving his small frame violently into the deep forest. I advanced immediately. Euronymous tore through the timber line before utilizing a spatial sink to vanish into the terrain. Predicting the maneuver, I cast Thunder Barrage over his exact entry point, hammering the impact crater with heavy atmospheric lightning strikes. The sharp scent of vaporized earth and ozone flooded the sector as I maintained suppression, rapidly flinging dense mana constructs into the smoking depression. Without warning, the localized atmospheric pressure inverted, and a massive kinetic shockwave launched me backward. I tore through a dozen tree trunks before the spatial pressure shifted again, this time crushing downward from above. I slammed into the soil as the unrelenting gravitational force drove me deeper into the earth. Euronymous had always possessed absolute superiority in gravitational manipulation. Countering the crush, I deployed a localized gravity matrix, inverting the internal mana pattern to negate the external pull. Shedding more than half the downward pressure, I slowly pushed myself into a standing position. The ground beneath me retained a perfect, full-body depression, including a distinct facial imprint. My primary exterior barrier had completely collapsed under the strain. Only the secondary skin-tight matrix remained active. Euronymous hovered several meters away, sporting a cruel smile that felt entirely disjointed from his juvenile physical form. The jarring visual of engaging a child in lethal combat briefly interrupted my focus, though the ongoing barrage of high-tier magic quickly corrected my hesitation. The gravitational crush spiked again. Blinking directly behind him, I materialized with my staff drawn, executing a mana burst strike downward. I aborted the kinetic impact millimeters from his form, releasing the explosive energy directly into the ground, which buried him knee-deep in the soil. Despite his true identity, executing physical blunt force trauma against a child's body violated my core operational parameters. I immediately blinked out as a secondary gravity sink collapsed the space I had just occupied. His high-pitched voice echoed across the clearing, demanding to know why I was retreating. The severe cognitive dissonance generated by the child's tone was rapidly becoming a tactical distraction. I requested he cease vocalizing. Amplifying his voice with raw mana, he boomed my title across the ruined timber line, retaining the exact same prepubescent pitch. Hundreds of localized black flames spontaneously ignited around his form before launching toward my position in a saturated volley. Recognizing the error in taunting his vocal constraints, I deployed another heavy wind matrix to intercept the barrage and immediately blinked backward. The gale force wind stalled the volley, destabilizing the majority of the flames, though a concentrated cluster successfully breached the wind wall. Drawing a deep breath, I rapidly generated dozens of fire-based constructs, launching intercept volleys against the surviving black flames. It required a highly inefficient ratio of 20 standard fire constructs to neutralize a single dark anomaly. The escalating engagement rapidly ignited the surrounding forest. At the current rate of elemental deployment, total regional incineration was imminent. Evading a black tendril that completely atomized an adjacent tree trunk, I suggested we de-escalate the destructive yield of our spell matrices. Rejecting the proposal, he generated additional black flame tendrils while simultaneously layering the battlefield with hidden gravitational sinks. Attempting to blink clear, my spatial transit was abruptly truncated mid-jump. He was actively destabilizing the local spatial fabric to restrict my mobility. Questioning his tactical logic regarding the destruction of the city's adjacent forest, Euronymous paused to consider the variable before dismissing it, claiming the deforestation aligned with his operational requirements. He resumed the dark flame volley. My core advantage rested in mana purity. By relying on highly efficient rapid-fire mana constructs instead of massive elemental arrays, I successfully conserved my reserves while matching his destructive output. Inquiring as to the nature of his operational requirements, he responded with a highly disturbing attempt at a villainous cackle that unfortunately resolved as childish giggling. Refusing to validate the display, I maintained a neutral stance. Suddenly, he tripped over a stray branch, collapsing face first into the dirt. Recovering instantly, he dusted himself off, pretending the physical failure had not occurred, and offered to reveal his master plan if properly requested. Ignoring his theatrics, I focused entirely on evading the incoming dark flames and returning fire with basic constructs, simultaneously maintaining a high-altitude wind filter matrix to suppress the rising smoke column and avoid triggering the city's defensive garrison. Navigating the diplomatic fallout of a vaporized perimeter forest was not on my agenda. Annoyed by my lack of engagement, Eurynomus accused me of tactical ignorance. I confirmed my absolute lack of interest in his schemes. As our respective mana reserves approached critical depletion, the volume of exchange spells decreased significantly. I restricted my deployment entirely to low-cost constructs, abandoning the fire element to prevent further environmental runaway. Desperate to share his grand design, he offered an unsolicited hint, claiming the deforestation was the initial phase of his city conquest. I offered no verbal response. His frustration visibly peaked, triggering a massive, desperate swarm of black flames that pushed his reserves to the absolute brink. Neutralizing the incoming swarm drained the last of my functional mana. The engagement was trending toward a mutual draw, a highly improbable outcome against the entity who had previously pushed me to the brink of death at his peak power. The divine intervention that had orchestrated our mutual reincarnation into this fractured state remained an ongoing mystery. As I shattered the final dark flame, I detected a massive energy spike as Eurynomus consolidated his remaining fumes into a final matrix. Attempting to identify the incoming structure, I recognized none of the active patterns. Based on his historical domains, I anticipated a terminal strike utilizing darkness, gravity, or void energy. Ruling out light magic due to personal inefficiency and disregarding gravity as too slow for a terminal strike, I selected fire as the optimal counter to both darkness and void constructs. Drawing the final dregs of mana directly into my core, I forcefully converted its fundamental nature to fire. The immediate internal conversion triggered an explosive surge of agony in my chest, a standard biological consequence of force nature last stand spells. Pushing past the sensation of core collapse, I drove the energy outward. A blinding torrent of scorching flame erupted from my position, clashing violently against a massive surge of dark tendrils erupting from Eurynomus. The thermal feedback blasted against my face as the fire slowly gained ground, consuming the darkness. A sudden laugh echoed from his position, instantly triggering a severe tactical warning in my gut. I realized his intended maneuver and shouted for him to abort the action. The fire continued to advance. A sudden, agonizing shriek tore from his throat. Operating entirely on survival instinct, I threw myself laterally just as a rogue dark tendril sliced cleanly across my shoulder. Hitting the dirt, I snapped my focus back to the center of the engagement zone. The terrain separating us had been completely erased, replaced by a massive, perfectly spherical void crater. Cursing his instability, I rolled onto my back, my chest radiating severe thermal pain. A strained, painful chuckle echoed from across the void sink. Eurynomus was curled on the ground, clutching his chest in agony, tears of blood streaming down his face. He had intentionally inverted his internal core to simultaneously channel both darkness and void natures, a catastrophic structural violation that inherently forced the conflicting energies to cannibalize his internal channels. It was an act of tactical suicide. Unable to speak through the agony, we stared at each other across the ruined landscape. The surrounding timber had been reduced to ash, the terrain violently scarred by thermal and gravitational anomalies. The sector looked as though a natural disaster had localized upon it. Despite the agonizing chest pain and the sheer absurdity of the encounter, a genuine smile broke across my face. The engagement had been deeply satisfying. After 15 minutes of complete silence, Euronymous finally regained basic vocal function, weakly declaring the combat enjoyable. I shook my head in disbelief. The reincarnated Demon King was completely unhinged. The continuous thermal radiation burning across my chest core slowly receded, leaving behind a dull, manageable ache that would likely persist for the remainder of the daily operational cycle. Inhaling deeply, the ambient atmosphere retained a heavy concentration of airborne ash and ozone. Euronymous broke the silence from his position on the ruined terrain, impatiently demanding I initiate dialogue. I maintained absolute silence, disregarding the juvenile vocalizations. The physical contrast between his centuries of combat experience as a Demon King and his current prepubescent behavioral patterns presented a severe analytical anomaly. It appeared highly probable that his memory integration into the host body had suffered severe cognitive distortion during the spatial transfer. There was no logical tactical precedent for his unhinged operational choices. He continued to vocalize, expressing surprise at my lack of enthusiasm and inquiring directly into the structural integrity of my mana core. Confirming my core was severely depleted, I countered by asking whether he had sustained cranial trauma prior to entering this world. Dismissing the query, he questioned the relevance of the metric. I resumed ignoring his vocalizations. Leaving the coordinate immediately was hindered by my absolute lack of reserve mana, a standard systemic penalty following the execution of last stand spells. Inspecting Euronymous' damaged core channels across the clearing provided a small measure of diagnostic satisfaction, as his forced dual-element inversion had inflicted far severe core damage than my single-nature conversion. He pressed further, demanding to know if I retained any interest in his plan to clear the regional forest sector. I issued a concise negative. Accusing me of deceit, he declared that adjusting to human biology presented unique physical hurdles. I maintained silence while he spouted erratic observations. The forced dual-element core overload he had executed during our engagement remained deeply irritation, representing one of the most hazardous miscalculations a high-tier arcanist could attempt. Inquiring whether my hostility stemmed from our prior encounter in his citadel, he tentatively apologized for deploying void arrays, claiming extended isolation without high-tier opponents had compromised his self-control. He added that his only recent engagement had occurred weeks prior against an incoming group of corrupted combatants. Querying the identity of those targets, he explained that a hostile squad of corrupted entities had infiltrated his local dungeon node. The revelation raised critical variables. The corrupted faction had managed to provoke the former Demon King, an entity notorious for holding severe personal grudges. He would inevitably retaliate against their regional infrastructure. Furthermore, his acquisition of an active dungeon node required immediate clarification. Inquiring how he had secured a dungeon, he explained that he had stumbled upon the subterranean entrance while executing a routine guild contract. When I questioned the administrative logic of the Adventurers Guild assigning contracts to a 9-year-old child, he dismissed the procedural anomaly as irrelevant. Frowning, I acknowledged that while my general interest in his activities remained low, the mention of an active dungeon node infested with corrupted hostiles warranted diagnostic attention. Euronymous stood up, retrieved a series of spatial stones, and arranged them in a precise circular formation on the cleared earth before producing dry timber to light a small campfire. Observing the setup, I sat upright and pointed out that surrounding a campfire with containment stones inside a completely incinerated forest clearing was structurally redundant. Conceding the point, he stowed the stones and produced a heavy wooden cutting board alongside a raw meat portion, utilizing a standard steel knife to prepare bite-sized cuts. The mundane nature of the culinary preparation was jarring for a former high-tier entity, though given our shared state of absolute core exhaustion, basic manual labor was the only viable option. Within minutes, he assembled meat and vegetable skewers mirroring the commercial items sold outside the city gate. He then placed a container of unfermented dough directly onto the hot embers to bake. Inquiring when he had acquired culinary skills, he claimed to have always possessed baseline cooking proficiency. Observing his work, the heavy scent of seared meat rapidly overwritten the lingering ozone and smoke. He proceeded to explain his current domestic arrangements, revealing that a local adventuring party had taken pity on his penniless state after 2 weeks of failed employment, effectively adopting him into their unit as a logistics carrier and cook. I offered a low chuckle, noting the sheer absurdity of the supreme ruler of the demon continent serving as an unranked pack mule for low-tier mortal combatants. Ignoring the amusement, he argued that navigating human society as a homeless orphan presented extreme survival challenges. I reminded him that my initial baseline in this realm had commenced under identical impoverished conditions. Pausing, he admitted that while my host background allowed for natural integration, his transition into juvenile human society lacked any familiar operational reference. I noted that his erratic behavioral cadence certainly did not aid his stealth profile. Upon finalizing the meal, Eurynomus plated the skewers and fresh bread, presenting a portion on a wooden platter. Accepting the platter, I deployed the heavy wooden table from my spatial storage to serve as a dining surface. His eyes brightened at the addition. Adjusting my position to reach the elevated surface, I noted that his short stature forced him to remain standing to access the food. Expanding spatial storage reserves would soon render inventory management equivalent to a small warehouse. Testing the skewer, the flavor profile was exceptionally high, slightly below the commercial vendor standard, yet far exceeding expected baseline quality. Evaluating my reaction, he proudly claimed my physical posture betrayed my satisfaction. I denied the assertion and continued eating. Following the meal, Eurynomus detailed the discovery of the dungeon during a routine goblin clearing contract, stating that a group of corrupted hostiles had attempted to seize the core. He added with evident anger that while he intended to capture one for interrogation, the final target executed a core detonation, temporarily sealing the lower levels. Guild records indicated the dungeon core would complete its structural reset within 30 days, a window expiring the following morning. He extended an immediate invitation to join his initial dive at dawn. Querying his motivation for inviting me, he launched into an enthusiastic breakdown of dungeon mechanics, highlighting the automated distribution of high-tier reward chests upon clearing designated rooms. Pacing around the campfire, he noted that while he had only cleared the initial entry chamber, the structural depth indicated a high-tier dungeon classification. Inquiring into his long-term strategic plan for the node, he displayed a dark, familiar smirk, declaring his intent to leverage the dungeon's economic output to systematically conquer the city. Observing my complete lack of dramatic reaction, he added that establishing a premier dungeon hub would generate massive gold inflows, allowing him to construct a new central stronghold and revitalize the regional economy. Acknowledging his declaration with absolute neutrality, he scowled at my lack of engagement before explaining that his adventuring party was currently securing the physical cave entrance against rival claims while he returned to town for operational supplies. Querying the legal mechanics of claiming an unchartered dungeon core, given that Imperial law typically awarded only a standard discovery bounty rather than private ownership, I leaned back against the earth, surveying my mud-streaked, ash-covered attire. He explained that 3 nights of rigorous legal research had revealed obscure statutory loopholes within regional dynasty law that permitted private core exploitation, particularly given the current military instability across the Northern Front. I shook my head at the operational contrast. While my immediate goals involved securing isolation and physical rest, the former Demon King was obsessively parsing regional trade law to secure commercial assets. His long-term control scheme required direct manipulation of the core matrix, a task demanding either my advanced arcanist intervention or the assistance of his former sages. Given the unknown spatial location of his missing commanders, he repeatedly pressured me to accept the contract. I issued an absolute refusal, stating I had no intention of wasting operational bandwidth on his commercial greed. He countered by promising immense financial returns far exceeding our historical assets, urging me to consider the absolute freedom accompanying unlimited coinage. I reiterated my refusal. Retrieving the freshly baked bread from the embers, he sliced a portion onto my platter, insisting I evaluate the baking quality. The bread possessed a soft interior bounded by a crisp crust, conceding internally that the item was remarkably well crafted and would pair exceptionally well with the fruit preserves appropriated from the Count's estate. I maintained a neutral facial expression and declared it merely adequate. Irritated by my refusal to offer praise, he packed the camp equipment. With our mana cores lacking the functional capacity to sustain flight magic, we initiated the return march to the urban perimeter on foot. While my chest channels retained a dull ache, Euronymous' damaged core clearly subjected him to far severe internal stress. Recalling my newly acquired class skill that operated entirely independent of mana expenditure, I activated Cleanse. Instantly, the accumulated mud, ash, and environmental contaminants detached from my body and garments, leaving my attire completely pristine while releasing a localized floral fragrance. The Matrix had precisely duplicated a high-end perfume formulation from my previous world. Euronymous halted, eyeing the sudden visual transformation and sniffing the altered air signature, demanding an explanation. I dismissed the query as nothing. The structural mechanics of the skill warranted extensive diagnostic research, specifically regarding how the system interface extracted sensory memories from my original world to manifest physical properties. As we progressed, Euronymous inquired into my overall assessment of the new realm, expressing intense enthusiasm for its operational potential compared to our previous world. I noted that the realm possessed a certain structural charm, though it was hardly devoid of systemic hazards. He rejected my conservative evaluation, arguing the environment was infinitely superior to our historical origin. He dismissed the corrupted faction as minor nuisances, noting that the unit infiltrating his dungeon contained only 2 archmages and a high-tier warrior, none of whom presented a fatal threat prior to the core overload. I reminded him that average inhabitants lacked the centuries of high-tier combat experience possessed by a reincarnated demon king. Conceding the point, he declared that any corrupted forces attempting to disrupt his target city would be systematically eliminated to protect his future commercial revenue. Querying whether he had established contact with any other individuals from our former world, he confirmed no signatures had been verified, speculating that our original cohort was scattered across distant continental sectors. I concurred, noting that had my former high-tier retainers been deployed in the immediate vicinity, contact would have been initialized long ago. We maintained continuous dialogue throughout the return trek, exchanging observations regarding our respective adjustments to this realm. Euronymous genuinely enjoyed his new existence, sharing a common perspective with my own outlook. Despite the endless logistical complications of this world, neither of us harbored a desire to return to our past lives. His demeanor shifted into unexpected seriousness as we approached the outer gates. He queried whether a higher probability of victory, or the avoidance of absolute mutual destruction, might have been achieved had we coordinated our forces against the divine entities of our former world rather than locked ourselves in total war. The question caught me completely off guard. The surrounding atmosphere grew heavy as I marched in silence. It was a strategic variable I intentionally avoided analyzing, as dissecting the tragic conclusion of our past campaign threatened to destabilize the operational calm I had carefully cultivated since arriving in this realm. Suppressing the resurfacing memories, I stated that even upon agreeing to join Lucien's campaign, the ultimate outcome was mathematically predictable. Convincing high-tier combatants to risk total annihilation against divine frameworks inevitably resolved in catastrophic failure, rendering the final collapse unsurprising. Euronymous offered a slow nod, acknowledging that reopening historical trauma was unproductive, agreeing that past conflicts should remain permanently archived. I validated his conclusion, maintaining absolute focus to suppress the residual mental interference. Resolving the lingering mood would simply require a quiet evening and high-proof beverages. Re-entering the city limits under total silence, we proceeded directly toward the Regional Adventurers Guild building, where I executed a rapid equipment swap into fresh Arcanist attire prior to entering the facility. Upon crossing the threshold of the Adventurers Guild, a voice boomed from the primary tavern floor, announcing the arrival of the sector's juvenile lord. Instantly, a female adventurer in her early 20s rose from an adjacent table, calling out to the child as Little Yuri and inquiring whether his week-long absence had been spent undergoing corruption under the influence of an individual named Xenia. I stood momentarily immobilized by the sheer absurdity of the environment. The main hall was filled to maximum capacity, and virtually every mercenary present appeared familiar with Euronymous to some degree. The surrounding tables immediately launched into a barrage of relentless taunts, mockingly hailing him as the eventual ruler of the realm or offering similarly patronizing titles. It remained entirely unclear what fictional background the former ruler of the demon continent had broadcast to the local population. Navigating to the bar, we secured the final 2 available stools. The ambient mockery showed no signs of abating, as additional patrons joined in, declaring him the high prince of the underworld and the absolute sovereign of demonic domains. His notoriety within the urban sector was immense, albeit entirely derived from his status as a local comedic figure. Ignoring the barrage entirely, Euronymous struggled briefly to scale the elevated bar stool. As the local bartender approached their vector, the child leaned laterally, requesting in a hushed tone that I process an order for 2 high-proof alcoholic beverages. I glanced down at him, inquiring into his tactical motivation. He admitted to avoiding direct verbal engagement with the barkeep, whom he identified as Dave. Halting directly in front of our position, the bartender surveyed the child before addressing me, inquiring what items I required. I ordered a standard beer for myself and instructed him to serve the child his customary order. Acknowledging the request with a smile and a nod toward the child, the barkeep retreated to prepare the items. Euronymous immediately complained, accusing me of refusing a simple operational favor. I informed him that procuring alcohol for an individual exhibiting 9-year-old human biology did not constitute a minor favor, but rather a structural boundary I refused to breach. His jaw hung open in visible disbelief before he muttered an insult, pointing out that his true age exceeded the structural history of the entire city. I noted that his physical presentation failed to reflect that historical metric. Expressing mounting irritation, he appeared ready to initiate a verbal curse when the barkeep returned, depositing a chilled mug of beer before me and a single glass of fresh milk before Euronymous. Without delay, I consumed the entire contents of my mug in a single action. As I set the empty glass onto the counter, Euronymous was staring at me with open hostility. I immediately signaled the barkeep for a secondary iteration. The barkeep nodded and retreated to process the secondary order. Euronymous consumed a portion of the milk. Diagnostic analysis of his facial expressions revealed that despite his vocal complaints, he derived genuine physical satisfaction from the beverage. Inquiring into the specific narrative he had fed the local population, I noted that my overall psychological stress from our earlier engagement had largely dissolved while watching his social discomfort. Behind his scowl lay an unmistakable trace of personal pride. He asserted that he had spread no false narratives, claiming he had provided the locals with absolute factual accuracy regarding his true identity, which they had subsequently interpreted as a dramatic performance. I offered a low chuckle, asking if he had honestly anticipated a tavern full of hardened mercenaries validating the claim that a 9-year-old child was the supreme demon king. He offered a hesitant concession that he had indeed expected that outcome. Pressing further, I inquired into the precise mechanism that had driven his soul into a human host upon reincarnation. The operational failure had bothered me since our initial re-engagement, as human biology was fundamentally misaligned with his historical core structure. He explained that external demographic surveys indicated a complete absence of the demon race within this world. While most standard mortal races had successfully transitioned across realms, historical records contained zero references to demonkind. He clarified that the transition matrix itself had operated entirely outside his personal control following the activation of the spatial stone. Upon the arrival of my secondary chilled beer, processed through localized ice manipulation, specialized arcanist training, or a dedicated class trait, I noted that the situation was thoroughly inconvenient. I took a slow sip, maintaining absolute silence. The internal cascade of unarchived memories triggered by our reunion continued to generate severe mental noise, which I systematically suppressed while prioritizing the consumption of the beverage. Euronymous dismissed the structural setback, framing the scenario as an absolute reset into a new life. He insisted that dwelling on historical race or status was irrational, particularly given the high statistical probability that our former retainers were distributed elsewhere across the globe, actively tracing his signature. I offered a silent nod of agreement. Changing the operational focus, I inquired what specific technical assistance he required regarding his prospective dungeon core. Leaning forward with heightened enthusiasm, he detailed historical records describing an ancient core refinement protocol used to establish absolute territorial control over a dungeon node. Once bound, the node functioned as a highly scalable domain matrix, permitting the master to alter localized floor spawns, such as replacing entry-level goblin waves with high-tier wyverns, constrained only by available structural mana. Given the environmental mana density provided by the world's governing system, fuel constraints were practically negligible. I prompted him for the immediate operational requirement. He stated that he required direct technical assistance executing the core refinement protocol. Querying whether he possessed the actual procedural manual for the binding ritual, he admitted he did not. He conceded that historical texts merely required the executor to demonstrate arbitrary criteria of worthiness, a standard he claimed to satisfy completely as the former supreme ruler of the demon continent. I pointed out that literally any other entity in the realm possessed a higher statistical level of worthiness, holding back a chuckle. Ignoring the remark, he reiterated his need for my Arcanist expertise to analyze the core matrix and assist in securing operational control over the node. Retrieving the corrupted dungeon core from my spatial storage, I rotated the sphere slowly within my hand. The core pulsed with intense internal thermal energy, while the network of localized green corruption veins had expanded significantly across its outer shell. He stared at the object, demanding to know what I was holding. I brought the sphere to eye level, conducting a visual scan before identifying it directly as a corrupted dungeon core. His eyes widened in shock as he demanded to know why I had omitted its existence from our prior tactical briefing. I admitted to temporarily forgetting its presence in my inventory. Following the structural chaos at the Count's estate, operational priorities had shifted toward basic rest and transport, rendering the inventory item low priority. Eurynomus examined the sphere closely, identifying the clear signatures of systemic corruption. I confirmed the diagnosis, detailing our discovery of a corrupted subterranean node several days' march from the capital city of Myth. Hostile corrupted units had been actively manipulating the core to execute localized spatial assaults against adjacent rural settlements and the central capital. He expressed immediate outrage, questioning whether the corrupted faction had attempted a similar structural takeover of his target dungeon. I confirmed the probability was extremely high. A senior adventurer seated nearby, a male in his early 50s bearing salt and pepper hair, offered a loud chuckle. He advised me to cease filling the child's head with heroic fables, noting that if the boy departed on a crusade to clear corrupted dungeons, the tavern would lose its primary source of entertainment. Eurynomus glared at the senior patron, demanding to know if the elderly man possessed any productive tasks. The man muttered that his advanced age precluded productive labor. While external monitoring of our communication was highly suboptimal, my mana reserves remained severely depleted, hovering at a negligible 6 points according to the system interface, which precluded the deployment of a localized acoustic isolation barrier. Returning to the eastern residential district would require an extended physical walk. As Eurynomus continued inspecting the corrupted artifact, I evaluated the prospective contract. Supporting his dungeon integration offered clear long-term utility, provided I leveraged the transaction to secure a 20% yield on all future commercial revenue generated by the node. Given his relentless operational drive, 20% of a fully commercialized dungeon hub represented substantial monetary value, though I intended to execute a mandatory 2-day isolation period for physical recovery before commencing any field work. By the time I finalized my third beverage, Eurynomus drained the remainder of his milk and broke his focus from the orb. I noted his evident satisfaction with the dairy product. Avoiding direct eye contact, he claimed the beverage was merely acceptable. Inquiring into his technical evaluation of the orb, he noted that while the object mirrored standard organic mana cores and macrostructure, the internal matrix displayed severe anomalies. The core's internal mana flow was completely stagnant rather than circulating dynamically, a condition likely induced by its physical extraction from the primary node, the advancing corruption, or an unknown structural decay. I queried whether he had deduced any viable pathways for core refinement. Calling me an insult under his breath, he requested custody of the core to conduct advanced diagnostic testing, lowering his voice to an almost imperceptible whisper. I instructed him to repeat the request clearly. He repeated the query at standard volume. I corrected his phrasing, requiring the inclusion of basic courtesy terms. Glaring at me laterally, he rephrased the request with formal politeness, asking permission to retain the core for further analytical study. I noted that displaying basic manners was not overly complex. He warned me not to push the boundary. Chuckling, I granted temporary custody of the artifact for a period of several days. The instant the concession was granted, the core vanished from my hand into his personal storage. I assured him I had no intention of rescinding the agreement. He countered that taking unnecessary risks with high-tier assets was structurally unsound. The remainder of the duration was spent with Euronymous conducting continuous visual scans of the stored artifact while I completed my fifth beverage. The alcohol succeeded in elevating my mood, while my internal mana channels slowly baseline repaired, permitting access to low-cost utility arrays. Despite consuming 5 large portions of high-proof alcohol, I noted a complete absence of physiological impairment. The phenomenon suggested a strong correlation with high constitution metrics generated by the system interface, an operational variable requiring future testing. Reflecting on our historical interactions, I pondered how our lives might have resolved had we not been utilized as frontline instruments of divine war. The current baseline, sitting at a commercial tavern, sharing cold beverages and milk with a former rival, was a scenario that had never entered my analytical models. It mirrored the casual off-duty social interactions I had experienced with fellow scholars at the Northus Mage Academy prior to their total attrition during the post-graduation campaigns. I systematically archived the lingering melancholy and refocused on the immediate environment. We exited the Adventurers Guild building shortly thereafter. Euronymous finally looked away from the core, inquiring whether we had achieved a binding verbal agreement regarding the upcoming dive. I informed him that formal negotiations would resume in several days, during which I would present a non-negotiable list of contractual terms in exchange for my technical assistance. He accepted the framework. We navigated toward the high-income residential quadrant containing Rebel's estate. Night had descended across the sector. While commercial traffic had thinned, the primary thoroughfares retained a steady volume of pedestrians. He inquired as to my designated lodging coordinates. I informed him I was occupying one of the primary residential estates within the Upper District. He acknowledged the status with mild approval. The urban infrastructure was illuminated by dozens of fixed oil lanterns along every main street, significantly enhancing night visibility. Observing that Euronymous continued to match my heading after clearing half the city grid, I queried his intended destination. He admitted his operational plan involved selecting the cleanest available urban alleyway. I noted that my initial arrival in this world had likewise involved several hours of homeless street navigation. He expressed mild distress, noting the conditions were less than ideal. I remarked that the experience provided valuable street-level familiarity with the city layout. He conceded the point, stating he had acquired more than enough spatial familiarity. We executed a left turn into an adjacent residential street. Urban navigation based on brief aerial observations proved unexpectedly complex, as secondary residential avenues displayed highly uniform architectural patterns compared to the distinct commercial zones. Smirking down at him, I asked which specific alley he had selected for his evening rest. He admitted he had hoped to avoid street sleeping entirely for the night. Querying his underlying logic, I asked if he was attempting to secure lodging at Rebel's estate. He attempted to leverage his current biological presentation, questioning whether abandoning a 9-year-old child to sleep on bare pavement violated my internal ethical parameters. I halted completely, staring at him in silence. I asked if he honestly anticipated that tactical line of persuasion to yield results. He admitted the probability of success was low, but reiterated his intense desire to avoid sleeping in an alley. I queried how he intended to compensate the estate for lodging services. He countered that as an impoverished 9-year-old child, he possessed zero financial assets, adding that securing gainful employment as a juvenile human had proven practically impossible due to standard labor constraints and the relentless physiological requirement for 3 daily meals. I chuckled, noting he had clearly experienced a severe structural adjustment to mortal life. He dismissed the humor, I informed him that while I would not actively prevent him from entering the grounds, he would be required to personally negotiate lodging terms with the estate staff, as I had no intention of hosting him within my personal quarters. He complained that the arrangement was unfair, asserting I should simply classify him as a registered guest. I pointed out the absurdity of introducing a stray child retrieved from the forest as an elite guest, noting internally that this marked the second displaced individual I had directed toward the estate following Lyra's arrival. Minutes later, we reached the perimeter of Revel's estate. The outer containment walls matched the structural height of the Count's compound, guarded by a security detail of 4 armed sentries stationed at the main gate. Glancing down at Euronymous, I wished him favorable outcomes in his negotiations.